soy un santo, pero estaré hasta que no estés. Si quieres me largo. Si vuelas yo vuelo también sobre el asfalto. Más vale mala que buena en conocer, por eso aquí te guardo. Un egoísta, te busco la noche, si no estás pues parto la pista en busca de otra para llenar el cuarto. Un egoísta, te busco la noche, si no estás pues parto la pista en busca de otra para llenar el cuarto. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Ay. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Si me ves solito no ataca, como si me saca. Sé que mi cara me delata, yo te visualizo con la tata. Quiero tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Ay. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Quiero lo mismo, sé que tú tienes mi egoísmo. También sé que va a mi ritmo. Tú eres una diabla, se te nota cuando me hablas. Que te pica si otra me habla. tenerte, tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte, tenerte, tenerte pa' mí. Ay. Yo quiero tenerte, tenerte, tenerte pa' mí. Yo quiero tenerte, tenerte, tenerte pa' mí.
Wherever you roam, there's no place to go. Nowhere feels like home. From a deadly kiss to this apocalypse, you feel so alone. I will be the one to run to battlefields with loaded guns, fighting for a life to call my own. Suddenly I'm terrified, looking for somewhere to hide. What's behind you? The wolf is at your door. He will get you. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster. Tell me what's the goal? Do you have no soul? Why are you so cold? If I'm too proud to speak, will it make me weak? How will this unfold? Suddenly you're terrified, looking for somewhere to hide. The wolf is at your door. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster. Can you hear him roar?
got it so good, baby. This good life, yeah, it's all mine. Ain't nobody gonna take today. Breathe it in now, baby. Feel it in the air, we're free. Breathe it in now, baby. Feel it in the air, we're free. Do your thing.
Since that one time I accidentally saw you in the nude. This way I'm trying not to be rude. Please believe me, I'm not this is happening. Wish I could just get you off my mind, but you just pop back into my head every time. Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hide it, can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on this wrong. Yeah, what you doing to me? What you doing to me? My heart beats faster every time I see you. The way you move, the way you talk, and the way you eat your food. How is it possible that you're so tough? At this point, I do anything for you. Wish I could just get you off my mind, but you just pop back into my head every time. Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hide it, can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on this wrong. And what you doing to me? What you doing to me? What you doing to me? Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hide it, can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize
Hello everyone and welcome to the Tacticians Crown for Cyber City. We are so excited to have you alongside us live in Alicante, Spain to celebrate the end of this TFT set and to forge ahead towards the next one. My name is Nekra and I'm your host this weekend, joined by my wonderful group of friends. We've got Makes, Clement, and Gangly joining me at the top of the day. And how y'all doing? How good does it feel to be back?
There's nothing better than summertime in Alicante, and I'm so excited to share this Tactician's Crown with all our live fans in all the hubs across the globe. It's going to be an amazing event.
I think we would be remiss if we didn't acknowledge the fact that all set long players have been competing for a spot in the TFT Pro Circuit next set, which has made the regionals field the strongest we've ever seen it. It's felt like all set long players have been playing at the top of their game.
Honestly, we're seeing so many new faces this time around as well. I am super curious what our players have to say.
Such high stakes for the 40 competitors that we have gathered from around the globe to compete for this Tactician's Crown. We're going to have a 3-day competition where at the final day on Championship Sunday, we will only have the 8 best players remaining who will battle it out in that final lobby to take the TAC Crown. And it's so exciting because I feel like this particular Tactician's Crown, as you mentioned, Gangly, it was very hard fought to actually get here. And one of the qualification methods for our players to participate at this Tactician's Crown was by battling it out through those regional finals. And we had only one player in each region, in APAC, EMEA, North America, and the CN region, able to make it through that way. So let's talk about our winners. First up, Volta from EMEA. And this is a player I was so excited to see finally win a regional final title. I mean, it's been a long time coming, it feels like, for how many sets Volta has participated in competition, and he stands out as the veteran amongst this field.
And that's so interesting because on the other side of the globe in CN, we have Senbai, who for the very first time makes it into a TOC and then just stomps his way through it. Absolute domination, not a single bottom 4, and a very dominant win in 5 games. I'm super curious what this player has to show on the international stage.
On the other hand, I think, the name of the game is really Rapid Ascension in APAC. For Grenade, our Vietnamese player, he only played in 2 cups and was able to shock the world by winning it all. We don't know really a lot about him, but we know he's blessed because he was able to take the final games with 10 Street Demon and 10 Anima.
Whoa.
You need some luck to do that.
Yeah, we call that Mort Dog's kiss. Over the Americas, I think, you're talking about Rapid Ascension. It's fitting that it was won by Bobster because if you were watching the Americas in previous sets, you might remember this name from set 12. Bobster coming out of nowhere to have a dominant regular season. And then the regional finals comes up, and the Tactician's Crowns comes up, and he just bombs out. He has 2 very poor performances, and when there are no expectations on him going into this Golden Spatula, he comes out of nowhere, and he wins the whole thing. It feels like he's finally checked that box of being able to perform under the lights.
And hopefully that's going to give our players the confidence that they need to really take to this global stage. By winning the regional finals, each of our 4 competitors, alongside Dish Soap, our reigning Tactician's Crown champion, were given a bit of a leg up in the competition. We had a draft to find out our lobbies for our first 2 games of the day. And the way that worked is our 5 competitors got split up so they don't have to play each other. And they were able to pick their competition that they would like to play against in that first lobby. The competition from there were able to pick their next competitors following a snake draft order until we ended up with those lobbies we'll start out with.
And it's interesting because those first 2 games can determine so much. It matters for the momentum, it matters for the mental. There is a lot that's on the line here, and even though we are going to be, of course, reseeding after 2 games, it does kind of play a role.
Even though there's only 2 games to the start of the draft, players get cut after 6. So that's already 1/3 of your journey. There's a lot that stands out here, right here, especially for our Lobby A with Dish Soap and Shunga, our only 2 returning champions.
Yeah, that's a stacked lobby for sure. But if you want to make your own predictions on some of these players and also some of the other components of our Tactician's Crown, make sure that you head over to riot.com/Tactician's Crown so you can participate in the pick'ems powered by AWS. Those are back, and you can win some in-game cosmetics and also participate in our competition right from the comfort of your own home. But they're not going to be over. They're not going to be open for too much longer. So if you need some help, I think Gangly, what you got for us?
Yeah, I figured that it might be helpful for those watching at home to have some insight from a professional TFT analyst.
Who did you ask?
That's messed up. So here I am to give the viewers at home a little bit of some insight. If you're looking for you got to rank the regions, I'm just going to give it to you real quick. It's going to be America, CN, EMEA, APAC. And if you're looking for your crystal ball, I'm telling you your top 3 right now. It's going to be Wei Jin Iverson, Zhao Qi, and Le Coco. And if you have any problem with the things that I've said, I want you to know, reach out to me, hit me up in my DMs. You can find me on X at ClementK2 on X. So feel free to reach out anytime. I want to hear what you have to say to me.
But if you're right, you're Gangly, right?
Yes, if I'm right, it's at Gangly understand.
Oh, okay, but if you're wrong, we all blame Clement.
Thanks for the plug, I guess.
Yeah.
You got me.
Well, let's actually take a look at how the lobbies has shook out after our draft concluded. Clement, you already gave us a bit of a spoiler on what that first lobby is going to look like with those 2 Tacticians Crown champions returning. But what about these lobbies also stands out to you?
I really like the mind games between these players because we can only have 3 players from the same region in a single lobby, so a lot of them use a tactic known as locking out. You pick players from the same lobby and reach the cap early so you can block out better players you think from the same region. We saw this from Steppy. He picked Summertimer so he avoids YBY1, and also AQ1H did that. He picked Xiaoqi to avoid Shundu, the Scrim monster.
Listen, I think that's a good strat, but I have some frustrations to unload, and I've been carrying this since yesterday because the CN players immediately, at the very first chance, picked 2 of, I would say, very strong EMEA players, Solo Gazang and Gobuster being first picked by the CN region. I don't know what that was about.
They just looked at TAC Crown winners, that's all I'm gonna say.
That's messed up.
What drought are we in at the moment?
Listen, it's called ramping. You guys wouldn't know about that, but it's very much the theme of the meta right now.
Okay, scaling into the late game. Well, I love that you brought that up because I think we should talk a little bit about what we expect the tournament meta to look like heading into the Tactician's Crown. And now, if you've played the set for a long time, I don't think a lot of this will come as a surprise to you. But if you're just tuning in to get those exclusive Set 15 reveals, we got you covered for what to see at this tournament.
I would consider the meta to be relatively open right now, but it's important to talk about the conditions in which, or the way that you want to play the different lines. We have our conditional comps that require specific things to be set up, default comps that you can play in most of your games, and then your win out. Win out's what I want to talk about real quick. These are the compositions in which you are sacrificing early resources like HP in order to get additional resources late game, things like Cypher or going fast 9 for Boombot. These are the compositions you want to play for a first.
And if you're just going on the default route, you don't see any of those specific conditions, then this meta has been really heavy around 4 cost and physical damage items, especially with the Kraken, Striker Flail, and the sort of Gwinsu combos. You can see in here in our 3 main physical carries, that's going to be MF, Exo Zeri, and of course Marksman Vanguard. You can take a good 3rd to 5th with them.
I mean, I like what you're talking about here with trying to go for the first or trying to get your top 4s, but I'm all about the spice. I love the conditional compositions that really get opened up by something like having an artifact.
Yeah, I mean, those are really fun. And we kind of also have to admit that there are some comps that kind of fall under multiple categories. Something like that trade tracker that I expect to see a lot all throughout this weekend is conditional, but it's also very much a win-out comp that you can go for.
Or the Graves and the Twisted Fate reroll that we saw under the conditional category, I think just gets so much better when you're able to pair those with a specific artifact.
Yeah, there are some things that you can aim to play and you treat it kind of like a default, but you recognize that every composition has conditions which really make them come alive. And sometimes it's an artifact or an augment or whatever it may be. Though it's all about finding your edge by finding out what takes your comp to the next level.
And I'm so glad that you brought that up, because positioning is going to be one of the key factors that our competitors look at to gain that edge versus the competition. And that's why we've got this tactical breakdown presented by HyperX with our good friends CLE and Gangly. Please take it away.
Thank you very much, Nekra. Yeah, so we just talked very briefly about how we're expecting to see Exotech be one of those playable lines that maybe you play for a win out, or maybe you can default to it. But what I want to do is bring some tech to the viewers at home, give you something in your game that you can use against this Exotech board. It's something called the anti-Sejuani positioning. CLE, Jack right here, welcome so much to the show. Good to have you at your first ever set championship. Can you break down what this anti-Sejuani positioning looks like?
I sure can. I'm super happy to be here. But let's look at this clip from the America's Golden Spatula where we see the anti-Sejuani positioning be highlighted perfectly. And this is something that a lot of our players know how to do. If we look at this fight load in, we'll see right here that we have Sejuani and Braum, Sejuani attacking the Braum on the screen, and we'll see specifically that it is 3 hexes from this side. 3 hexes from this side, meaning that the circle of Sejuani's stun, which is 3 hexes wide, will not hit this backline carry. And as we see this clip play out, we'll see that be absolutely in effect here. The Sejuani will ramp up, the mana will cast, and because of that, we'll see that in the bottom corner, our Urgot is not being hit by that stun.
Yeah, and oftentimes it's just about making sure that your units have uptime and the enemy doesn't have uptime, and it feels like a foolproof plan, right, Jack?
Maybe.
Wrong, you foolish little baby boy, because I'm going to tell you not the anti-Sejuani positioning, but the anti-Sejuani positioning. So I've got this board in front of me, and we're looking at it right now, right? We got our Sejuani hits this Leona, and like you highlighted, Jack, when the Sejuani targets the Leona, it will not reach the Leona's backline, right? We have an Aphelios right here or something. Okay, so here's a little trick you can do. We are going to move this Sejuani over here into the corner.
Okay.
This is where things get a little weird.
Corner.
We're going to put this Kindred in the front line.
You're going to put a backliner in the front line.
We are. And well, there's one last step, and this one's really important. The Nefiri needs to go directly next to the Kindred, right behind, 1 hex behind. And so now when the fight starts, this Leona is going to target the Kindred. The Kindred is ranged, so the Kindred does not move, and then a Nefiri will walk up to this hex. But because the Leona needs to hit the Kindred, she won't move up. She'll move to the right. And this means that when Sejuani walks up and wraps, she's close enough that it changes how the ult actually works. So Jack, why don't you play that next clip to show us exactly what happens?
Because Gangly, that's great in theory, but let's see it actually play out here in a game format. We'll see here on our positioning on screen that we have that Sejuani in A1, the Kindred in A2, and of course, as you mentioned, that Nefiri on the side. So as we load into our fight, we'll see the opposing position with that anti-Sejuani tech.
Anti-Sejuani tech.
This is the anti.
Oh, I see.
As we load in, though, what we want to keep our eye on here is we want to keep our eye on this Leona, seeing if she walks this way, and that is the key to this working. And so we'll see as the fight commences, that is exactly what happens, and because of that, we will see as the Sejuani ramps up with this double Protector's Vow, we'll see that in this circle are both of our carries in the back line, and that is exactly how that works. And because of that, that's how this fight is won, because the damage doesn't have that uptime, and so the damage numbers go down, and your team loses.
It feels like a small optimization, but the reality of it is that when you're playing on a stage like this, in a caliber of play this high, oftentimes it's those small optimizations that actually make the difference between you losing or maybe even you taking home the Tactician's crown.
Well, now I'm excited to see the anti-Sejuani tech.
That's right. Save it for day 3.
Oh, okay. That's how they're going to win in that checkmate format. I got you. We're going to see all of our players take their best strategies in just a couple of minutes. But before that, I think we also need to touch on some of these players that are coming in with a huge legacy behind them. We've got a couple of heavy hitters in this tournament field. And first up, our only 2-time Tactician's crown winner returning to the field. One of 2 alongside Tidal, it's Dish Soap. But I think something interesting about Dish Soap heading into this tournament, I don't think he's in the best form that we've seen from him. The regional finals, it felt like he struggled. He even said that he had a fairly mediocre performance, or a performance that he was unhappy with. But if there's anybody that I think can use the 2-week break that we had between regionals and now, I think it is Dish Soap. Hopefully he can iron out some of those mistakes he was making, and maybe he can get the triple crown.
I mean, talking about someone that used his time wisely, we have to mention Volta. I mean, I love talking about this guy, and for the longest time, he was a king without a crown, or should I be saying a boar without a crown? This time around, though, you mentioned earlier, finally gets that EMEA Champions title, and with that, Volta makes his step here onto the stage for the 6th time with a promising situation.
Another really veteran player is going to be YBY1. Now, you've probably heard of him if you haven't been living underneath a rock. He's been at TAC round twice, both times finished with 3rd place, super consistent, and he's the only player with 2 trips here without ever going 8th place. He's a big streamer, he loves high caps, and what I love about him is that he has that performer's flair with him. You're going to catch him standing up, giving Morkdog an ovation, and clapping his way. He's super fun, super high cap to watch. You got to check him out.
I mean, YBY, he's been to the set championship twice, 3rd place each time. Average of 3 is incredible. But do you know what's better than an average of 3?
What?
Is an average of 1. Because the last person on the list,
True.
it's Shunga, who the set 7 set champion. This is a player who has clearly had what it takes to make it back to the stage, but despite that has failed to make it back here. It's the first time we're seeing Shunga internationally on this stage since set 7. And even though I would say the stats haven't really supported the same dominance we saw back in set 7, everybody knows that Shunga has what it takes to perform here.
And I think just where China is as a region right now is in such a strong position. And that's why we have a special guest on the line with us who can shed a little bit of insight on that CN competition and also knows a bit about what it takes to be able to be at that top level of competition. We're going to be able to talk to Moji in just a little bit. But Clement, as I understand it, Moji has been very influential for the growth of the CN scene, yeah?
Yeah, he really participated a lot in the 4v4 kind of format, and then players realized, wait a minute, he has so many more insights from other regions that can be ported back into CN. They had a super server show for him, so after the super server every day, he would be coaching different top CN players, and that's when things really started to take off for him. A lot of CN players asked him to coach them, and alongside with the stat websites, he'd bring a lot of edges to the region.
Well, let's go ahead and hear from Moji a little bit. Moji, how are you? How are you doing today?
Moji, 你今天过得怎么样?
Hello, I'm feeling great.
So glad to have you here, and thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us. I'm kind of wondering if you could give that insight on how CN is doing as a region. They look very strong as this set, and some of those players have attributed their recent success to you as their coach. So what has been your impact as their coach?
莫基想要问一下，就是 CN 最近的状况怎么样？然后我们有听到不少的一个选手有说，就是因为在您的指教之下，他们有变得更强一点。可以跟我们分享一下你对这个赛区或者你指教选手的影响吗？
其实 CN 本身就有非常好的理解，但是我就是带给他们一些外服的理解。那他们结合了这两个理解之后，当然就可以发挥出更好的实力。
CN has always had very strong views of the game by themselves, but I just brought in more views from different regions, and it created a good reaction.
I love that international competition can really help to increase the competitiveness overall. But Moji, I'm curious about Shendu in particular. I think he's widely considered one of the best players in the entire Tacticians crown field, and you've worked with him very closely. So can you tell us a little bit about that relationship you have together?
我们想要特别聊一下圣毒这位选手，因为外服的选手大家都觉得他非常非常的厉害，那也是跟你1对1当教练就是关系最密切的一位选手。你可以跟我们分享一下你带给他的一些经验，然后你跟他的关系的故事吗？
就一开始是因为 China Super Server 邀请我去当教练嘛，然后他也很欣赏我，然后我也很欣赏他玩游戏的态度，所以说就后面结束之后私底下还是有一些接触这样子。然后我觉得他是一个非常非常努力的选手，所以我也很愿意一直不断的去分享理解给他，然后一起讨论这样子。
It really started with the CN Super Server. He was a player that really embraced my concepts of the game, and I was, as a coach, also really liked this player. He's incredibly hardworking. He's willing to listen to what I have to give him. So I think he's gonna do well.
Awesome. Thank you so much for your time, Moji. 谢谢。
Thank you.
Chengdu belongs to a category of players that I would also love to highlight before we get into our first game, and that is, if you know, you know. These are the players that are at the top of their regions right now and come in as not only fan favorites, but regional favorites. And so Chengdu is on this list.
Chengdu is the best performer in scrims so far. That's why there's so many accolades and seeing him on top of the tier list. He's been a long-term TOC player for 10 sets, but was about to quit this time since he didn't have those results to back it up. He was able to run into Moji. They had a great relationship. And at the start of the TOC final, they had a Kung Fu Panda story where Moji tells him, you were always good enough. Just trust in yourself and go get it. And this is why he's here right now. And this is why he has all of the fans going, the dynasty of Do is about to begin.
Listen, I might not have a cute little story like that, but what I do have is an absolute ladder beast and a ladder bully in Likoko, one of the best, the most consistent players EMEA has to offer. 4th time here at the Tactician's Crown, and every single time he has improved from his previous performance. This time around, I think the top 8 is on the menu.
Talk about improvement, though. Wei-Jin Iverson. He's been to 5 out of the 7 last Tactician's Crowns, and he comes in as one of the favorites to take it all from the Americas. I mean, think about this. He's already been ramping. The fact that he's graduated has given him so much more time to be able to dedicate to actually studying a lot more for TFT, creating more content. A lot of people look up to him to be able to find inspiration for their own games, and I think Wei-Jin Iverson really does have what it takes to be able to win it.
You said it before, he's due, right? And I think it's fitting that the last person on this list, Summertimer, it kind of fits a bit into the category. This is a Japanese player that I think is kind of quietly on the side when you think of Japan as a whole. We think of Taro, we think of Title, of course, but Summertimer had the best AVP in the entirety of APAC, doing it with lines and tech that was pretty interesting, using single cipher cash outs and Senna reroll even in scrims to do so. So Summertimer, if you know, I think this is absolutely a player we should be watching all weekend long.
We have 40 incredible tacticians that are about to take the stage, and we cannot wait to get into that action. But before that, make sure that you're staying tuned all weekend long for exclusive set 15 reveals. First up is going to be a sneak peek after game number 2, so make sure you keep your eyes glued to your screens. But we'll also be having more reveals throughout the weekend. We'll also have a TikTok vertical feed, so check us out on TikTok Live so you get a chance to see all of our reactions to things that are happening in game. We also have even more to show you at riot.com/tacticianscrown. Make sure you get your pick'ems in because the window is closing as we get into our first game. And you can also check out the player hubs that we have around the world where our players are playing on LAN. And we will also be able to show you all of the scores as well as other cool things like what augments they've picked, what comps they're playing.
It's really cool. Please check it out. It's amazing. It's worth it.
We also have a Twitch extension as well, so if you're watching on Twitch, that's also really great. But let's check out one of the player hubs we've got here.
I believe this one is from Dallas.
Yeah, I believe that's the friends and family room, as they're calling it. So all of the players are, of course, not sitting around. They're waiting for game 1 to start. They're on their setups, waiting to load into game. And this is people they brought along for support. I believe Wei-Jin's mom, for example, is there. So super, super cool to see them kind of come together there. And I love that we're bringing these regional hubs in.
I know UMEA has had that for quite a while, and I've always been so jealous.
Here it is.
Speaking of which, we've got Warsaw here.
Oh, it's so cool to see all the players together. It's something so unique that we don't get to see in TFT. I mean, if you're a fan of more the Eastern TFT, you've seen it. CN has been doing that for so long. But I think especially for Western fans, it's really special to finally have this moment where we get to watch all of our players collectively be in the same space.
The pressure, the fan interaction, it adds an entirely new dimension, and it really feels more like live esports when you get that venue and people watching you.
Oh, the taste of the TFT Vegas and the TFT Macau Opens, it just has me craving for more of that LAN interaction. So I'm really happy that our players get a chance to experience that here. But the pressure, I think that's something very real to talk about because when you actually have a live crowd behind you. I remember talking to a couple of our players that made it to the final lobby at our Opens, and you feel it. The stage is shaking underneath you, and you can see the people in the crowd actually having reactions to what you're doing.
Listen, there's nothing better than watching a roll down and somebody hits and the crowd goes wild. It is just, I love it so much.
It's about who can channel that energy. And another really important point, who can play the game without looking at stats websites. That's also very important.
That's hard.
It is. I mean, yeah, I think there's an argument that CN and EMEA might have a bit of an edge because they're the two regions that have the most experience with players playing either on LAN with a crowd or just kind of in a remote location outside their home. For a lot of the Americas players, this is going to be the first time that they've ever played outside of their bedrooms in a competitive setting.
Oh, that shows sometimes.
Well, they are allowed to have like a piece of paper with notes on it. That's what they're bringing into. I would love, personally, I don't know how you guys are feeling. I would love to see what they wrote on there. Just the individual players, what kind of notes they have been taking, what they deem valuable to not actually kind of keep in their head, but need for note.
I can tell you exactly what Dehua says. It says, sell board at 1-3.
No!
And that's it.
Goodbye, Cypher players.
Yeah.
Okay, but actually seeing him do that in the regional finals was something else. Well, we can take a look at our other player hub here. Look,
Chengdu?
Yep,
Yeah.
this is
Wow.
Chengdu, and they actually have a Chonks party land. So all the fans can go there. There's a lot of
Wow.
Chonk-themed things that you can interact with, and also a much larger live audience allowed on stage.
did you
A little
all see the
wave.
giant chonk in Macau?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I missed it.
Yeah, I tried to get
I
to
wanted
it.
to hug it.
Maybe we can bring it back for the next Open in Paris this year.
That's right. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I want to see a chunk with a baguette or something.
Can you imagine? What do you think Chonk's favorite food is?
It has
good
to be
question.
something with high calories.
Cookies, probably.
Yeah.
He strikes me like a.
I don't know why,
Like a
but I feel
snacker.
like Xiaolong Bao. Soup dumpling.
Is that soup dumplings? Okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
I
I
think
could see
soup
it.
dumplings.
I mean, who doesn't like a soup dumpling, right?
That's right.
I think he could throw back like 100.
Wow.
That'd be a record.
Well, he is pretty big.
A big appetite, but it also means, you know, a lot more to love.
That's true.
Yeah, there's a lot about this Tactician's Crown that I think people we haven't really had a lot of time to talk about. One of the things that really does strike me, and we touched a little bit on it, is kind of the rise of the newcomers, right? I mean, in the last few sets, it feels like we are constantly being hit with previous set champions, all kind of culminating in a single spot. It's kind of like the Battle of the Kings. That is not the story of this Tactician's Crown, and I think it actually provides a really unique opportunity for some of the newcomers, but also some of the veterans who are reinventing themselves. I think of players like Chengdu, like we've talked about, Kuramex, who competed against Chengdu back in set 3. It gives them an opportunity to show that sometimes old dogs can learn new tricks, and they're not a known quantity. So I think in a unique way, having fewer set champions present at this event provides a platform that we have not seen in any of the recent set championships before.
And we can talk about why that is, because this meta in this set is very special in the sense that you have to react to changing game strategies.
Yeah.
There's a lot of extra resources being thrown into the game through hacks. If you look at the win-out compositions, they're actually 2 tiers above the default comps. So whenever you're thinking about the key strategies, and I've heard this from a lot of our top players, is that you have to take control of weird win-out conditions that aren't usually there. The 3-star 4 costs, the extra secondary carries that you can find in your compositions. If you're just playing default, it's not going to work out.
Listen, I'm actually not surprised we're having a lot of players in this group that we would classify as flowchart TFT players, because in a meta like this one, where so much gets thrown at you, where you can change your kind of position so many times, it can be helpful if you locked in your direction early on and you're just kind of checking the boxes and making sure you're trotting down that course, whereas other people might get lost in the waters.
Yeah, and I have huge respect for flowchart players, and I think we should explain the term a little so everyone
Sure,
kind of
yeah.
understands, gets on the same page.
Of course.
Flowchart is the most efficient way to play, but it's usually about line selection and playing a lot of lines, so you can always land on the right places. However, it does mean that your edge in specific lines might be a little less.
So let's go ahead and get into game number 1 of the Tactician's Crown for Cyber City. You can see your players before you. We've got Garrett to kick things off.
way.
We were just letting the hype build up to this moment. Golems with emblems.
Listen, we all tried to not talk about the possible encounters, to
Wow.
not jinx this. We did our part, Chad. I'm just going to say this is not on us.
Oh, it's totally on us.
No,
It's the tech crown. You've got to get all of the exciting moments for here.
You guys said it before that this set has so many additional resources, but also there is just certain encounters that will give you a lot of variance where if you do not have a game plan, if you do not feel prepared to take what the game throws at you, it's going to get out of hand very, very quickly.
And the first thing we notice is that all 3 of our players we've seen so far have Street Demon.
Yeah.
So this is going to be a massive, I think it might be a car wreck where a lot of people are going for the same comp.
Specifically because in the Garen encounter, it's where the prismatic traits come alive. It's so much easier to find 10 Street Demon, 10 Anima, because you only need 1 additional emblem.
Yeah, exactly. And we can see the emblems on the right-hand side there. We have 2 of the animas. I was kind of looking for the Exotech as well, as we were already calling out the Street Demon. And Li Xiao seems to be the only one that has found an Exotech emblem on his golem. So that is going to be another option there. If the items are favorable, we're going to see whether or not that is the case. But you're right, those verticals definitely going to matter. And that's also a question with the augments coming in, on whether or not you can get another one of these emblems to really go for the vertical.
Oh,
Okay.
we've got golds and then 2 silvers if you want to choose.
And a big thing about these golems is that a lot of players will start full open and try to get a spat on early carousels. That's one of the easiest ways to ensure a win out. So lose streak, I think augments can provide a little bit more value early on.
Shop glitch coming in from Winvu could be a potential Graves angle depending on itemization that comes through, but Shop glitch really good with any sort of reroll based on his golem right now. I think that's where I'd personally be heading toward.
Yeah, and the great thing about Glitch Shop is you don't actually have to play reroll with his augment. You can actually just play tempo, which I expect him to do with the Anima. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, play Shop glitch into Anima instead, play for more tempo, get the upgraded Animas on stage 2 and 3.
Yep.
I could see
Usually
that.
when you're playing Anima, it's so easy to hit all of your forecasts. Nobody wants them.
Yeah, I could see that. I could absolutely see that. Oh, branching out taken from, who is this? Steppy. What do we actually get
Marksman.
here? Marksman +1, okay.
We see this most with Exotech, especially on Zeri. Or it could be a Dynamo line because he also obviously does have the Syndicate.
Yep, and we also just have the Anima too, right? So it fits in naturally into that synergy. I think there's a couple different ways we can go. And of course, there's always the option to just raw reforge it later on in the game and see where it gets us.
Yeah, I really love the emblems this time because they give special effects.
We were looking, or are still looking at Steppy here, Clement, and you said that's a player that's really fun to watch, always has a little bit of a unique meta read. I would argue that having a Dynamo and an Anima emblem are rather traditional, expected compositions. Do you think a player like Steppy would go down that road, or are you expecting him to find like a creative assembling of making use of more than one?
I think you're absolutely correct because he does have 3 Dynamos on his bench, so it does seem like he's just going to go into that direction.
I always find picking just maybe one of the emblems to lean into is easier. I just always get so dizzy trying to figure out how many that I can fit onto the board.
In a perfect world, it's kind of like you can use them all at different points. You have one that you're playing for your late game insurance and some others that you're playing for your early game to kind of bridge your way there.
Yeah, it's a really good call out on trying to manage tempo. In talking about the loose streakers, Liras has a really good strategy here. He actually took high stakes where you lose your HP.
Oh, very smart.
And that's really good because you can be the first one on carousel to secure the spats, and he does have Street Demon in already.
And it's interesting because Liras is a player that is rather young when you look at our player field. And the comparison that most people have been making is to a Volta, actually. And Volta is known for playing to very unique outs, to playing for very high reward, high risk, a player with one of the highest first place races. And I'm expecting Liras to follow a similar pattern.
I love, that was this dish soap spot right now, who took delayed start out of the Golem. So because of the Golem giving the Street Demon and having, I think it was Marksman and Rapid Fire, he has a lot of outs to get synergies no matter what units he's actually dropped off the delayed start. So he's able to get the 3 Street Demon in, and while he's not getting the full streak, I think it's a really nice setup to go into stage 3 feeling like you have clear direction.
I think the most interesting thing about his spot is the pickup of the 2 Nikos, because you don't really think about a reroll comp when you look at his Garen Golem. So he might be looking for an untraditional out, a better way to cap out his board later on.
Well, we are going to be going into
Spats,
our first
spats.
carousel. Is there a spatula? The answer is going to be no.
There are
for
Cypher
now.
units, though, so let's pay attention to see if anyone does try to rush for an early Cypher. Both Galio and LeBlanc on the carousel, not picked up yet. Doesn't seem to be a priority for anyone, actually. We might have no stage 2 Cypher players.
Oh, I'm seeing something really big for Summertimer. He has an additional Divinicorp emblem.
Oh,
he
that's
hit
so
off of
good.
branching out. He already had one
Yes.
on his golems.
His setup was actually really interesting because I believe he also has Slayer and Dynamo. So he has 3 emblems that all fit very well into that vertical Divinicore trait. We don't oftentimes see the vertical Divinicore Z line, but that's the beauty of the golems, is that it opens up lines that are traditionally not able to be played from a default position.
That's right, and I expect we're going to be seeing a lot more of that with some of the popular lines being taken. And
Ooh.
someone that I was looking a little bit at is Experium, because he has a Bruiser emblem, and you know, there's been a lot of favoritism around that kind of fiddle Bruiser line in the EMEA. I'm curious whether or not that is going to be something he considers.
He
I'm
also
seeing an Exotech
That's right. He-
emblem.
took branching out and got Exotech as well. So, I mean, I think it is one of the things when you're playing, it would be really nice to have 3 emblems that you can put on your Exotech board. And because you don't actually have an Exotech golem, you're not going to get the same amount of HP on him that you would otherwise. But it is still good to have. One of the nice things about Exotech is how wide the synergy tree can go when you're playing the vertical. So having the +1 Bruiser, for instance, gives your Mordekaiser a lot of beefy stats, even just on the level 8 board.
Oh, don't worry. He's going to hit Trait Tracker on 3-2 and cap out on level 6.
Imagine.
That's the game plan.
Yeah, I can see it. I see the angle.
So we have 2 full win streakers, Shunga and Steppy. Let's see if they actually run into each other.
Yeah.
The tempo game plan in Garen lobbies is a little bit less common, but if he can get this off, he has a clear path to that boom bot game plan.
Wow. Okay, one thing I want to call about Shunga's spot is if you look at the emblems on the golem and you think about the level 8 boards that work really well with Boombot, you now have a very clear brand angle that works on level 8 to bridge your way to 9 if you don't have enough gold to go straight to 9. I think that Shunga's spot is not super easy to play, but the line is there, and if he executes well, I would fully expect Shunga to be able to navigate this to a top 2 if the the game goes his way.
And
You mean if you get the champions, you mean?
Yeah.
They get their wish. They face each other. It's a gentleman's handshake.
Yep.
You get the full win streak, the full loss streak. And that just means everyone in the middle is a little bit worse off because you have these big econs going to the top and the bot.
You say a little bit worse off. I feel like in the current meta, it's even more punishing than before because you get so much extra resources being thrown at you that if you get an early up from a streak, you're just going to be snowballing your econ.
Steppy's keeping the win streak too.
Oh, wow. That's a lot of pressure. And in this meta, like going off what Makes was just talking about, the fast 9 strategy is so prevalent that if you don't have a good streak early, then it becomes a little bit out of reach and really hurts your placements.
It's set on the left. Somebody has 4 Cypher in. Do we know which board that actually is? I imagine that would have to be... It might be Nguyen, because Summertimer is the board we're looking at, but Nguyen is on the 3 loss streak, so that would make sense if he is the one leaning into Cypher. Definitely someone we want to keep our eyes on, though.
I don't think that's correct.
Are you sure it's not
Lyris?
Lyris?
Yeah. I think it's going to be Lyris.
Okay.
We'll need to see what exactly is going on there.
High stakes into Cypher is very spicy if it is at Lyris.
Our 2 win streak players on the side-by-side here.
You see Steppy already going to level 6? Level 6 40, too. Plenty of gold coming in from Steppy. Of course, yeah, Junga has to match that.
Yeah, I do want to, outside of our win streak, of course, there is a glitch shop player. Then we can see if he is all-inning onto the reroll line.
Yeah.
So it is actually Shunga who's on level 6 and Steppy who's now going to follow. There's an inverted overlay, but we're going to get that.
We're facing them.
You're right.
But they are going up against each other, so somebody will lose that win streak. Now, despite both of them trying to invest a little bit to keep that going, it's just not going to go their way.
So much front line on both sides, too. The Jacks does fall. Steppy's board starting to crumble a little bit, though. It's a close fight.
I think. With the Archangels, it's just so much damage.
Wow. Oh, man. Spoils of War. That's a Spoils of War as well for Shunga, I think, is what we just saw. So, does feel bad to lose your streak, though. I don't think it ruins your game by any stretch, though. He's got plenty of gold to work with.
I love silver augments. No forward thinking, no trade tracker. We're going back to boots on the ground TFT.
This is I think Dishop actually might have a potential Rengar Jinx angle, playing
Yeah, it's
delayed
rig
start.
shot.
Yeah, he is rig start, rig shot plus the team building that you called out earlier. This is a competition we do not see very often at all, and I would love to see how this actually works out for Dishop. He's a player who's known for kind of being open to lines when you have the perfect spot, and I don't think someone like Dish is willing to play that line in particular unless he truly believes that he is the right spot for it.
Yeah, so taking a look at Chunga here, did lose out between that battle of our win streakers. Steppy going to be the one that is going to keep that alive, and actually invested quite a lot on level 6 here as well to try and see if there's anything else he can find to upgrade that Mordekaiser on the board, doing a lot of work as we are, of course, looking around that Exotech line.
It's very interesting because we're going to have so many 3-cost compositions in this lobby. We have the Wenwu also going for the Yuumi out, and meanwhile Steppy alongside with Dish Soap with the rig shop.
Yeah.
So there's going to be a lot of high cap boards with those 27 cost units on the board.
I think Steppy's line right now looks actually, there's a world where this might even go towards something like the Braum Elise reroll, right? We're playing a rig shop. We have Anima +1, Dynamo +1, Syndicate +1, all of which lean very heavily into that Dynamo line because you have Misfortune plus Aurora. So if Steppy gets everything online, I could see this going very well. What I will say is that we haven't seen the reroll variation of Dynamo do particularly well. But I think when you're playing it from this far ahead, this is the way that you want to play it. So it's worth it to keep our eyes on him.
I mean, the name of the game for today, to kind of just take a little bit of a step back, is to not end up in the bottom 8. So
true.
if you have a position where you can kind of find your way into a decent reroll that's going to end up giving you a 4th place, then I don't think you're too mad about it because you are preserving so much HP early on, and you are setting yourself up for success in the late run by just using HP as a resource and saying, okay, I'm actually not going to go down that route, contesting other people. I'll just play the strongest board as long as I can, and once it falls off, that's just how it's going to be.
Checking on Liras' spot, he's going to be contesting Dish Soap here. Already 2 of the Rengars out, and he has a brand right there. This is the comp, exactly what he wants to go for. He's been using the Pandora's Bench for his 4 costs, and he hits it right off the bat.
It's really big. Has so many good items for that brand as well that are already crafted onto the Yuumi.
Wenwu took Rod off Carousel. I do see a lot of AP components, but we also see the late game specialist. Late game specialist shop glitch for Wenwu.
Yeah, he's going Cypher. He's going to be the Cypher player. 4 Cypher in
But
with
the late
glitch
game,
shop.
but the late game specialist is a weird pick there, no?
Yeah, it is a very weird pick.
I'm a little confused by this line. Let's see what his golem is. Anima, Executioner, Marksman. Is he going vertical Anima out of this? Cypher into
Possibly.
Anima is not a traditional Cypher cash out line.
Probably going for, my guess with a lot of these is like the ANP line. We don't see that as much.
Maybe AMP, yeah.
But it seems like the line that's currently open right now.
Listen, maybe that's just secret tech. Maybe that's just something where they think this is a good spot for it. It's conditional a little bit to make it happen.
Yeah, Wenwu is our mystery player.
Dishop is level 7, 10 gold right now. Going very aggressive on 3-5. Maybe for this fight in particular to try and take down Steppy and stop him from snowballing even more. He does have Jinx too. His front line's just about dead, but no, yeah, Steppy's going to lose this fight. That's a really big fight win for Dishop here.
And it's kind of interesting. He's actually going for Jinx. I didn't think I saw Rengar items.
I know, I think he had BT Titans.
He has,
Oh, he had?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
he has
okay.
and he has a
BT.
Gravesend as well to activate the Executioner.
Yeah, back in the day, we had seen a few different forms of the Rengar come alive. Most traditionally right now, I know people really like to play the vertical Street Demon where you play the Rengar and the Jinx, less so on the additional Executioners. But having 2 Executioner online is a very big spike for Rengar.
There is a player in this tournament that we in EMEA were kind of talking about, plays a lot of Rengar Jinx. It's going to be Clicornin, but he's not in this lobby, so I'm very surprised to see Rengar Jinx make an appearance this early on. But of course, enabled by the Golem, and having that Rengar and that Jinx already on 3-6 on level 2 start 2 is going to be really, really important. However, I do want to emphasize, if you are playing into Rengar Jinx, that Jinx does a lot of lifting in that comp. She cannot be neglected, and she's going to need some items as well. well. So hopefully we're going to be getting some more components on the side of Dish Soap to make this comp come together.
Winbu found an early
Kobuko. Yeah, we need to see Winvu on the next round too. He's going to have a potential Cypher cash out and shop glitch, so it's going to be a huge turn for Winvu right now.
And we're going to see what he does with that late game specialist, because most of the times you only stay at level 8 with the Cypher.
22 HP for Winvu as well, so you really want to be able to stabilize on 4-1. You do not want to go down to 1 life.
90.
Oh, duplicator plus
a duplicator.
plus gold plus a champion. Let's see what the champion actually is, and the shop glitch coming through.
All right, Zaya.
There's a lot of things
If your
to do right
game
now.
plan was Anima, that is probably one of the best 4 costs you could have gotten here.
He did find it. He has 7 Anima right now. Doesn't find that. He doesn't pick up the Jin. Instead, he's playing the Kabuko on his board.
Misses a little bit on the 290 cash out. You really want the Masterwork upgrade.
Yeah.
Typically considered the best one. Artifacts are very iffy. Prismatic.
Prismatic orb.
Whoa.
Okay.
Well, you don't need a good Cypher cash out if you just get a prismatic orb.
I mean, I think if you're the Cypher player, you're actually very upset to see the Prismatic Orb, because all of a sudden, right after you've gotten a big spike, the rest of the lobby now got these free resources seemingly out of nowhere.
Zac?
The Zac is a big pickup here. I'm assuming we're going to try and go 8 here and roll, right? We have the duplicator. We have to be able to stabilize our board. We're only at 22 HP.
Experian got 2 artifacts from the
Prismatic. Crazy.
Wow.
Listen, I don't want to be the one to say it, but sometimes being lucky
is better than being good.
Silver Mare is pretty good.
Let's see what the pickup is.
Yeah, it's Light
Light Shield Crest. I mean, all things considered, I think Experience in a really good spot. We have Ace area online. We have because we have the Exo item, it does allow us to be able to play this Cho'Gath, which fits so well on the board and provide you the front line for your ramp, and even the strength of having the Jin 2. It's oftentimes an overlooked part of this Exo board. Question, is it enough to take out the Rengar? Whoa, yep. The last grenade hit of the Jin actually takes out the Rengar.
Looks like Dish Soap ended up getting a Radiant Bloodthirster from the orb.
Yeah, that Masterwork upgrade coming in. But lastly, we're going to be getting a set of Prismatics to round out our first game of the day.
How do you like? Okay, I was gonna see if Dish Soap takes Radiant Refractor there and goes double Radiant item on the Rengar, but instead it's gonna go for the Sword Overflow. It looked like to try and get items for your Jinx. I like the setup a lot. Makes sense. Good choice.
Yeah, and I was really looking for invested for Wenwu when you already have late game specialists. Get the gold injection.
I think Steppy took invested actually.
The rest already going for the 3-star 4-cost strategy right here with the Brand and Ziggs. He's going to be completely open on the Ziggs, so that's going to be something people will have to defend against.
Okay, note, Dish Soap did roll down to 0 to try and upgrade. I don't know how many of his duplicators he has.
Oh, there we go,
okay.
Rengar 3.
He used 2 of them, it looked like, on the
I
Rengar.
think so, yeah.
So he might have none left, which means that he's going to have to find that last Jinx all on his own.
Also still needing 2 more items to really make that Jinx come together. I was also looking at the rest a little bit, like you're pointing out, Clement. I was seeing if maybe we have already found any 2-star 4 costs to cycle through on that Pandora's bench, but there's still some upgrades missing in the front line for the event specifically, and with how many players have been getting some Street Demon emblems and are kind of leaning into that line, I think he might be having a harder time getting that Nico upgraded that he's currently waiting for. As that Jinx 3
Yeah,
falls online for Dish.
He's stuck on level 7 for gold. He really needed to turn the corner right there.
Sure.
For Wenwu, it's actually going to be a Greater Moonlight. Interesting for the 1-star Silas in the front line.
So we were talking about that late game specialist, right? Let's just quickly check in as we are in Nanwu's board. 4-3, we have 33 gold and not too much HP to work with. Every single round could be the last one. Really kind of, I think, caught between a rock and a hard place when that Otlin selection came through.
I kind of wonder whether maybe Wenwu didn't get any better options for a silver, and you kind of go, well, if I'm going to be in this game long enough, then at some point I'm going to get a big payout from this.
Yeah, I think all things considered, the Prismatic pickup is actually really strong. One of the great things about Greater Moonlight is how much value you get out of it without having to invest any gold. You don't have to upgrade your front line in order to get the Silas 4. I actually think it might be one of the best ways for him to be able to go 9 from here.
Yeah, to me it does read as a bit of a desperation play because he only has 10 HP. He needs the strongest power right now.
Two pans and a spat.
Yeah.
God.
Okay, Disto
keep the
picked up
Reforgers.
1. Wait, did Disto have +1 Street Demon? He did, yeah.
He did.
Yeah,
He did.
Yeah.
He's
So
one of the +1 Street Demon players, yes. But I don't know what open components
We
he
can
actually has.
tell right now that there's no Reforgers here. So
Okay.
if it's just the spat, he either has to wait or settle for Executioners.
Yeah, because it's just the sword on the Jinx. But honestly, Executioner's really not that bad, is it? Because you already have the Rengar, and so you get an additional Executioner.
Wait, are we
stat.
sure? We're sure that there were no... I think it was only showing completed items on units. I don't think it was showing item bench. There might actually...
Oh,
No,
there
no,
that should be
there's
on
an
bench.
Okay,
open
okay, we're good, okay,
sword
yeah, you're right.
on the Jinx.
Okay, okay.
The question is, does he want to slam it? Or does he think he can
He
hold
has
out?
36
Maybe
HP.
Raptors, you know?
I
There
think
could
he
be
will make
something
it
else
to
to come
Raptors.
around. Yeah.
Yeah, in this spawn, I think you just have to pray and hope. Hope this stabilizes you and see if you can go 9 for the big win out.
Checking in with Experian, also a player that did pick up that pan there, seems to be on a similar idea, is going to be waiting out the Raptors to actually get something to slam it. No open components as far as I can see on this board, but with 7X attack online, does have that theory not upgraded just yet, is going to be the next big chase factor to look out for, but Wenwin is on the other side, and this one is actually looking kind of hard despite that 4-star Silas coming on in. Zaya under attack as well, and unfortunately not enough.
Wow.
As he drops really
Winvu
low.
lost that fight by literally a split second. The Zaya cast was about to come through. If it does, Winvu wins that fight. Instead, he's down to 1 HP. He has to survive this turn. Wait, is he leveling right now?
Yep.
He is.
Pay out.
He finds...
You don't need to survive if you actually can hit late game specialist.
Hey, but what can
Hopefully
you
he
find?
finds something.
I just want to say for Anima, you hope that there's very low resources. That way your
Yeah.
weapons actually make the most difference. But in this type of lobby with prismatics and then a prismatic orb, it's very hard, even with the cash out, to survive for him.
Yeah.
Well, 1 HP in a dream. That's what we always say.
Come on for APAC.
And Lires on the other side is still looking for those upgrades. Has found the Nico too, a big upgrade for that front line. Question is, can Winwu chew through it? Can he
much
take them
damage.
down before that Brand reaches the backline with that Zaya there? And it is going to be quite tough for Winwu to do just that. Not going to be able to first elimination of the day.
It was so tough because I think the binary airdrop just provided so many tank value items. How do you chew through that with that board?
Yeah, Anima definitely, it lacks a lot of the same damage that many other boards have, especially into the late game, because when you don't have the Aurora, you're looking at just the primary source of damage in your Zaya and then relying a lot on the Anima weapon, and it's just not enough for Winvu. So tough eighth, but there's plenty of TFT left to be played, so gotta see how he bounces back.
I want to see if Dish Soap gets dropped a rod, as well as our other open panned players.
Oh wow, there's a lot of really good stuff going on here. I didn't even think about it before when Steppy got dropped the Marksman emblem, how well that actually works with the MF, because the synergy, like you were saying, with these emblems, the Marksman emblem is going to shred armor on hit, but because Misfortune has so many hits of her ultimate, it gets so much value.
Has to
think
go
he got
for the
the rocket.
strategist, just doesn't have enough time to survive. Thinking about level 9, not practical in Dish Soap's spot right now.
That's too bad because you did get the rod.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think honestly at this point, like I don't, as much as strategist is going to be the lower cap, I actually think it's very strong in this position.
You have to.
Yeah.
Nico with the Echo. You
mean-
also have the strategist from the Zig.
And think about the damage reduction you're getting on this Rengar. That's kind of the name of the game, is how do you keep the Rengar alive? You have the prismatic, the Radiant Bloodthirster on it, or you have the Titan stacking up. Getting the additional damage reduction allows him to jump into the backline and not get blown up by things like the Brand and the Ziggs here.
This is a very good matchup for him. Both of the damage dealers on Lares's board are AoE damage dealers.
Yep.
So this could break the streak right here if he can
Close.
get over that Nico.
He's got to jump one more time.
There we go.
Woo, that was close.
Well, the Nico actually walked onto the Jinx. And so the Jinx was stuck having to deal with this Hull Crusher Nico.
Wow.
I do want to point out, if you look towards the right side of our screen, that most of our lobby is pretty broke. 2 exemptions. Lires, who was playing around that very early lose streak, and Lisao, who kind of just climbed up, made money, and is now sitting at the very top, most HP in the lobby as of right now, and just dominating from the very top down.
I do think Lee Sao probably has the win-out condition here because he is going for the Boombot board very early on and played a beautiful stage 3 to get a lot of HP. So I haven't seen his board, but if I had to guess, he's probably the most likely to take the lobby.
Man, taking Rig Shop and invested for Steppy and then being level 7-0 gold, to be honest, this feels a bit disastrous for the way that his early game looked. I think he has to be very, very upset with the way that this game actually panned out. He's still on an MF1. Yes, you did hit the upgraded Elise and the Braum, but like I was saying before, this is not the composition that we've seen have a myriad of success throughout all of the regions. It feels like Steppy's kind of destined to a bot 2, maybe a 6th if he gets a little lucky.
Yeah, it's not looking good.
Bad start for APAC. Go, Summer Timer. You still got this.
You got it, buddy.
Trust in you.
Well, for now, we're going to be taking a look at Shunga, who also slammed that Boombot emblem he got from the very first augment set, and also found an Urgot that is now fully itemized in the back right corner. A very strong unit in the current meta.
Did you see Shunga opts to not go for the Zanya's Hourglass on the Boombot Aurora, instead really wants to prioritize getting the anti-heal and the scaling damage of the Archangels. But obviously, as we've seen, Aurora with Zanya's can be such a powerful tool. The question is he going to be getting enough value out of his artifact to still win a fight like this?
Oh, and this might be Steppy's last life as he's going up against Summer Timer, so it's an APAC battle between each other. Steppy's corner carries gets obliterated by Summer Timer's Divinicorp MF.
Shunga's going to lose too, it looks like. There's no more damage left on the field. It's just the Cho'Gath in the back line. He's going to fall as well. Find out which one of them goes 7th, which one of them goes 6th, though.
HP battle to the race to the bottom.
Ooh, very close. But Shunga's going to squeeze out of place.
Oh.
Another artifact?
Come on.
Garen, Artifact, Prismatic Loot Orbs. We're really getting a treat here for the first game of the day.
I mean, after all, this set is hacked, and it seems like this game in particular is.
I want to see what Dishsoap gets here because Jinx is so powerful with certain artifacts. In particular, Mana Zane is one of those that allows her to ramp up so well. And with a 3-star 3 cost on the board as well, he can use this better than many other boards.
This could be the perfect cash out. He was missing the armor shred, and he gets the even shred on top of it to go with it. Infinity Force is acceptable, or if you want a better tank, probably
Hulk
Hulk
Crusher is pretty good here because of the Street Demon layout.
Yeah.
Yeah, go for the Infinity Force. I agree with what you were saying. Dishsoap also currently the only player that is on a very good win streak and looking really good here. Unfortunately, Artifact Anvil not going his way. We're going to be checking in with Lisa. We were talking about that stage 3 being very, very good here. I think a bunch of it also may be part of the component buffet, being able to really tailor your board to something like a Golem's Lobby. But yeah, looking at this fight. Summer Timer on the other side.
What a hit. Flicker Blade on his backline Zeri. One of the best AVP hits you could find on the Exotech.
And look at the Sejuani, anti-Sejuani positioning we just saw there.
Nice, very nice.
Great lockdown onto the Urgot.
Anti.
I think that might be our first case of anti.
I'm just saying, it's a little bit easier when Summer Timer has Spotlight.
Yeah.
Oh, come on.
Man, what did Dishsoap end up taking out of that?
Infinity Force.
Infinity Force on your Jinx. Okay, does make sense. You get a lot of base stats. At this point, though, it does feel a little bit hard for him to get that much stronger. Everything's upgraded. It's just looking for blobs at this point. Also worth noting, he has his Zac in the back line, actually getting the damage increase, not the damage reduction from Strategist.
So interestingly enough, we were talking about Divinicorp usually not being a board that we see a lot. And most of the times when we see Vertical Divinicorp, it plays around that set. Summer Timer saying that's not really what I want to do here. Plays around that Misfortune instead to try and have a carry that is more protected than that set sometimes is. Also drags in that Urgot too from the Aurora, but is it going to be good enough as he goes up against the Knights? And that board has already finished up what was left from Summertimers here. And yeah, Clement, a bad start for APAC.
Can I actually jump in here? I just want to say it kind of felt to me like Summertime's like he's playing the honest man's composition. He's just, he's got all the normal stuff going on. He's playing around his golem. Everybody else in this lobby has just hit the nuts. Like they all hit exactly what they need.
Lures had the extra big voidling, like it's just such a big beefy unit to get past.
Wow, look at that Cho'Gath. So he was
artifact.
able to find Talisman of Ascension onto that Cho, and with the Exotech on him as well, he has so much HP.
Yeah.
Even without those items, Cho'Gath hardly does go down. With those, that's just a whole raid boss you assemble.
Well, there's some fights where just the way that the fight plays out, sometimes Cho'Gath just kind of waltzes into the back line while everyone else is attacking a different frontliner. You can kind of use that to your advantage if you're able to leverage something like a third item on Mordekaiser maybe, which actually you don't. Oh, you have a potential Dragon's Claw pickup here if you want that, or maybe, okay, third Jin item. But if you can kind of manage to get this Cho'Gath out of harm's way for the first 5 to 7 seconds of the fight, it actually makes it a lot easier for him to last until that Talisman will proc.
Yeah, I think the key thing between these two players is that targeting from Zeri. That's the best single target damage you can find on this board to go up against that 3-star Rengar. It's not going to be the fight that we're checking in, but Lires is, wow, look at that board.
Yeah, there's just so many damage threats here, and the binary airdrop that you called out before makes is just everything on your board's getting so many stats and getting so much value from the additional items.
They absolutely do, and it is gonna be enough. Lires does take down Experian. We're gonna be seeing whether or not Dish Soap survives. He was very low as well,
But he does.
seems like that's the case.
Last life probably, though, I think just looking at the boards that Lures and Li Tao have, I think it's going to be tough.
Yeah, he's likely playing against Lires right now. And I would say this is actually a favorable matchup for the Rengar, since it's mainly AoE damage.
Well, if you look at Lyris' board, one of the main things is that he wants to play a front to back, right? He wants the front line to live forever so that the AoE damage dealers of the back line can deal their damage, but Rengar gets to bypass that. I'm not exactly sold on Dishope actually taking the fight, but I think if there was a matchup he was going to play and feel okay about, it actually would be this one.
But he gets stunned.
It's the stun, the bounce house.
Yeah,
He's dead.
It's just too much. The Kobuko just, it really does prove to be too much of a hard counter to the Rengar there. Dishope's certainly going to go out in third here. Honestly, though, pretty good third. Good third.
A great third, honestly. I don't think that he was given the best spot with just how many players were contesting with the Street Demon emblems, but he found such a unique way to be able to use every single emblem on that golem.
The hand holding here is just epic. 4-win streak, 6-win streak. Where have you been, brother?
I do want to say I'm very impressed with both of these players. The way they navigated what arguably is a very, very hard game of TFT with so much randomness from that golem on top of a prismatic orb that did come through and so on. I'm really, really excited to see who's actually going to be taking the cake here.
I think HP totals are in such a place that, yeah, neither player is going to be eliminated here. It's going to take minimum 2 fights, but maybe even 3, depending on, actually it could be 4, depending on how the marbles fall exactly. But it's gonna kind of set the stage for us to see what we can expect. Frontline's already just crumbling to the side of Li Sao. Actually, you can see the damage dealer, though, gets onto the Samira so quickly and able to just bypass the Nico entirely. Wait a second. Wait a second.
Did you just see what the Garen did?
Without stacking damage or 1 Nico.
Wow, the Garen 2-shot the backline was on the same side as the Varus, and he takes the fight! It was looking so bad for Li Sao at the start of that one. I think we need to check his mods on his front line. If those are Exotech mods, it makes a huge difference.
That was wild, though. I just saw the backline get demolished. That brand went bye-bye.
Okay, I want to call out Lyris playing binary airdrop only has 1 item on the Kabuko. So while this is a 1 item increase for the side of Li Sao, this is a 2 item increase for Lyris, who's now going to have a Kabuko 2 with 3 items instead of a Kabuko 1 with 1 item.
Hey, Li Sao's got 2 items. I got a Thief's Gloves. So it
That kind of counts.
Yeah.
Equalizing here a little bit. I was kind of scoffing at you, Gangli, when you said, oh, it might be 4 fights, but with how close this one was, I think you might be right.
And with that extra Thieves Gloves, he's able to shift things around, has a very good find on the Garen with the Sterix. A lot of AD there.
You see the Vex positioning here. Actually in second row, top right. I want to see what this is actually trying to calculate for.
I think you just get a really big explosion onto the golem.
Always. I think
But,
he's trying to guarantee calculated enhancement stats actually on the side the side of his backline, making sure that Zeri and Jin are able to output put enough damage. But wow, yeah, you can see the front line crumbles so fast. Wait a second.
Wait a second.
Challenger Zeri!
Wow.
That is a challenger Varus.
What happened there? That literally, it looked like there were 9 units on the board, and a second later, there were no units on the board.
That's
That's
like
Flicker
just
Blade Zeri for you.
Targeting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was tons of damage. It also had execution. So if everything lines up and the Zeri procs on the right person, it's 12% max HP. It's a lot of extra damage being done there.
I wonder if you need to actually focus fire your damage from the Lyris on one side of the board, right? We have everything kind of spread out. Ziggs and Brand are going to be targeting different units. Samira potentially targeting something as well. I wonder if there's actually a way to break through the weak side of Lee Sao's board. And we can actually see, yeah, now Ziggs and Brand are going to be on the same side of the board as opposed to last fight. Let's see if this makes a difference.
Trying for sure. Garen is
Oh,
going
huge
to go
cast.
down eventually. With that, it is only Varus and Zeri once more, but we've seen this story before. Can they clutch it up again?
He takes out 2 of the
Nico
backliners,
Oh
so
my
1v1
God.
again.
Varus.
Wow!
And the execution goes through. Lee Sao wins game 1. It seemed like that Nico was going to clean house, but at the very end, the pulse triggers.
I mean, there's a couple things to call out there. I think one of the things Lee Sao did really well, guaranteeing the calculated enhancement on the highest DPS dealers, right? Making sure that you're getting all the value of your Exotech units. And because of that, imagine that fight goes through and Zeri doesn't get a calculated enhancement. You never win that fight. Small change that I think, players who are still learning the game often fall for traps like that. And it's a good expression of, the kind of heads-up play is required on a stage like this.
Yeah, and I do want to go into that positioning just a little bit more. It was so cool because he had the Garen in the backline for calculated enhancement, had the Vex in the front, clumping up his front line because the Brand actually targets the largest group on your board.
Yep.
So he's making sure that Zeri isn't hit right there. And actually, that was 3 1v1v1s in the very end. Every point mattered.
I was actually kind of wondering, at the very end there, was there ever a world you give up some of those Street Demon hexes for positioning? Maybe to get better targeting or focus fire or something?
I just
With that
think,
many units, probably not.
yeah, there's
hard.
not so much space you can actually tap into, and with the way Lee Sao had his board set up, I don't think there was really a good shot where you're sacrificing the Street Demon buff and then you're also trying to outplay that positioning. There just wasn't any gaps in that defense, so to say.
The one pitch I would actually make is, I think because you have Trickster's Glass Samira, there's an argument that if you put Ziggs, Brand, and both Samiras all on one side, we saw him break through the weak side there, you would have to third row your Samira, which can get very dicey, and it means that you're potentially getting targeted by a Garen too.
Yep.
I think it's a very high-risk way to play the game, but it gives you the potential to maybe burst down the Garen before he gets a second or even a third, which we saw in that last fight, come through. And often, I would say getting a third cast on your Garen can oftentimes be the difference between winning or losing a fight.
But how crazy did this game go? We already started things out with the Garen encounter, taking a look at how many different emblems were at play, branching out for one of the first augment choices for a lot of our players, which just made these boards go even more wild.
Listen, we got it out of the way for everybody at home. That was our one Garen game for the weekend that we're going to be showing
I
on
think
broadcast.
you're wrong.
I would have that there. But I do want to commend both Lires and Lee Sao. I was already talking about that during the game, but also Dish Soap in the way that they navigated arguably a very hard game of TFT. There was much that mattered, and kind of finding those lines where you're A, uncontested, you're B, finding your win conditions, and then C, you're also maybe a little bit lucky with what you're hitting.
Sure.
Very, very nicely done.
If we have a second to talk about Lee Sao, I mean, if you've watched the Tactician's Crown previously, you might know this player. This is a player who made it to a set 11 set championship, found a top 8, right? 4th place at the set 11 set championship. And in a region like Cien where there are so many big hitters, your Huan Mies, your Flancies, your Zhungas, I think someone like Lee Sao might kind of get lost to the Western audience. But this is a player who's earned their spot once again. And I would actually consider one of the front runners for the CN region.
Clement, we were talking about our players in preparation for this event. You were saying Lisao is a player that's incredibly good at converting a top 4 into a first place. Would you say this is basically the bread and butter of what he does?
Bread and butter.
The bread and butter. The bread and butter. You got it. Well,
Close enough.
he's known as a sort of a tempo player where he actually tries to have a better board than the rest of the lobby out there. But I think the key is you get a flicker blade out of artifact carousel, and
And this is like trainer golem plus 3 artifacts on it.
A couple support items thrown in there, masterwork upgrades.
I don't know if there's anyone in this lobby that was like, man, this is where I thrive. And if they are clinically insane. These are not comfortable games to play by any stretch.
I just want to share, in scrims, people actually restart the game if it's scaring.
Really?
Yeah, because the lobbies are very, very heavily weighted toward just playing around open forting and carousel +1s. So players kind of have a gentleman's agreement. We go next.
But does that mean that they don't have the preparation for things like this? There were a
gotta think
couple of
big.
players that did struggle with this particular lobby setup. In particular, taking a look at our 8th place player, Winvu. I wasn't going to say that, Clement, but you can. And our 7th place player, Steppy, in this lobby. I think Steppy, maybe a main problem there, picking Elise, and the Braum reroll wasn't necessarily as powerful as some of these 4-cost, 5-cost boards we were seeing.
I want to call back to something that one of you mentioned in the pre-show, which was the value of momentum in a tournament. I think, a lot of people see a game of TFT, they see the variance, and it's kind of hard to really quantify what makes you a consistent tournament player when there's so much variance. I would argue one of the strongest ways to be consistent in tournament is to be able to play the most like yourself. And something that deters players from doing that is going 8th. Once you find that first 8th place finish, a lot of players struggle to bounce back. Winvu in particular, newcomer to the stage. A few months ago, this guy's just a fan of the game, and in just a handful of months has found himself on the championship stage for set 14. Going 8th in the first game, to me, could potentially be disastrous for a newcomer of the game, and I want to see after game 2 whether or not Winvu is actually able to pull it back.
For me, it's free. No concerns anymore.
You know what they say? A diamond is created under pressure, right? So I personally think this is, while it is a hard situation to be in, it is where we're going to see some players really rise to the occasion. And if you're able to step back from an 8th place, then you're going to feel all the better about it, and you're going to be able to face this tournament heads on.
And I would hope that our players can take a look at the conditions in this first game and go, maybe,
not my fault.
not my fault. It wasn't me. No, I don't deserve the 8th place that I got there, and maybe it is a little bit easier to bounce back.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is funny that, like, normally if you're just taking the agency out of the player and saying, it's not my fault, you would say that that's like a hindrance to their improvement in the game. But when you're talking about Trainer Golem plus double artifacts plus 3 spatulas on the stage for Carousel, I think I'm willing to give the players a pass. If they want to, disassociate for a moment and say, let's just pretend the next game is game 1, I actually think it's a completely fine way of playing the tournament out.
We're going to be handing out the gangly permit to them.
Yes, yeah, you guys, you get a pass, you get a pass.
These tickets.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this. We've got a little bit more in the audience right now as our players are going to take a short break over in our hub. Looks like they may be
There's
playing
a
some
vote
games.
going on.
Yeah, or votes or games.
What are you voting on? I wonder.
You can vote for this? Encounter voting coming back?
Oh
Maybe?
my God, can you imagine?
No spoilers, sorry.
I see emblems, I think. I think they're voting on some sort of emblem thing.
That's a very cute thing to do, though. Well, we
What's
asked
your
everybody
favorite
at
emblem?
home to vote for the pickings. So
That's true.
they're going to be back up once we actually make it into day 3.
I'm actually curious to know a bit more about the camaraderie of the regions. How much of the regional hubs do you think the players are going to be leaning in and leveraging the fact that other top players are around them? Do you think that 2 players who just finished game 1 would be willing to talk to each other about the game they just had in order to kind of, decompress? Or do you feel like it's more valuable to just keep it to yourself and not allow someone else to have a therapist on site where they can talk about their game?
Well, they're going to talk to each other before the finals. I think that's the key thing, because you're not competing against each other directly for game 1 and game 2. And we actually have a lot of people in the same study group. In Lobby 1, Shunga and Lisao in the same study group, Lyra and Experion in the same study group. I'm sure they're chatting it up right now.
Yeah, I also think it's part of who you are as a player, you know. Some players are really much better at just kind of shutting everything else down, focusing on themselves, and others really like talking to others about things, getting that inside, getting that conversation going.
Well, you know what I like?
What do
I
you
like when we get a chance to see exclusive reveals for the next set of
Whoa.
TFT. And unfortunately, you're going to have to wait a little longer, but I'm just
Oh,
getting hyped
what was
for it.
that? That's crazy, Nekra. What?
Now you're excited and paying attention. We
That's
will
wild.
have an exclusive set reveal coming after the conclusion of game number 2. So while we get that game ready, you sit on that. Be ready. Be excited. It's going to be a good one.
Yeah, I bet it is. I would love to see it.
Yeah, you kind of made me a little bit antsy now. I want to see it.
Aw. I got to keep you on your toes.
Yeah. We're back in Dallas. You can actually see the friends and family room where they're watching. There's another game going on, it seems. So that's what we're waiting on right now, all the lobbies to finish before we can move on to any other game. Oh, man, can you imagine actually being one of the friends and family watching a loved one play in this room?
I would be so stressed out. I'm stressed out watching
Yeah.
our players play. I could not imagine being related to that player and watching them play.
I try to backseat them. Just shout really loud in the
Yeah.
stands. It's like,
Sell board to Hua, sell your board.
Listen, I'm very glad that neither of you have families with amongst our pros. That's
you never
messed
know. You never
up.
know.
That's right.
What the focus?
You see, set 22, my son is taking the world by storm. Don't you worry.
Game tag, Gangley the second.
That's right, Gangley Jr.
I don't know. With some of the text that you come up with, I don't know about that one, Gangley.
Gangly Warriors
I
is
don't have
all
any,
I'm going to say.
I've got nothing for this set, to be honest. Everything that I did love and come up with was killed, so thank you for that one.
You can find something new.
Yeah,
Damn,
okay.
that sounded pretty personal.
I'm not peddling Nitro to Fury to anybody anymore. That was a couple patches ago.
True. However, Nitro does live on. I really like that line in the recent set. You know, it's like you can tempo with it. Shunga
I
is the
love
best
it.
player on that, and you get those stacks. You just chase around them, and you watch the number go big. Oh, it's so satisfying.
I think it's actually
TX.
it's become a little bit more popular in the last patch too. Like since Tacticians Cup number 3, where we didn't see it really as prominently. Everyone was really leaning into those exo boards with the Golden Spatula, and in what we've seen from scrims coming out of the Golden Spatula, it seems like there are a lot of players that are heavily leaning into the Dynamo lines or the Nitro reroll lines to get like kind of a conduit through which you play some really high value units.
One of my favorite condition.
What's your let me guess.
Tell us, Nekra.
No scout, no pivot.
High score, baby! That's my favorite.
Oh.
Augment to pair with Nitro.
Oh,
That
and playing
Vagar
Nitro Vagar. Okay,
reroll.
yeah, I like that
You've
line
got the
too.
cyber bosses in there. You've got Poppy that adds the Bastion to the front line of the Nitro.
Yeah.
Clement is looking at me like I'm crazy.
No, I actually have a player so you can root for. There is a Vigar specialist amongst us, and that's going to be AQ1H from APAC.
Let's go, AQ.
That's a secret weapon. We'll
You know,
see how he does.
I've heard people say that since the Dino nerf, I believe 2 Dynamo went from 5 to 4. It doesn't sound like that crazy of a nerf, unless you're playing Vagar, in which just playing 2 Dynamo in the Nitro board actually means that he's guaranteed an extra auto essentially on every cast. And so it goes to show that sometimes the smallest of differences in the patch can actually affect one composition much more so than something even like the vertical Dynamo. So just
And imagine if you
throwing it out
get
there.
an artifact, you get Mana Zane, put it on Vagar, and then pew, pew.
I think it's good with the artifacts, right? Mana Zane and
Super
Fishbones
effective.
are the two that,
Yeah.
you know, Fishbones you kind of like just pray that it's something really valuable. Otherwise,
Zeri,
the game
go.
is really hard to play otherwise.
So, you know, I'm just kind of gnawing onto something you said, because you said there's no comp that you have this time that's a little bit of dark tech. Is there nothing you guys have been seeing where, like, some players have been telling me this might be good? Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, we see all.
Oh yeah, there's I would say there's a top America's analyst that's been peddling Nasher Zed for a very long time. I'm not going to name who he is or if he's on this stage, but I will say it's something that's been floating in the ether of the Americas that nobody is willing to attach onto. No one's willing to latch onto it, but
I wonder why
if they get a
don't
spot,
want
I'm just
to.
saying,
strange.
melee Nashers is not that bad. It's really not.
Okay, to give you credit, I did actually try out Nasher's Ambessa when you told me to
Set
put
last set.
Nasher's on the Ambessa.
So good.
It was actually okay.
That's right.
I'll give you credit for that
So
one.
you went 7th instead of 8th?
I actually
That's
took
right.
the 4th.
And I want to just say
Pretty good.
again, like if anyone has any problem with with my tech. I'm going to call back to what I said in the pre-show. Just reach out to me at Clement K. Chu on X. My DMs are open, and I'm willing to have a personal conversation with every single person that reaches out to me on X. Again, at Clement K. Chu.
It's fine. I'll try to find them amongst all the crypto bot scams. We'll get them. We'll get them sometimes. But
That's crazy.
Talking about secret tech, I do want to highlight the Japanese players. All of them have came in having prepped secret 3-cross reroll lines that we haven't really seen in tournaments much at all.
Yep.
And a lot of players have been saying that they think this meta, if you can't beat the boom bots, the level 9s, you can do level 8 and 3 cost roll downs. They think that is the mainstay of the meta.
Hear me out. Hollow Bovaris.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
Exo
yeah.
tech.
And
It's good, right?
step 1, yes.
Yes, it's
Step
good. It's
one.
good.
Step one, have a hollow bow.
I like it.
No, listen, because everybody says, oh, hollow bow, like so useless, not a good exotech item. But I think if you're re-rolling 3 costs, Varus is actually a very good holder of the hollow
That's
bow.
the perfect composition, I think, to highlight what I think a lot of CN and APAC players have been saying. While a lot of the NA players are more Fast 9 players, like we see from Setsuko and see from Coco, a lot of the APAC CN players think that you should be willing to play the game on level 8 the entire way and go for those 3-star 3 costs.
I will say, though, we did also see a lot of Ezreal reroll.
Set
at
11?
the arcade.
That was from mobile players. We don't talk about that
Okay,
anymore.
I was going to say, that did not look good. I don't know what they were on, but I did not like the Ezreal in the front line reroll.
Okay, it's worth it to have, an ace up your sleeve when you come to the stage like this, because if you're right, I actually do think that having a line prepared is very, very valuable for 2 reasons. One, you're able to see a line that no one else does have. And the second one, I think, is a little bit quieter, but still just as valuable, is that when other players see you succeed with a line they're unfamiliar with, they might be tempted to play that line without the same knowledge you have of it, baiting themselves into a line they're unprepared to play or unable to recognize the conditions in which it's powerful.
But it's true.
It is.
We have seen this in the past as well, and I wouldn't be surprised if somebody just looks at like the post-game screens and sees Dish Soap playing a Rengar Jinx and think to themselves, hold on.
I feel called out
maybe
right
I'm
now.
sleeping on
Yeah, it's
Is
my
that
turn.
you, Necra? Are
I
we talking
might feel
about
a
you?
little called out right now. No, but I mean, there's so much inspiration to grab from all of our top competitors, whether watching them from the regional finals or right now in the tech round. I'm like, I can't wait to load into the servers and play some TFT right now. I'm missing out here.
I want to ask all of you, who are your picks for actually winning the entire thing? I mean, we're here. We've got some time to kill.
You do?
You know?
I mean, I'll start. I think Necro and I might have the same pick, though, so I'm going to go first.
3, 2, 1.
Wei-Jin
Iverson.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah. I mean, listen, this guy has been playing for 8 sets, has made it to 7 regional finals straight, and has made it to the set championship of 5 of those 7 regional finals. If there is anyone from the Americas specifically that is due for a win, it feels like Wei-Jin. This set has been his all set long. He came up a little short at the Golden Spatula, but despite that, I feel like he's someone that's proven that he can compete on the global stage. 3rd place at the Runeterra Reforged Championship, multiple 2-time Golden Spatula regional final winner. I don't know if there's anyone else in the Americas that I believe in more than Wei-Jin Iverson.
I do think Wei-Jin is also a player that, if he were to take it, I think so many people would just genuinely be happy for him, because he's incredibly likable. He does amazing interviews. He streams. He shares a lot of knowledge with the rest of the class. And so I think a lot of people would just kind of be very happy and celebrate with him.
I think that something else that I've really been inspired by from Wei-Jin Iverson in his growth as a player, he's started to include a lot more international top competitors to his studies. So you take a look at players like Solo Gasong from EMEA, and I think you can learn so much from other players that are at that skill level.
And now we're going to be taking a look at players that are returning to the TAC crown so far. And the green ones are the returning players.
Yes,
just
they're
to clarify.
in this set championship right now.
To kind of show everyone. And I believe they're ranked by the number of appearances that we have. So Volta right up there, the EMA representative, 6 times and 3 times in the finals. What an amazing showing from him. He's going to be our most veteran player.
One of the players on the list that I don't want to speak for Makes, because you might actually have this as your pick, but I think Le Coco is one of the most interesting characters in the entire weekend. Do you actually have him as your favorite
No?
Listen, I've known Zulugesang for like 10 years at this point.
I see.
He is the most hardest working person I know. He's incredibly determined. And honestly, I saw him, do an Instagram story this morning saying like, oh, I'm going to be playing the Tactician's Crown. I'm looking forward to compete. And I asked him like, hey, can you just make day 3?
Sure.
And he said, okay, so I'm holding him
I
to
just want
that.
to share something with you because I met up with Solo in Taipei, and his pick to win it all was actually Volta.
Really?
Yeah, because I do want to go back on Volta. He historically has the highest first place rate out of any player. That is insane. 23.5% first place rate. And the reason that this meta is so difficult is because you need to find ways to win out against the Fast 9 comps. He's the best player to do it.
Something not very many people know about Volta is that he preps alone. This guy is actually not somebody that's part of the study groups. We rave about those a lot because, of course, if you have other people to ping pong ideas with and share that knowledge, it's very valuable. But Volta just says, no, I'm just going to truck on along. I don't want to actually exchange ideas with anyone. My ideas are good enough. And I mean, the record shows.
I mean, that's what Dish Soap does as well. And
Yep.
if we're talking about players with accolades, we're talking about 2 of the most decorated players of all time globally between Volta and Dish Soap. Since you're talking about Solo and you're talking about Volta, I think let me just talk about Likoko for a moment because when it comes to EMEA, it's very easy to look at players like Double 61, previous set champion back in set 3, Volta, 6th time at the set championship, the international stage. Likoko is someone who I think to non-EMEA fans sometimes flies under the radar, which is crazy when you look at his stats. Clement, we were talking about this earlier in the day. I don't have the exact number on me, but in about 260-ish games of competitive play, Likoko has averaged ready for this number, 3.6. To put that in perspective, I could give you a handful of challenger players, drop them into Masters lobbies, and I bet you they would not average 3.6 over 260 games. I think Likoko is so consistent in tournament results that it is actually mind-boggling that he's never made it to the top 8 of a Tactician's Crown. And I would argue he's a favorite to win globally. I would consider him top 5, definitely top 10 in the world, period.
That's the story of Likoko. Last set as well, he missed the top 8 by a single point, having to fall down right there. There's a lot of pride riding on him. I think he's the best of the French, and there's a lot of him right now.
I mean, I said this top of show. If you weren't pre-show watching, that's on you. You should watch tomorrow. I'm just saying. But Likoko, every single time he's been at the Tactician's Crown, he had a better placement than the time before. You said it, 10th last time. So close
We're running
to that
out of
very
placements
final
remaining.
lobby. Yeah, I mean, the only way up from here is 9th, which would be even more heartbreaking, or getting into those top 8. And we know it's checkmate. It's going to be interesting again, and that'll mess things up.
We still have a lot of games to get through, though, before we find our top 8 to go to Championship Sunday. And we will be revisiting Lobby 1 for game number 2. So let's go ahead and get right back into it. And we've got our good friend, Alistair.
Anyone else trying to remember what Alistar is off the top of my head? I always read it.
Oh,
Alistar, you go to,
It's
yeah,
the
you
split.
split on gold.
Split after the first carousel.
After each carousel, you have a choice of being able to either vote to cash out the gold or push it, and you'll get 40 additional gold added to the pot every single carousel.
In my experience, people like to cash out the first one. I don't know how many of these players are going
Not
to be
in
willing
my
to vote, but
Really?
in most of my games, we all kind of agree, let's just handshake, get our money, and get out.
I've never seen it go further than the first one.
No, I had a game once where I actually tried to keep cashing out early because I was the one with the boombot spat, and I knew I was going to get a first place if I was the one that had invested and nobody else. And everybody kept pushing it because they're like, we can't let her have all of this gold from invested without getting something out of it. So we went to the 3rd carousel.
Yeah, the general way that this is played is that if you see a lot of players going for high tempo, you try to punish them by just not cashing out, making them lose interest if there is a bad PvE round.
Checking in with Pires, had a really good placement in that first game of the day. Does like to play around those loss streakers as well, but checking in with Steppy here, already has Syndicate on the board.
And a Twisted Fate pair, so that's a very strong indication of where he's going.
TF reroll is something that was not played, at least in the Americas, much at all.
Not
The Golden Spatula, but I know that APAC and CN especially really did value the TF reroll. when I was watching the TOC play out. And so I would expect Steppy to be very open to playing that line. It's something where you have to kind of recognize you're not playing for a first, though.
Dynamo Neferi back?
Oh,
No,
wait a
never mind.
second.
Epic is good though.
Yep. Crown
like
guarded
that
on a
for-
Mordekaiser start, though. Wow, actually, this
good,
this
actually.
opener for Winvu, having Jax 2 Mordekaiser, a Neferi pair, and the Varus all online, that's a good setup.
Yeah, with the Pulse as well, so it's looking like a very strong, just straight level 4 for him.
Chugbug moment for Disho? Any believers?
No.
I think 3-2 Chugbug is a lot better than the 2-1-1.
I do not think Dishope's taking Chugbug at all, no matter what the spot is.
I got baited. There you go.
Yeah, Slammin feels like a very Dishope sort of pick here. Dishope historically known for his ability to play around the level 8 boards, the 4 cost lines. And for that reason, I actually feel like a lot of people would say this isn't his meta, with so much of the power being put into fast 9ing. But I think Slammin just feels like it feels like the shape Dishope wants to traditionally play the game.
But I also think that we take a look at some of Dishsoap's stats. He does come in with like the highest 8th rate place we've ever seen from him.
Yeah,
into
for sure.
this tournament. So I think just an unfortunate other bullet point there.
I do want to call out Shunga actually as prize fighter with his best comp in the Dynamo line. That's going to be very interesting. It's always fun to see if they can get that full win streak going and how they're going to maneuver, especially if they have a reroll centric one. Are they going to stay on that level or play more of a tempo Dynamo style?
Yeah, pretty nice setup to be able to have the Nidalee. The Nidalee 2 upgrade as well. Of course, Nitro really wants to have those units as soon as possible. Do you actually, I'm curious to know if he levels there.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
this
Flicker
is bad
Blade?
news.
Wow. Okay, I said before, if you're playing TF, you have to kind of recognize that you're probably just playing for a 4th.
Yeah.
One of the
Unless-
conditions in which that does change is when you have proper setup between things like artifacts. Flicker Blade, certainly the most powerful artifact that you can get when you're playing TF, but also the fact that you're playing it with a TF2 on 2-2, and you have half of a Gunblade on the TF as well. This is a really strong setup for Steppy.
Just a note for all of you out there, for Flicker Blade, you don't really want to build Gwinsu because double scaling takes a little bit too long. So Hexac Gunblade is going to be the second item going in for Steppy. This is bad news for Shunga. There's a very strong win streaker online already.
I love seeing this. You know, in that very first game, Steppy found a unique reroll. We were talking about that kind of dynamo line that is not usually seen, but here, Steppy seems to reclaim that with finding such a unique condition this early on. But let's take a look at Li Sao as we are getting a glimpse of what could be turning into a gorilla board.
7 boards versus 1 gorilla. Who will win?
Who would win?
I like Mundo's odds on this one.
I mean, really strong setup. You have a lot of powerful pieces there. Having the upgrades right off the bat. The one thing about that composition when you're playing around that Mundo reroll is getting additional items because you have so many 3-star carries. So it's part of what makes the augment choice there feel like it's very aligned with the way the board wants to play the game, especially when you have a low component opener like we have right now. With, I believe it's just a 2-component opener for the field.
Yeah, that's why we see a lot of additional items being selected right here. Summertimer, on the other hand, looks like going into the Dynamo route. There's 2 Dynamo players, cloning facility from Lires and Summertimer most likely because he's also holding on to those units. In general, I feel like the AP line is a little bit less tested in this meta, so it's very interesting for me whenever I see kind of like AP items and AP units being held.
Yeah, I think it's very execution-based because of how much it relies on going 9 without having a very clear path to go 9 because you kind of have to stabilize at least a little bit on 8. It's very hard to skip 8 on Dynamo, so I feel like oftentimes the players who are playing that line either feel they have such strong tempo that they can sacrifice HP later, or they're banking on some additional way to get gold, which I will say, this encounter would be a good one for getting additional gold. We might actually see them vote to cash or to invest the gold to get a bigger cash out closer to level 8.
Big thing here is Experion does not find 3 Cypher on the carousel. He's full loss streaking with the Vi and the LeBlanc already in line, but is not going to get that online just yet.
Insta cash out for the field too. We're all going to be getting that gold.
Sad. I wanted to see a big pot of gold.
It would have been nice, I do agree, but it's just very rare. Coming back to what you were saying about Experian, though, Clement, I think this is something we'll kind of need to look for. I was watching if there is that Cypher unit on the carousel, does not find it, but is tempted once more with this shop here, finds a pair of a pair of LeBlanc if he wants to buy them as soon as this round starts. He can, and then he is going to have them available as soon as he goes into the next fight, though. Could also block shop, but then you get less chances of getting those ciphers.
Oh, he still buys the 2 at the end. I was going to say that this is when you see a player's discipline. A lot of times you don't want to buy them until after the combat starts. But of course, Experian does scout, realizes that, hey, there's no Korean players here to grief me, so I'm just going to go ahead. That was Bintum's thing in the previous attack round.
I think he was probably looking at Summertimer's board, you know, another EPAC player that is on that lost streak, watching to see whether or not he would be willing enough to just sell board.
That's actually a really big meta difference between the CN and APAC players and the EMEA and NA players. For the Western players, they say that in the start of the day, people are not usually going to full sell just to ruin your cipher. They want to build up their points first. But in APAC, all bets are off.
Well, you need cipher stacks to build first, though. So Experian still missing at that last unit is definitely going to be something that hurts him a little bit in the long run. With the extra cash out from the pot of gold, though, it does make an early breakpoint, so that should hopefully work out.
That's huge for Wenbu. Already has an MF in his shop with the IE built. This means that he can just hold it even if you're going for a normal Exotech build. It's still a great addition on level 8.
Yeah, he did lose one fight. I imagine he might have actually fought Steppy. As we can see, Steppy completely uncontested on the win streak. And does not look like he's going to be losing this fight up against Dish Soap either.
It looks like he's going to be the lone win streaker in this lobby. He also broke Shunga's streak, I believe, delaying that prize fighter.
Experian going down to 69 HP. Killed hardly any units across the entirety of stage 2. We did see him essentially open selling every turn, even doing the positioning there to guarantee his loss. So I think Experian, I will say, playing Patient Study to me does indicate that we're probably more likely to play something like Cypher into Boombot than we are to play it into the level 7. But actually, I don't think that we're guaranteed into either line. I think at some point, while it may not feel amazing, you're still getting some value from winning rounds with Patient Study. So if you have a spot to naturally play the Cypher reroll on 7 in a high roll position, I would still take it.
Just to share something with a class, I guess, Experian is a very interesting player because in the very first set, that kind of TFT esports really made a big step, set 6. Experian did really well, won one of the first cups, and then for a long time didn't make a showing anymore. Now he found a good study group, and that is showing up in his play here as well. However, a bit reactive, so something to watch out for depending on how the placements go.
I really want to check Experian's board because he's rolling down on 6 to make sure he gets 4 Cypher in. And that's an incredibly important breakpoint. If you get the 4 Cypher in, full loss streak on stage 3, that does mean that you can still get a 250 cash out by 3-7. So he does roll a bit, and he finds it in 10 gold. He is able to get to 3 Cypher.
Yep. On the other side, that is Dish Soap's board. We saw quite powerful before. It did nearly beat Steppy. It was just a little bit short of doing so. And on this side, this is Shunga playing that Dynamo board that we talked about before. It's still level 4. So actually playing a very unique line of prize fighter where we're trying to increase our odds of 3-starring our 1 cost and then trying to spike on stage 3 that way. But actually,
this feels like too many side quests.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He doesn't actually hit any meaningful upgrades that alter his board state, and so now he's a little bit closer to hitting 3 stars, but he kind of needs to win fights right now to get value out of Prize Fighter.
Ooh, Prismatic.
I really like Prismatics on 3-2. No thinking forward, no trade trackers.
Sure.
Normal game of TFT coming in.
You hate fun, Clement.
I think so as well. I do want to point out how ironic it is that we're calling a Prismatic Auckland a normal game of TFT and Trade Tracker the crazy exception.
Seraphine 3 does come in, and I want to call out that Lee Sao takes the Radiant Refactor. And so this is what we talked about before. Prioritizing items when you're playing this line is really powerful, and the Radiant Warmogs on the Mundo 2.
Oh, yeah.
Once that's a Mundo 3, that is going to feel really strong.
Has rolled down quite a bit as well.
Just
so
barely missing too.
yeah, this is not a super comfortable spot. He needs to keep his win streak alive.
I'm not sure that's going to be possible. Let's see who's on the other side. Lires is going to come around and does have a Leona on the board here already to add some extra oomph to that front line. I do think on the back of that Radiant upgrade, it probably should go into the favor of the Mundo despite not being level 3 yet, but let's see how it plays out. Do have that Ginzu stacking up in the back there as well.
Yeah.
Try and take down those lines. Morgana.
Wow, really close
Make
fight.
it.
All right, I will say Li Xiao was on 2 loss, so you know, just an econ loss, 1 more loss. I imagine at this point though, you kind of have to consider rolling down again, right? Or do you just if you're not winning this round, you certainly have to spike next round, because at some point in stage 3, when you're playing a 1-cost reroll, you need to be able to win fights.
I was actually surprised because he's sitting on 8 Mundos. I think
Yeah.
you should hit Mundo 3 and just move on.
Well-
Like, if you win a fight, it's the 1 gold in interest that you would lose going down to 10 gold.
Yeah.
But if you roll and you don't find it, then you already started digging, and then you dig deeper, and sometimes
very
you dig your own grave.
I think
So
it's
I think
discipline.
waiting out the carousel
Yeah.
just to see if maybe you're favorable there, if maybe that window is waiting on the carousel, and then if that doesn't work out, you go down and you try to just find it desperately. But I don't mind waiting just until carousel.
Okay.
A lot of players have this internal sort of clock on how far they're willing to roll. Even if it's on the final copy, Li Xiao says, I'm going to stick at 20. I'm not going to go down to 10 and blow my chances here. So I respect that. I would do differently, but I respect that.
I would too, but that's how I end up with Donkey rolling to 0 gold and still not finding
That's
my
right.
units.
True.
Steppy still win streaking. I don't actually know when someone's going to be able to contest Steppy's win streak. One of the things about TF reroll is how powerful it is on stage 3 and early stage 4. And with the setup he had, it's all the more powerful. Also, Experian,
Zed?
he's going to have the option to pick up a Zed here.
That's going to be 5 for him.
Yep.
And we can see items there. It does look like it actually is going to be the level 7 board. We can see Guard Breaker, Striker's Flail, and the Gunblade coming through on the itemization on that LeBlanc.
Yeah, so using the LeBlanc as just the Draven item holder for now. That's one of the great things about the Cypher comp is early on, if you want to build stacks, the LeBlanc can actually hold very similar items in the Hextech Gunblade and Shojin.
All right, now I want to see Li Xiao and see what exactly is going on there, whether or not we are actually digging any deeper now that the carousel didn't actually go our way. But of course, Summertimer and Steppy also trying to find those upgrades on their respective rerolls. We're looking for the Twisted Fate on the right-hand side, and we're looking for some copies of Elise on the left-hand side.
Steppy's spot is so good. As soon as he can upgrade anything on this front line apart from the Skarner, being able to get buried treasures and maintain a streak when you're essentially playing a prismatic augment down goes to show just how much more powerful than the rest of the lobby he's going to be, or he is currently. And once he gets full value of that augment, I think he actually puts himself very much in a position to top 2.
On the other hand, we have Summertimer turning his lose streak into the win streak. He gave up on stage 2, all in on stage 3. However, there is a big problem. He's actually facing the same composition from the other side. We see the cloning facility from Lires, and that looks like both of them will be heavily contested on both the Braum and the Elise.
Ooh, large duplicator as well.
From Red Blue Buff.
Yep. Oh, that's right. That's right. You're right. So actually being able to do, again, we were talking about it before with buried treasures. When you take a prismatic augment, but you don't get full value of it, but you're able to maintain a streak, it does signify that you're significantly far ahead of the lobby. And I think it actually puts Lyris in a really strong spot.
Well, we are checking in with Li Xiao, and now on 30 gold does find that Mundo. We were digging for it, we were waiting for it, we were getting kind of nervous as it wasn't rolling around, but now also we'll need to find more wins once you have found that. That's where you want to stabilize. If from here on out in any of the next rounds Li Xiao starts losing again, it's going to be bad news.
Well, I love these augment selections coming in from Experion. Piercing Lotus is great because you usually run double carries in both physical and AP. So that, makes you not have to build so much shred. He should hit to the 250 mark. The big catch out here is going to be the 4 smaller Nikos, the duplicators. And that will just slingshot you to a lot of 3 stars. Completed Anvil and Component.
That's actually very good here because if you look at his augments, he has the Piercing Lotus. And one of the things this really does enable is your Draven and your LeBlanc and your Zed to all come online very easily once they have additional items. And that's also part of why we have this build set up with the Striker's Flail, right? We don't actually need to build something like the Infinity Edge. We can just go for, you know, something like Striker's Flail plus Gunblade plus Hodge, things like that on the Zed can be really powerful. And as long as he hits the units, he's going to have items for them to make them come alive.
It's egg time.
Ooh. I think that's a 9-round egg.
Looks
like
like
a
it.
9-rounder. It's very big.
He has a lot to do in not so much time, and a big part of it is whether or not he can find those LeBlanc. So digging for them now to try and stabilize, gets another copy here, runs out of bench space, needs to pop that component anvil to try and make some without losing those units, but still looking, going pretty low. We're sub 10, can sell off something to try and make points back, but at least Galio 3 is online for now.
That's really nice because you've also cleared up all that bench space. So, you know, if you get a chance to see those natural shop rerolls, then see if you can get that Draven as well.
The difficulty for Zyperion is Draven's not going to be 3-star this game because Steppy is full win streak and he's also playing Draven for his rapid fire. He's going to have to find a way out just playing around the LeBlanc.
Disho playing around the Dynamo board and finding the Aurora on 8. This is something that when we were taking a look at Disho's stats in scrims, he was leaning very heavily into Dynamo. And I love it. I was saying before how Dynamo can oftentimes be an execution test, and that's the way Disho wants to play the game. He's now set up to be able to go level 9 while maintaining his HP.
Another cloning facility for him. That's almost an instant slam. Yeah, he takes the first one.
Instant.
Gold augments, of course, all across the board as players are still looking. There was an artifact anvil offered at the very bottom. Did not go for it. I believe that was Lee Sao. We're checking back in with some of her players. Hopping over to Shunga.
Ooh. So he does finally have the Shyvana 3-star, but again, because there's triple Dynamo players in this lobby, that Elise is going to stay there forever. He does need to find a secondary carry off of this comp. However, looking at his econ, I don't think he's getting out of this.
Yeah, I think we don't really need to beat around the bush on this one. This is a pretty disastrous spot for Shunga. It feels really hard for him to cap out significantly higher, and at 4-2, I think Shyvana 3 is still holding on for a decent amount, but once we get into stage 5, this Shyvana 3 is just going to crumble.
I think at this point you're looking at a secondary carry of a Zeri, right? Just because you also are holding on to that Sejuani and the Jin.
Well, you usually play the Zeri if you have something like Bronze for Life. That allows you to play a ton of traits with the Nitro line. In this stance, I would guess that he probably needs to just find an MF later on. He doesn't really have the gold to roll for the Jin anymore. It's probably just leveling at this point.
But he also doesn't have the gold to level is going to be the issue. That's, of course, standing in front of him as well. So we'll need to maybe get lucky on the carousel to try and save himself.
Hyperion
Or what
lost
about
again?
the egg?
The egg?
Maybe he cashes out egg sooner because he's just losing.
Zyperion gets a good hit on the Spirit Link, but Steppy taking his Dravens is going to be very detrimental to this.
And two LeBlancs off. Man, this is really rough. He's going to move items, it looks like, over to the LeBlanc.
He's been juggling them a little bit, just every now and then, depending on who he faces, which as long as you have the removers, why not? But the question is it good enough? Flores on the other side, far away on that Morgana. That is the main damage dealer on the backline there with the LeBlanc. Galio, of course, with that 3-star, should be able to buy time. Leona 2 on the other side, though, also a notable tank who can buy time very easily. I do think Experian got this one in the back as most of the board has been cleaned out, and we are moving on to Carousel. But you're right, it's never a good feeling when you're with your back against the wall.
It's hard to ignore that he has 21 XP pumped into level 8 because of Patient Study 2, and you imagine what that gold would have done if he had 10 additional rolls instead of 20 XP pumped into level 7, or into level 8.
Yeah, he did want to make use of his loss streak early on, but you know, at this point, it's going to be very difficult. I thought he would try to angle more for Strategist and Strategist LeBlanc, that type of a line. We have seen people go for like 3-star Echo, 3-star LeBlanc. Does look like Lisa has finally turned the corner. A lot of 3-stars right there. And as long as you're not a Dynamo player on a 1-star Elise, you're feeling somewhat decent in this lobby.
I mean, one of the things about the one-cost rerolls with Mundo is that it punishes the players who don't hit. That's one of the things that it does better than anything else in the game. Wow, hitting the LeBlanc here. I was going to call out before how if you're someone like Experion, I could actually see you losing to something like the Seraphine 3 if you don't have a LeBlanc 3 on your board. At this point, with so much damage on the LeBlanc, I imagine that she's able to withstand the backline damage coming through. So a really important hit for Experion.
Wenwu, another player on an 8-loss streak, does not find any of his 4-cost 2-stars in this lobby. Unfortunately, there's a lot of 3-cost rerollers here, so not being able to have the pool filtered out. This is looking very dire for him.
Absolutely is. That Zeri 1 will need to do a lot of lifting. Of course, good items are available to her, but is that good enough before the enemy backline actually does reach her? And I'm not convinced of that. She does go down. Mordekaiser and Jin try to hold the fort. It's not good enough. Wenwu going to take another big loss, and it looks a little bit between Experion and Wenwu as well as Shunga on a race to the bottom.
I think Wenwu is probably going to get knocked out here. Does not have enough money to even buy the Sejuani upgrade.
Can sell the Kindred.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can sell Kindred and Jax. There we go. Okay.
I feel so bad.
Yeah.
I mean,
but at least you have a Sejuani too now.
That's true.
Depending on the matchup, there are times in which just having Zeri 1 is still enough damage, but there's a lot of boards, like Clement was saying, that are just playing around the 3-cost, which, again, punish the 4-cost players who don't hit very hard. And we're seeing it up against the Seraphine, the Gorilla reroll. So if the Seraphine's able to get onto that Zeri early, it could be disastrous for Wenwu, and he might just go 8th right now.
That's the first hit going down for the Seraphine on the corner right there. Seraphine
falling.
just goes through the target. She doesn't even really need to hit. The frontline difference is massive.
Yeah, the Zeri is ramping, but you have the Brand who's going to be getting some chip damage in, and now the Mordekaiser on the Zeri. Yeah, this is going to be a loss for Wenwu, who is taking
double 8th place.
8th place for the second game in a row.
He was our newest player in APAC. He just came out of nowhere to win a cup, the first cup in Cyber City, but unfortunately this is going to make it very difficult for his road ahead.
There's something to be said about playing within your own region and then making it to the international stage. I think very early on when we were starting to see the championships come together, a lot of it was tempo being dominated by the CN players. I feel like that has diversified. It really depends on who you find yourself in the lobby with, what kind of tempo you are playing, and if you are misreading that, you can just end up getting caught so quickly, and I believe that is what we're seeing for Wenwu.
I would argue that it's also just as much about playing on the big stage, right?
Sure.
Like, it's one thing to be able to win a Tactician's Cup, it's another thing to be able to perform at the Tactician's Crown.
And we're going to get a component cash out here coming from Shunga. He's still stuck on level 7, hasn't had any significant upgrades outside of the... yeah, I think switching boards is fine here.
Yeah,
good call.
And I think having the wait, the egg came through. Egg was for everyone, right? Okay. Having the egg on Lisao's board is super valuable for the same reason we outlined before. How much that composition really relies on items.
Not everybody has cashed the egg, though. So those players that were kind of very low and needed to win, you can see them here. Dish-Soap and Experion, both of them still having that egg available, waiting for the cash out, waiting for that spike that was available to other players already. And Experion is in a situation where he needs to keep finding those wins. LeBlanc, can she live?
Wow, that was very scary. And you called it out very well that not everyone's cashing the egg. That's a super important fight for Experion because he's playing someone else who didn't cash out the egg, meaning that the other boards have spiked, but Dish-Soaps didn't yet. So huge matchmaking going in the favor of Experion. You know he has to be happy about it.
T-Hex spotted!
We've turned a corner.
My favorite unit.
I love him as well. I'm just not sure he's going to bring to the board what we need right now for Shunga. Has been free-falling a little bit.
I don't know about
Is
that.
it good enough?
If he gets a corner blast, then maybe. That's usually how you position your T-Hex on A1 spot.
Okay.
Someone's going to get eliminated here. Experion and Shunga facing off against each other.
Okay, now I'm a little worried for Shunga.
And the LeBlanc is not hitting it, which is really powerful. We're going to be guaranteed, I think, a second cast, right? I don't think this Draven's going to kill it with its ult. Yeah, so we're getting another cast, so we're getting more damage out. Is the front line holding up for Experion? Yeah, we still have this Galio through with so much HP. That's going to do it for Shunga. A good effort, and you can see Experion celebrating, right? Really important fight, Experion earning himself one more round. And now the HP total starts to get a little bit scary for Experion because no one else is one life. He's going to have to be winning at least 2 more fights to earn another slot.
This is huge for Steppy. I think he should be able to get a spatula as well, and he also has the cloak ready for it. So he can optimize out his Shaco, giving him another slot for a unit.
Looks like he did not get spat, right? I believe he was just components.
One off on the Darius. There's a lot of Brahms here.
Oh, he did get it. He does have it.
Oh, he does. Oh, he does have
you
on
see
the side.
behind the Vanguard.
Everyone's cash out is the same.
Okay, yes.
Yeah.
Was hiding.
That's
All
definitely
right.
not Garen.
Experian on the other side, though, we're just saying it, looking up, there's only Behemoth kind of waiting there. Summertime, and the one that's closest to him, still has nearly 20 up on him. Can he keep finding those wins? And of course, Flicker Blade, Twisted Fate, a very, very strong unit.
Top player in
As
the lobby.
he reaches the enemy back line, but nobody else there to defend him, and Steppy gonna be taking a loss here.
I think it was really good for Experian at the Misfortune was actually targeting the Draven instead of trying to angle that damage towards the LeBlanc.
Yeah, you can see all the Brahms across the board right here. Steppy's going to have a hard time stabilizing his front line. 3 Dynamo players all holding the Brahms and playing around MF.
Yeah. We see Dishop's board really starting to fill out with legendaries now. We see a Zac and a Kabuko there. Dynamo is one of the compositions that can cap out very high, but it's extremely expensive. And he's starting to make the slow pivot away from the Vanguards and back into the legendary units instead. Summertime's been on a free fall, 5 loss streak here. Playing Dynamo, like you mentioned, but this is the tough part, right? We're able to go level 9, we're able to get an Aurora, but it's so expensive to be able to get that board to a place where it's truly stable against other late game boards.
And I just want to say, we had 4 Dynamo players this lobby, and no one is playing Brands and Ziggs. That just goes to show you what the meta's kind of looking like.
Yeah.
Players have the same tier list. I'd rather contest and be top 5 than play something else.
Thumbs up are being flashed on both sides as players once more try to fight for their life. Making it to Drake would be big. A lot of resources coming in there in that PvE round. For Summertimer, a lot of the enemy board has already disappeared.
the
For
gorilla.
Experian, though, can he chew through that Mundo?
Gorilla
Yes, he
shredding
can.
through all the grown men, but no, Experion, he's got the bigger silverback. The 3-star
Galio's a
Galio.
bird, I'm pretty sure.
All right, Steppy's still missing a lot of those key upgrades that would really push him over the edge, and we're seeing that kind of, take the form of a 3-loss streak. So I actually wonder if for Steppy, there's a world where maybe your stage 5 could have been played a little bit slower, get your econ back up and try and spike again at 6-1. But I guess he's saying at that point, he may not have the cap to win out, until he wanted to try and save HP. Unfortunately, missing a lot of those key units is pretty tough for Steppy.
I think Steppy's game plan is I'm going to hold on to all of the Dravens, make sure that Experion goes below me, and I'm happy with a second behind Dish Soap. Kind of his placement trending as of now. On the meantime, for Lee Sao, he did get a spatula for techies, so he can actually have 6 techie with 4 bruiser on level 8. Very strong tempo for him. Usually you have to go level 9 for it, and that's what kind of caps the comp a lot lower.
Okay, 2 eliminations coming through. Experion winning, Summertime taking a loss on the left-hand side. He's gonna lock in a couple other placements. Was there any other eliminations possible there? I don't think there were. Okay, so our top 4 is locked in. Dishop, Steppy, Lee Sao, and Experion. With Dishop and Experion looking to be on pace to take our top 2. The question is, when they fight each other, does Dish have enough to take care of the 3-star units on Experion's board?
Yeah, I think the Dish Soap virus stacks must be pretty high by now. He was win streaking the entire time.
50 gold level 9 for Dish 2.
Wow.
So he's not even near his cap. He has so much more so much more room to grow.
Definitely does. Let's see what we're getting from our PvE round here as our players are looking for upgrades, a little bit of rolling being done, and those are being popped. Experian taking a little bit longer. Maybe not too happy with the selection he did get.
So I'm just going to announce the placements. Lee Sao is probably 4th, and
Okay.
Experion's going to be 3rd, Steppy's going to be 2nd, and Dissoap 1st.
Okay, I
That's
want
my
to
guess.
present a reality here because Dish Soap is going 10 right now.
Yeah.
He's not stabilizing on 9 or rolling down to cap his board out on 9.
I mean,
which
he
means,
doesn't have to.
but
so.
if he fights Experion before he goes level 10, which he actually doesn't, looks like Experion's going to be playing against Steppy, I could see a world in where Experion wins that fight before Dish goes 10.
That's true. He could sneak out an additional placement, see if he can use matchmaking against Steppy here. Steppy is going to go directly against Experion and try to free his Dravens from the pool.
Draven is dead, but no, the TF is going to fall there. Steppy on a 5 loss here does seem to be destined for a 4th. The question is, does Dish Soap go 10 right now, cap out his board and beat Experion, or is he going to play it much slower? Dish is going 10. Dish just went level 10 right now, and so Experion and Dish are going to be fighting each other this round, which means Experion, despite potentially being the strongest or 2nd strongest, could lose and go 4th.
We have to check out the positioning this time because Dissoap does have a lot of gargoyles. It's possible to sneak that Sejuani across the front line and get some of those backline stuns. Also, you have the sort of Zed plus Draven combo. If he wants to win a level 10 Dynamo board, he has to snipe something.
Last second swap on the side of Experion. We're going to be seeing if it's good enough, as that giant stack in the front line is going to take a lot of the attention. Units are trying to slice and dice. Zed does catch the first ultimate of Misfortune, just full on.
Yeah, Zed was just Patrick Starr taking a mouthful of snowballs right there. That was disastrous for Experion. He's going to
Beautiful
go out
picture.
4th.
Thank you. I appreciate
Yeah,
that.
I got you.
That Zach has 7 bloblets, by the way.
I just want to say that was beautiful positioning from Dissoap as well. He made sure that no Sejuani was going to be on top of his Elise. He was able to buffer the Sejuani on his MF. That makes a huge difference in team fights. Takes out the Zed and then just secures himself a further placement. So the first part of my prophecy has already come true. Experion 4th, Steppy probably 2nd.
Wait,
so.
didn't you say Experion second?
Oh, okay, never
Or
mind.
Experion
My
third?
prophecy is done. Never mind.
Wrong. I'm pretty sure it was my prophecy.
Complaint that Clement K. Chu on.
That's right.
DM me. Okay.
Okay, 7 bloblets like you said, Necra, but, well, a couple more now, but it's still a Zac 2, right? Zac 2 with triple gargoyle is going to be tough to bring down no matter how many bloblets he has.
Hey, I was just letting you know the number.
That's right.
A very strong win coming out from him. I think the key thing is that he was the Dynamo player that was able to hit MF2 the earliest from the sort of contest that we've seen.
And Lee Sao is going to fall there, right? So this is our top 2. Steppy and Dish Soap both. Steppy actually taking a bot 4 in the first game, right? And Dish Soap taking the 3rd place.
Yes.
So if you're Dish Soap, you're feeling really good about your momentum, especially with, you know, all the expectations of people saying, oh, is Dish Soap in form? Is he going to be able to do it again? I think he's kind of quieting the haters very quickly into the day.
Absolutely.
I was going to ask you guys about that because, of course, you were very much watching when he played regionals. Is this the Dish Soap you were seeing and it just didn't work out? Or are you actually seeing a
I'll
big
tell you
difference
after this
in
fight.
that playstyle?
I think there's been a difference here, for sure.
I think the way that we're seeing Dish Soap navigate this game in particular is very similar to the way that Dish Soap has played games when he's been in top form. We said it from the beginning. Dynamo is very execution heavy. It's being able to judge lobby strength, your matchups, knowing when the key fights are that you're able to win. And for him, being able to recognize that he had an angle to go level 10 and cap out his board that way, I think it shows that Dish Soap still has the strengths that made him a 2-time set champion.
And it looks like his front line is massively winning at the point. Already getting the Zacs into the bottom side of that.
Gonna
It
win.
just looks so goofy when Zach jumps into the enemy backline, just taking everything out. And Dish Soap, with a dominating showing here, takes game number 2 and quiets the haters.
That's right. This is the way he had done it in scrims leading up to the event as well. We said Dynamo was his most played composition over the last 2 weeks. He really has grown a familiarity and has been one of the best performers in this composition. Really cool to be able to see him execute it and kind of showcase it early into the tournament.
I was really worried for him, and I did want to talk about why Dish Soap had a much harder kind of set here. He is known as a tempo transition player. A lot of his success comes from line selection. But unfortunately, there's so many lines that don't care about stage 3 right now in the meta.
Yeah.
Cypher doesn't care, Forward Thinking doesn't care, and Boombot really doesn't care much at all. So I think he kind of lost his edge in being able to out-pressure the lobby like he did in Into the Arcane, where he won on a 2-cost reroll in Zeri.
It's the nuance of the game that I think Dishope thrives in, right? It's like these small whispers of the lobby that many players just cannot see. And what makes Dishope different is that he's such a studious player that he can see parts of the game that are not present. But like Clement is saying, when stage 3 doesn't exist for half the comps in the game, sometimes it can be hard to see those same whispers. But Dynamo is the line in which Dishope's able to showcase what makes him so great.
Listen, I know we all love Dish, but I do also want to shout out Steppy here. In that very first game of Rough Start, we were talking about how much momentum matters, how strong it is if players are able to claw back from an unfortunate placement, and does make it here with a very, very good finish in game number 2. That says a lot about a player and their possibilities to fight back and just shrug off an unfortunate game.
I mean, this lobby, we got a chance to see a couple of different trends here. Nwinvox getting 2 back-to-back 8th places.
Yeah.
You also had Shunga actually taking 2 bottom 4s back-to-back. Experian, though, taking 2 top 4s, 4th and 4th. And then you also had Litzao and Dishsoap also taking back-to-back top 4s in these games.
Yeah, we can see Lisao and Dish both sitting at 14 points. Gives you a little bit of a buffer, and we talked very briefly about it, but it's worth it to kind of hammer it down. At the end of today, the bottom 8 players will be eliminated. And so if you're someone like Winvu, only 4 games remain to get yourself out of that hole. But if you're Dishope or Lisao, you've already given yourself a huge buffer that even when the low rolls come, you can kind of be calm and play the game, play the high rolls when it's presented to you.
And when these points also carry over from day 1 to day 2, it's even more important to make sure that you're starting off the day on that right foot. Our lobbies are going to get shuffled, though. Since it's been 2 games during our break, we are going to shuffle our lobbies based on their current number of points in the overall standings, and we'll do a snake order to be able to get those lobbies recreated. And then we get a chance to...
Whoa.
Wait,
What's happening?
what is happening? What is this? Wait, guys, I know. I've watched so much anime and it's prepared me for this moment. Are we gonna get traveled through a portal, isekai style, to another dimension? Wait, what if we get cute magical girl outfits? Ooh. I would be so excited if that was the case. But, do you see that? What is that?
Yeah, I see that.
It's a collar.
It does look like a collar, doesn't that? Is it Whisker's collar? I think it is. Wait, but that means that... That was so cool.
Yeah, it was. All right, I don't say this lightly. I think that is the greatest cinematic they have ever made for a set. That was awesome. Okay. Yeah.
I got such anime OST vibes.
Yes.
Like we're about to see the opening of just like high octane fighter Coliseum style tournament training arc for TFT. I am in love.
I want a live band to play that song at the next Tactician's Crown. We're taking that straight to
Write
the
that
top.
down, write that
someone
down.
write it down.
I'm just ready to hear that in our break music.
Oh,
I can't wait to see. I hear that. That's gonna be great.
that Lee Sin was so cool. He's standing in the rain.
Gwen. My girl Gwen seems to be back. I'm so excited.
Oh, the art style was so cool. And the music, I'm so excited to see what else we're going to have coming for us for set 15. Did you like what you see? Was there anything else that you would like to be shown for set 15 as we get through the weekend? Please let us know in chat. And we will be right back after this break with more Tactician's Crown for Cyber City.
Face your death, cause you play a roulette with each step I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your bets, cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocket here and stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future, but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Well, welcome back here at the Teamfight Tactics Cyber City Tacticians Crown. After a short break, we get a new set of caster joining us here on the couch. We do have CLE back after that amazing Telestrator segment, of course, and Rupe and Apache's Panda making a comeback here as well. How have you guys enjoyed the first 2 games?
It was a crazy start right away. I'm not surprised though. Trainer golems in game 1, I think is tradition now in TAC Crown. Definitely throws a wrench in a lot of players' plans, but I think they managed to make it out alive. No vertical prismatic trades came online, so that's always a blessing. I'm just excited. Always regional rivalry, all the trash talk is finally, gets backed up now on day 1.
Yeah, also some discussion about Bishop. Maybe he wasn't as prepared
A
as
little bit
the
washed.
previous day, getting a first now in the game. And also talking a little just about KO Coliseum. I'm an otaku myself, and now I'm giving lessons to CLE to transform you also into a good otaku for the future.
I am uninformed in the world of anime, so I'm working on it. I have homework. I've got to be in shape for KO Coliseum.
Listen, we got you. It'll be on our first agenda for KO Coliseum to actually have you watch some anime. He has never seen an anime before. Just saying. So that is something we're working on, I promise. But I love that little teaser there. I think that's one of the best ones we ever had gotten.
And good references. Like if you see anime, you see the references, the angles, the ways being shot, the powers, and obviously like.
Don't worry,
like
we'll
the
get
helping.
back to
And
TFT
the camera,
in a second,
like from the
CLE.
bottom to the right, when Brown like takes out the Ezreal helping, is perfect. It's like it's aura.
I'm sure I'll learn them all. I didn't get any of them, but the art looks amazing, and so I'm really excited for that.
Well, what I'm also excited for is our players. You already mentioned Rupe. Dish Soap really looking strong. Of course, a little bit of bias. We did see 2 games there, both of them featuring Dish Soap, so he did really well there. Were there any surprises with the comms that we were seeing? The heavy Dynamo lean, I know we expected, but even less of like the straight Demon and Anima coming together.
We're talking about Dish Soap. Game 1 of TAC Crown, he loads in with the Rankard Jigs. And he did say on a podcast earlier this week, I will only play this comp if I load up with 3 stars in stage 4. He had the augments 4, that's exactly what happened on 4-2. It was a Rengar 3, and then he came online and really bullied the lobby throughout stage 4.
Yeah, so only 2 games, but I expected to see maybe a little more boom bots or maybe being forced. That's what we've been seeing maybe on scrims and on everyone else. But actually, it's only if the prismatic one is a little economy or something like that. So it's actually Dynamo Flex, these other comps, maybe the Twisted Fate appearing as a possibility. Meta seems good, a little more balanced.
Yeah, but one thing we did see is Flicker Blade, the artifact, really popping off. It went first place in the first game, second place in the second game, and so we're seeing these artifacts really enable some comps and take them to the next level.
We absolutely are seeing that, and I believe artifacts are going to be a big talking point for the games to come. Of course, we are getting ready for that 3rd game. Some of the lobbies were still playing while our break was ongoing. Then, of course, a reshuffle is going to come in, where players will get new lobbies. From like a competitor standpoint, Rupen, I know it's been a little while, but you used to compete. How do you approach a new set of lobbies? You like look at that screenshot and you see the other 7 names. Do you like look at your notes you've taken about the players, or how would you approach it?
Yeah, I think the most important is that they recognize you. They recognize the way you play. So, for example, Dehua, that you love to talk about him. You know he's going to play Cypher. So Cypher contested is not the way you want to go. So actually, I think the best way is to make sure they see you and they know your playstyle so they don't contest you. If you can manage to see the rest of the lobby and the way they play, obviously it's good, but it's more important to you leave a fingerprint there.
I'll be honest, I think players have very different levels of prep when it comes to knowing their competitors. I was watching Robin's draft yesterday, and every time it was his turn to pick or someone's going to pick, he was asking, who's this guy? Who should I pick? Or is this guy good? So I think some players have done different levels of preparation in terms of their lobbies, in terms of the play styles especially.
I think oftentimes your greatest enemy can be yourself, right? So you need to focus on yourself and your prep. The other players, we'll figure that out along the way.
That's interesting. Of course, it can happen that if you're a player that leans heavily into Cypher and you find yourself in a lobby with more players that are also leaning heavily into stuff like Cypher, it could be bad news. So someone will need to adapt. But checking in here with our hubs, that is the Families and Friends room over there in the Americas hub. They've been watching eagerly.
Yeah, the sun is out. People are starting to wake up. It was a little early for them for game number 1. Didn't stop Dish Soap, but a lot of our family and friends starting to wake up a little bit more.
Good morning, Americas. Yeah.
Some of them even text Summers. We saw the tweet that maybe 1 a.m. he was still waking up. He was still there. He was actually getting to the hub. So some of these guys actually had some times to prepare, and some actually are getting there. He got some sleep, and obviously he sent alfajores to everyone. So giving a little sweets, maybe carbs are not the exactly idea. That's why he gave in to the opponent.
And Tex is someone that was maybe doubted a little bit coming into this set. He's someone that there's been a big gap between last time he was at the TAC Crown. He had that great showing. I still remember to this day, Warwick Laser Cord, one of the best day 2s ever to come back and just make a massive swing on that day 2. He had 3 TAC rounds in a row and now had a big break, comes back into it now. Not a great set AVP, not good scrim results, but starting these first 2 games, very, very good results.
That's something I kind of want to talk about now that we have a moment here, because scrim results, we talk a lot about that. You know, for anybody that's unfamiliar, that's when players get together prior to the tournament and they play some games just to kind of practice, get into the habit, but also to try things. So sometimes scrim results are kind of fake.
Yeah, I totally agree. A scrim for me, especially depending on the type of player you are, right? Maybe you're trying to fine-tune something and you have a plan, you just want to play it out and be like an EXO slave that you have some of them in EMEA. I don't want to say names, but you have that. And some of them, like Tex Summers, for example, we see him with not many good results on screen, but he's just trying things. He's having fun. He's trying to just see and stretch it out a little more.
And sometimes that edge just comes from being creative and knowing where that nuance is, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes you can just play fiddle reroll for some weird spots, or maybe you can just flex around completely. We saw Robin Songs in the Golden Spatula just have the craziest game I've ever seen with Ziggs carry and all these different setups. And we see our players here now in Dallas in the Americas getting ready for our next game. And I'm so curious to see if we see some creativity.
Have you guys been keeping up? I know prep, busy, and so on, but have you guys been keeping up with the socials content they've been doing with these guys? Our social team is over at the Americas Hub as well, and there's a lot of great videos out there where it's like, oh, who do you think is going to win? And it just cuts to like a 9 screen of them, and they all say me. Lots and lots of good content. A little bit of beef there. Dehua actually saying that all of the EMEA players are going to get day 1 to Panda's statement.
To who?
Isn't that also impossible?
That's messed up.
There are 9 EMEA players and 8 people get cut on day 1, so impossible.
Technically impossible, actually. Yeah, that's how bad the BM is. It's just not even possibly a thing in this reality. I will say, I think CN had a bit of a bad start going to game 1. 4 of their players were in the bot 8, really. Scored a lot of games left still. They can come back. I know Shunga is one of the players that was one of the favorites, just historically speaking. Not a great start. Setsuko similarly, Volta similarly. So a lot of the historical favorites have not had the best time in these first 2 games, but they have the best mental, they have the most experience, they know how to come back from starting off, 6th, 7th, and still make this first cut and hopefully, tomorrow's cuts as well.
Yeah, and Dehua even preps with some of the EMEA folks, so I don't know why he's saying that. He's just throwing shade for no reason.
Can't believe that. Checking in with our EMEA players where we are, I believe they were just now showing that really cool trailer. In case you missed it, you're going to get a glimpse of it. Is missing the amazing music in the background, though. That is the EMEA players over in Poland.
And they're in a football stadium, actually.
Yeah,
you can see on the left there a little bit. It's actually a very, very cool thing to play TFT in a LAN event with some of your, competitors next to you, your fans watching, your family watching, but also in a football stadium is a novel thing in TFT.
And it's interesting. Some of them have experience already in LAN events and have that possibility of maybe not getting additional pressure for this. But for some of them, this is new. Yep. So actually being there, being present, not being maybe in the comfort of your house that is normally where maybe you don't have lighting, you don't have. So this could probably and for sure make a good statement for some of them. We have to make maybe see what it happens.
Not just some. I mean, 7 of the players from EMEA are French. There is not a single community in TFT around the world that has played more LAN events, starting from the grassroots scene all the way back in, I'd say set 2 even, starting from then on, set 3 maybe. They've had LAN events maybe 2 or 3 every single set, of different sizes of course, but it's still pretty meaningful. And they have so much more experience, feeling the pressure, playing in a slightly weirder setup, a different setup, and still performing.
I mean, just a quick call out there. Paris Open is on the horizon. We don't know much about it just yet, but it is going to be happening this year, really showcasing that amazing community.
And that experience is huge. Not only just being on LAN, but also being in person and also being at the Tactician's Crown. And this is one of the newer fields that we've had as far as a little amount of experience being at the Tactician's Crown. There are a few players, though, that do stand out. We've talked about Volta a ton. Wajan Iverson has been here a bunch of times. Dish Soap is 5 in a row for the first time ever. And so some of these players, we're seeing some of that pay off.
We definitely are. I am ready to see our players, actually, but we're going to be needing to hang on just a little bit longer to figure out all of the standings and then, of course, shuffle based on them. So that's what we're hanging in there for. But let me ask you guys, what is something that you're kind of hoping to see in our next game?
Is this the time to leak some tech?
Yes.
It's the time. Okay.
Dark tech.
I'm
what
not
you got?
really leaking because we've already seen most of the stuff going on, but I will say, Lekoko, favorite player from EMEA, his most played comp in 90-something games in scrims, where he was tryharding, I would say, quite a bit. Fiddle, reroll. AVP, 2.9.
No.
That's all I will say.
And with a lot of games played.
10 games.
Same games. Wow. Okay.
I remember watching some of these scrims, and some of it's not even from an artifact spot. He's just doing it as like a way to get out of the boom bot line that everyone's playing and being like, I'm going to play around Fiddle because I didn't quite hit Urgot, but it's still getting high placements, so I'm excited to see if he can actually pull it off at the Tactician's Crown.
Yeah, what I want to see is hero augments. We talk about this. Obviously, the Wolf, the On-Chain Wolf, the Silas could be a good possibility. I know you like that one. But I want to see also Gragas, Chopbog is interesting, and also maybe Ras, but it's very difficult to see. Very contested right now in the meta.
Well, our standings are ready, so let's take a look together how the field has shaken out after the first 2 games here. Quick reminder, at the end of the day, we are going to be cutting away some of the players. The bottom 8 are not going to be moving on to day 2, so let's take a look from the bottom up, who's looking in danger. And we did see this, of course, Winbu at the very bottom with 2 8th places.
Some top EMEA players as well, like Bensack not doing so hot, but Cornin as well, one of the believers in the Rengar Jinx tech.
Yeah, also Bapacasa, the only representative here for Brazil, not having a good day. And this is hope for Brazil. None of the big names from the region are here, and now not looking good.
Not too many Americas players in the bottom, but we do have one Bobster and Chrome X in this middle section. But again, we're seeing a lot of APAC towards the bottom half of the standings.
Not just APAC, all 3 players from Japan going to be on this second page, so they really have to get things going. I know Taro especially does not want to play any boombot. He had really bad results in scrims, to play more around 2-cost rerolls coming to this tournament.
Checking in with the upper echelon, of course. We were talking about kind of the big names, Lekoko, Setsuko, Robin. I wouldn't say doing bad. Pretty happy with those results thus far. But as we move on to our top 16, those are, of course, the players that really had a great start. And I do want to shout out Dr. O, because this is also a returning player, a fan favorite for some even, that we haven't spent too much time on just yet. Somebody with tons of experience on the international stage as well. And actually Tex, who we were talking about, making it into those top 8 as well.
Yeah, doing amazing. Being here on top 8 is very important for him. He was sad that he's the only Latin America here representing, and now with this result, he's making it work. Maybe closing some mouth. People are being harsh on Tex Summers on some results, and of course Grenade in the first place, being the first seed of APAC and making it work.
Yeah, he's one of the players that Clement talked in the top of the show, of somebody that's brand new to the scene and has had that meteoric rise. And so excited to see him on top with that good start going 1-2. There's also a couple players that went 8th in the first lobby and then 1st. So very impressive to have that resilience and to get ready for our game number 3.
And I believe this is the lobby that we are going to be going for. Grenade, the APAC regional champion, and then a roster of very well-known players. Cambuly, Silixang, Lekoko, Setsuko, Kermex, Gobuster, as well as Winbu. For Winbu, I think the big storyline is he come back after such a bad start into the day. Any, I would say, top 4 replacement, and you're really just going to feel a breath of relief.
And a bot 4 means his run might already be over. I mean, considering how hard it is to come back mentally from 3 bot 4s in a row, especially back-to-back 8s coming into this day 1. And the fact that I think cutoff will probably be around like 18-ish points for the not bot 8. So he really needs the big game. Maybe it's time already to start risking it, to start saying I'm going to play first or eighth as if I'm, on the game 6 or game 7, basically.
Yeah, it's difficult, right? But because you already have a plan that you want to accomplish. For example, solo, he's playing always basic, always
call him basic.
Not basic, less volatility.
That's risky.
So let's risk it. That's exactly most stable, and that's where it works out for him. And obviously, he has the aura, he has the capability of doing something more interesting, as you want to call it, makes. But solo for sure can go and fight for the top 4 places in a more easier way.
And one of the things we want to keep our eye on is those in the middle to lower placements, because those players, yeah, they're safe right now. They don't have to change their play style quite yet.
Yeah.
But a couple bad placements in a row, and it's going to be a little bit worrying.
Yeah, Wenwu, for example, he's in the lobby. He's the last 40s right now. He needs to risk it. He needs to play Cypher. He needs to try to go for economy augments and trying to go level 9 to boombots, and that should be the plan.
I'm curious to see what SP Grenade's going to do. 15 points after 2 games is pretty impressive. This is a player that we talked about was kind of a smurf at the APAC regionals, and some would say APAC one of the hardest regions to do well in because it's just so competitive. There is such an enormous player base coming from all the different countries that feed into the regionals. Even getting there, there's some good players that just don't make it because they have one bad tournament and you're basically out. Winning it all is pretty impressive after only playing 2 cups. And coming into this now, I think we saw 3 Vietnam players in the top 16. So overall, a very good result. YBY, 3rd place average in TAC rounds as a whole, which is just crazy. 3rd place finish in the standings. We could see him make a comeback as well.
Absolutely. And we've seen so many of our CN players as well be at the top there. I believe there's 3 in the top 8 right now, which them being on this awesome LAN together, huge stage for them over in Chengdu is really fun to see, but also they're performing well, at least having a bunch of these players at the top of the lobby.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how it all plays out now that we have these players together in a new lobby. This was the lobby that they could prepare for, those first 2 games. That was what you could look at the other players and kind of make a game plan of, here is who I'm matched up with. This is what my game plan is going to be looking like. Chris, you either need notes or you're going in with a lot of bravery, and this is our lobby once more as we are going to be loading into game number 3 here at the Tactician's Crown. Starting us off with Aurora.
Okay, Aurora, so we'll have Prismatic either in the beginning or in the end, and that will be a confirmation that we'll receive promptly. For now, Kurums will be the start. Kurum, a story of, for some, one of the best in America, having a long run since last TAC round, but now CLE, we were talking about him so much, making a good run and a good possibility now to perform.
Yeah, Kurum being one of our America's representatives that many people know, but one person that many of us don't know is Kambuli, who we are on board with now, having a Seraphine 2 in shop already, which is quite a good point. Kambuli is somebody who's had an amazing set. They've played lots and lots of competitive games and are averaging a 3.77 AVP across 60 games. And so there's somebody that's had a lot of momentum this set. They said in one of their interview questions that this set is the first time they've really put it together. And so at 11 points now, had a solid start, looking to make a run.
Looking at the comparison in playstyles coming into this lobby, someone like Kurum and also Sologasang, they've been defaulting a lot to Dynamo as a whole, either just flex with MF carry, either going to legendaries if you have the right angle with the resources to get there, or even Dynamo reroll. Curious if those 2 game plans clash a little bit in this lobby. And another similarity, Gobo and Setsuko. Gobo's a player who rose up in EMEA, won the EMEA Championship, the regionals in set 12, has been popping off the last few sets, a very young player, and he learned from YBY1, who has a very similar playstyle to Setsuko in terms of really knowing how to make use of what he's given to get to 9 in creative and unique ways. And in a meta like this, I think Setsuko and Gobo are both very favored.
Yeah, we think level 9, and we only think maybe Cypher and Boombot, but also Ox. Ox is also a possibility, and both players that you mentioned, Setsuko and GoBuster, are both planning, or at least with some angles and some gameplay in that possibility.
And we do have our Prismatic start. It will be a random output hack as well on the left side, so some interesting things being considered. We see the top right, Exalted Adventure, being a random output for Sologasang, revolving around that 2-cost reroll will be very, very interesting if that's what we choose.
Something else, Solo still thinking about it.
Yeah.
Getting some additional components. So now go Boxer. This is expect the unexpected, right?
Yeah, I believe he got a full component from Expected Unexpectedness. Here for Sologasang, we do see Exalted Adventure, and I believe one of them is LeBlanc, which is a very, very exciting thing for him. I would imagine LeBlanc being one of the things we really want to reroll currently in this meta.
think it might be LeBlanc Veigar. It's one
Zed.
of the common ones.
Were you expecting a set?
No, Grenade has a Zed.
Well,
That's
Grenade
crazy.
went from winning one game to maybe winning two.
Yeah,
off of
for
a start
sure.
like this. Very early Zed for Cypher. If we can find 5 Cypher on level 5 coming into stage 3, that would be absolutely insane.
Also seeing the cameras of players is amazing. Some of them, few of them, obviously, still from home without the possibility of traveling, but most of them are in the venue. And Solo Hassan being very comfortable here with the tank top, just making sure he has good temperature going up here.
He's actually traveling at the moment, so
Okay.
he wasn't able to go to Poland, but still making the time, of course, to compete in the Tactician's crown, and does actually go over to Grenade. You can see them flash their emote. That's actually Zolo's own little emote he got from the Macau Open.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
I think we're understanding why Solo came here and why Grenade was a bit sad. He just won that last round. I think he regrets making the Vi upgrade, potentially.
He leveled again.
Yeah, I think he might be playing more of a win streak Cypher stage 2 until he loses and then start losing in stage 3 and preserve HP that way. He knows he can reach a lot of stacks because he has the early Zed and can reach 5 Cypher in stage 3, so probably going to lose streak all of stage 3 instead and try and go for maybe a 500.
So we have confirmation on the Exalted Adventure. It's LeBlanc, Veigar, and Shyvana that he
Ooh,
had picked.
Shyvana. Shyvana alongside that Cypher reroll composition is very good because Galio shares that trait with Shyvana, and so we'll be very, very happy with Cypher reroll from that spot. But again, this Cypher line is contested, so if Grenade decides to go for the reroll instead of some great cash out into a pivot, it could be interesting.
Yeah. He could stay on Veigar Shyvana without LeBlanc, just all comp, vintage comp of the Veigar. That is normally the way you played it. But yeah, LeBlanc normally, especially in this meta, should be a lot better. Gobo now, Divinicor, good angle. Not with Slam still, only being flexed here with the front line. Just slamming here a little more generic, making sure he has possibilities for the late game. Holding up on the Skarner right here. On the Kog'Maw, just having good possibility. And when we said he was the one who needed to risk it here, he's going to play Ox, and for now just giving holding items here on the Graves.
I don't blame him. Graves pair already in stage 2. He isn't really close to being a first pick or second pick in this carousel, but if the rest of the lobby's a little bit asleep still, don't realize there might be a Graves on the carousel, a Graves 2 itemized with buried treasures coming into the rest of the stage 2 and stage 3, he can really take over the game, especially if he finds an early Graves 3, potentially at the end of stage 3.
And I mean, you can just see what that Graves can do against the 2 upgraded units. Nearly takes down yet another one, as we are going to be going into that carousel. That allows us to take another look across the board and see
There's a Graves.
if there's another Graves on that carousel.
We also see our augments along the bottom of the screen. We have 3 players playing Unexpectedness, as well as Setsuko and Lakoko both playing around Flexible as our augment choice. So lots of emblems coming in for both of those players.
And the Graves is picked up by Wenwu, so that is going to be a big spike and turn this lose streak around. And again, if he plays this as he should, you know, the Moses positioning, the tempo rolls on stage 3, he can really start bullying this lobby. Anyone who's playing for lose streak will be taking some big hits. And again, if he hits the Graves 3 early enough, he can definitely be a player to turn those, you know, 8th ace into a top 4, maybe even a first.
Yeah, 100%. Now that we see Setsuko having the Bruiser emblem, just trying to be a little flexible, already coming into the AP line. So Bruiser plus here holding the Veigar. Maybe some options here, but I think he's not committed. He's just waiting a little more. But this Veigar 2 can give him some good tempo here in the mid game. Trying to hold on for the win streak.
For sure, moving those items over to that 2-star Veigar is just going to be your most powerful unit to try and clutch it out. But Grenade, on the other side, has already gone level 6, so that is going to be a power-up of another sword as well. And I do believe that might just be too many units for the early Veigar to deal with as of right now. Not too much mana generation going on for him. Frontline has crumbled, rest is going to follow suit, and that is not going to be the win streak Setsuko was hoping for.
And getting to level 6 early does mean he has significantly higher chances to hit those other 3 costs that he needs in Cypher. So we'll be having a greater opportunity to get Draven, to get Galio, get 5 Cypher online as quick as possible, and then I imagine his board will become weaker.
He's expecting a rejuice of gold potentially from his augment. There's a pretty high chance after the next creep round. This is similar to playing something like Hustler, where you just don't care about your econ at all. You're just playing for very high tempo, trying to dominate the lobby, bully everyone, deal extra damage as well in stage 2 and 3. And then eventually, once that starts faltering a little bit, when the tempo starts falling off, when you lose your gas, you play for the 4 Cypher, the 5 Cypher, and get another big rejuice maybe 2 stages later.
Yeah, makes sense. For now, Vanguard here for Grenade, just trying to maintain a little tempo. He's the one fighting with Kurum for this win streak that is so important. Final chance, obviously, to achieve neutrals with a full win streak, generate gold. And once again, getting out directly of Cypher, just trying to get a strong unit. And then, as you said, Panda, he will put it again on stage 3 and just try to ramp out as much as possible.
Really big win here. Stops the Graves 2 from Wenwu from just starting that win streak, getting that extra gold as well. So dominates the lobby and throws a wrench in everyone's plans really in stage 2.
KurumX also able to 5 streak, but someone who was not able to continue their 5 loss streak is Solo Gasong, who was playing around that LeBlanc, that Exalted Adventure. Obviously not having that much strength, but breaking that loss streak is pretty bad for wanting to play around Cypher.
Yep.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate, kind of getting caught there between Kambili and Makoko, who are also trying to keep their respective loss streaks open, and that's just what we were talking about. If too many players have that as a game plan, it starts to get really uncomfortable, so knowing your field and your outs often very helpful. I do think for Zolo, especially with that augment that you're calling out, CLE is going to be quite unfortunate. We'll see how he can deal with that and try to make that adventure come together.
For Kurum, he's on Birthday Present. I think this really suits his playstyle, both in his meta read, he's playing a lot of Dynamo recently, as well as just historically his playstyle of playing very high tempo, of making a lot of micro decisions that work in his favor to win these fights around positioning, around knowing exactly what board is strongest in stage 3 especially, where a lot of players from Seattle are not playing stage 2 and 3. They're just going straight to stage 4 and playing around Urgot and these win out comps instead. So Kurum finding an advantage here off of his augment. The moment he loses his win streak though, it's a big problem for Birthday Present in general.
We have the Vanguard Mordekaiser, one of the Exodia right now on this set. Jack, we've been talking about it so much, and maybe he has the chassis, could be the total completed scenario. And he doesn't need even to get additional Vanguard. Just getting the Mordekaiser is good enough.
Yeah, it can be very, very powerful. We see a lot of the flexible emblems come through. Setsuko didn't quite get to see which one he had, but Goboster also having unexpectedness, so a little bit of that rejuice, as you've been saying, Panda, a little bit more resources throughout the game, not just at the beginning when you choose the augment, but our second augment on 3-2 will be huge for showing us where this game will end up.
And both maintaining the
Oh man, Black Market augments too. High-end shopping is one of those augments that is so powerful right now.
It's not so good for Kurum though, because he wants the level regardless.
Right.
So usually with high-end shopping, you roll on 8 as if you were on 9, and you save a lot of gold that way as well. But with Kurum, I think he doesn't really want to pick for it because he wants a level for Birthday Present anyway.
Actually, high-end shopping is showing up twice, and both of the players are not in the greatest spot to pick it up. Solo Gazang being the other one on that Exalted Adventure as we were talking about. High-end shopping, not really what you want to go for as of right now. Does roll the other options to try and see what he can get. But yeah, another set of prismatics.
Amazing. Also binary for Kambuli, playing the Gorilla is perfect. You have so many options and carries that can try to get that additional item, so good spot here for him.
Kurum did take high-end shopping, did go for that, even though he's going to be pushing levels, so I wonder if he's just going to use that to push to level 8, then roll on level 8, using Birthday Present to get there as efficiently as possible, keeping that win streak, and then also staying very, very healthy. But on the other side versus Kurum, we are seeing a very powerful board, having a bunch of those 3 stars already for Kambuli.
And this is the problem, right? You pick binary, you get immediate power. Maybe not the most power because you don't have the 4 units benefiting yet, whereas Kurum, 0 power coming off of his augment. When he is trying to tempo the lobby, he's leveling to 7. I'm not sure I like the pickup. I get that they may be saying, hey, I'm not strong enough anyway. There's players like Renee, there's players like Wenwu who are going to have very strong boards in stage 3. I might lose regardless, so gives up on Birthday Present as kind of a key game plan and relies more on high-end shopping to just cap out on 9 and probably play for Urgot or Dynamo Legendaries.
There's also a possibility maybe Econ on the 3rd augment and try to ensure that level 9 and then gain additional shops on level 9 for level 10, but it's very difficult. I mean, that's the dream. Of course, I think it's more like a safe place, just try to get a good position, but there's a way. There's a way he can get both values.
The good news for the lobby is that our tempo players have now fallen. Their loss streaks have started. KurumX and Grenade both taking a loss that last round.
Checking in here with Lakoko, also currently playing around that Graves. We know that Wenwu is on, but is of course also trying to play for those streaks. early loss streak with that Kraken, and I'm not sure the Graves is going to be the long con determination here. Seeing as there's another player on that line, Lekoko still has options to just go somewhere else with it.
Yeah, Lekoko is holding the EXO line, and as you said, already Graves is taken, so that's the possibility of pivoting, just trying to make sure he has the strongest line right now, and then make the angle to play some vertical EXO probably.
The Coco player, very comfortable in EXO, very good performer, World Scrims. He was among the top 3 players in AVP on the EXO line with, I think, a 3.3 AVP, so just pretty insane. He has complete mastery of the comp. And he has mastery of the carousel as well. A little Zeri picked up for Emiya's favorite. Why not?
I mean, if we're both on the cast together, we might as well do a little bit of biasing. But I do actually want to mention that Campbelly, who we saw have that Seraphine 2 in shop very early on, was actually able to find all of the upgrades, so already on the board. Still looking for some additional items to use on that Syra, but then is going to be able to pump level. And if you're looking on the right-hand side, yeah, is not on level 6 or even 7 like some of the other players, but has a lot of gold to work with, so in a healthy spot altogether. Considering that Gorilla from here on out should be doing fairly well.
What an insane setup for the Coco. I am sorry, but similar to Trade Tracker, just the extra emblems being items that scale your EXO units is fantastic. And then you have obviously 2 emblems that work well with the comp, with Marksman on the Zeri and the Bastion on the Mordekaiser. It's just a really, really good setup on the comp. The Coco is so comfortable on as well. He's sitting at, I think, around 10 points now, middle of the pack. He kind of has to have a big game here to fulfill what is expected of him as Emiya's favorite and Emiya's best player, and it's coming together.
Setsuko, also one of those players from Americas that has always high expectations. Someone that can really cap out boards, just is a great player to learn from and watch, and not somebody that's really performed here at this world stage quite yet. The Tactician's crown, he has not had one for himself, and that's what he's going for this weekend. And this is an interesting start from him, not having maybe the emblems dropped from Flexible that he would prefer to play around, but being very flexible, also getting Belt Overflow to secure that front line.
Also, the volatility in points. First match was an 8th place, and then a first. So actually what you're saying, Jack, full volatility playing to his spaces with a full risk in the line.
Gonna get a glimpse of that board that we were just talking about on a 4 win streak, working in favor of Campbelly. Now, with that additional gold, is going to be able to level, and actually does go pretty deep into econ to enable that level 7 right as we were watching.
The big spike will be finding a brand to fill in the 3 streak demon, while also giving you some extra techie to have the key synergies online. One of the things that this comp really needs, especially after the nerfs to Mundo 3, are either scaling augments on 2-1, something like no scout, no pivot, for example, 1 for all, or something like items. And Binary gives you 4 extra items when all conditions are met, when you have that 4-unit cap for this augment. And it spikes you at the right moment, right? You want to take over in stage 3 and the earliest parts of stage 4, preserve a lot of HP, and then slowly bleed out to a 3rd or 4th.
Yeah, with the changes, now Seraphine, we know it's not the best carry, it's full utility. We need the Syra to actually kill the units and have a chance. The Mundo, obviously, in the tank, and then the brand, as you say, is the win more, the one that is able to do the AoE and pressure the rest of the enemy and ensure the win.
Lekoko here also having a unique augment with the wise spending, able to help him get to those higher levels, get those upgrades. We do want to call out, though, Nguyen and Campbelly. Nguyen obviously being that person that we've seen go 8-8 early on, and now setting himself up well, at least with a good HP advantage, to hopefully have a good placement in this one.
And Solo has a duplicator, is playing for LeBlanc, reroll, has already cashed out Cypher. Not the most stacks, but of course wants to get the Cypher stats online to his main carries coming into stage 4. Doesn't want to continue bleeding. He's already down to 30 HP. Not the high roll Cypher spot we're used to seeing. I think if he's able to hit this LeBlanc in time, he can make it work though.
Not the best items also. Not good possibilities here to get something working out.
Oh man. Oh, okay.
Okay.
2 Shyvanas means we can get Shyvana 3 using one of these duplicators as well.
Okay.
We are very, very close. Yeah, Shyvana coming through. We are 2 off LeBlanc. We do have that lesser duplicator coming through as well, so the cash out is huge.
Mainly gold, right, in the cash out?
I believe some items went to the item bench. They're just less flashy with the current UI.
Okay. In the access now. Graves, 3 waves, Graves away still. So not in the best spot right now, but scaling a little with the tree now in 24.
And this is one of those augments, black market augments. You don't see it too often, but it's very, very good on this Graves board. Chemtech Overdrive, giving a lot of AP and AD and attack speed to our people that we can put in that second row, which Graves, that's where he wants to be.
Yeah.
It does limit your positioning a little bit. You
Yeah.
can't really make the use of the Moses, left and right wall positioning as much. I think it's best on Zeri because she really doesn't care where she is on the board as long as she's not getting targeted right away. She can dash out of danger right away. At the Graves, we'll see how it works out with the positioning in the late game.
Setsuko doing the full pivot right now, making sure he picks first and trying to roll and get the Udemy. Not the best position. And now also the roll down for the Graves, not getting additional Graves here. Now we'll have the split win streak for both of them. Kambuli on the right, Grenade on the left. Both in a pretty good position, and they want to maintain this win streak right now because this is where the damage actually starts to pop off.
And Campbell is looking to go level 9, cap out around Viego, and hopefully get in all of those tech units that can do so much damage in this late game, and stabilize also Zach in the front line. Able to get a lot of items on these units. We don't have our 4th binary airdrop being active quite yet, so he'll get there as well. We do on the other side for Kermex. We are seeing a very unique board playing around that Dynamo Flex, but Shogath 2 in the front line to stabilize him.
On the left side, Grenade has entirely given up on that early Zed that he found, not playing for Cypher whatsoever. He preserved so much HP, had the early Leona as well, said, hey, I'll play for this instead. He is currently first in the standings. He's saying, why do I have to play a risky Cypher game when I can just play for the safest comp in the meta? Vanguard Marksman, from a lot of HP, from a lot of extra items as well, 2 Freaky or Infinity Forces on his Xayah. It's going to be a loss here, sure, against a player that, just cashed out unexpectedness. And overall, I think the game plan is very solid from Esprit and Nate.
He even decides to sell the sack. He knows he's not going to level 9. He just wants to stabilize, as you said. He had 2 sacks, but obviously not that possibility to go in and lose this not win streak, but actually just being this HP. As you said, this is a 4th guaranteed.
And we see Setsuko's board here, taking reinforcement, getting that free upgrade from that 4-star 2 cost. As our roll down happened here, we are at 0 gold, well, 1 gold, sorry. 1 gold, and he has started that win streak, so it did stabilize him at least for this round, and he's hoping to continue that.
So Bobster still level 7, finds the Elite 3, hasn't found the Brown, and will not find him because he's actually very close, but actually with 2 Auroras. So far, maybe with Expect the Unexpected, having some possibilities there, and just a chance, and now access a little to the backline with the sack. Brown is holding up, and even without scaling, this is more like a burst comp from the Elise, taking a good win.
Gobo playing for tempo, has rolled heavily, obviously on 7, so not really thinking about winning the game, but going to preserve a lot of HP with this Elise 3, with Blue Battery especially. I think a lot of players seem to have switched off the idea of playing for first and are more just trying to play for a 3rd or a 4th. Setsuko included. Pick Reinforcement, isn't playing for Urgot, settling for the lower cap Vex comp.
Yep.
Is sitting on a decent amount of HP, 40, but really has to try and win most of the fights in stage 4 to play for that 4th or that 5th.
Kermex did pick up that Urgot. He was one of our players that was playing flexibly, did have that Shogath 2 in the front line, which is a huge part of that level 9 composition that we call out often. And so now having a guaranteed Urgot may mean that he's able to turn his fortunes around. He's on a 7-loss streak currently and really, really needed that Urgot, so I'm sure he's happy about it.
Looking at Solo now, trying to roll, getting additional units, far still from the Galio, trying to find also the Draven, but not in a good spot here. Finding the Jarvan, very important, giving a little more shred for armor, and now good possibilities here, but actually not in a good place to improve his board in the short term.
I'm actually worried about Solo. I step out for just a minute and I come back to him on 19 HP. That's not the best position to be in, like you're mentioning, but without that extra Galio that is going to buy time for the front line. But I do think if you're looking at the back line, there's something to be said about the sheer power of the upgraded Draven with that Radiant Thieves gloves as well as the LeBlanc, and it is going to be enough in the end. Not by a lot, but by enough to just get that win in.
It's very good feedback, though. Gobo is one of the players that hits his biggest spike in the game right around this point, with the Elise 3 really benefiting off of his roll down plan as well. So Solo now says, hey, it's enough to win this fight. The moment I hit Galio, who is still my item carrier, despite Shyvana being a 3-star, she's just not going to tank as much as Galio, obviously. He could really turn things around and become one of the menaces in this lobby.
Yeah. Kurums once again showing us this Dynamo line that he decided to fully prep, especially for Tactician Crown. He didn't play it that much in the regionals, but now this comp is just so good, and he's flexing. He's just using whatever the game's giving to him, and now he's just trying to go for it, but doesn't look good.
Double econ augments, double prismatic econ augments, and this is your board. I would not be happy if I'm KuroMX. I think his HP is, showcasing that 18 HP now, 8 loss streaks since the moment he picked high-end shopping the second augment. I just don't think this game plan really coalesces and makes sense with birthday present being your first pick.
Graves is out. So
yeah, Graves was taken down quite fast. I looked at it and I thought, oh, he could probably reach a backline. But Wenwu, with a game plan that going into this game, we were talking about how important it is to get those top 4, now finds himself once more with the back against the wall, 16 HP, as we are reaching Raptors is unfortunately not a whole lot. And he has been free falling, 5 losses now as well.
Yeah, he delayed too much. The Windsor maybe not having luck getting these grapes, and he needed the grapes 3, so he decided to stay here until he got it, and now he doesn't have a chance to go for additional chance. So, normally you have the Aphelios here helping, maybe even the Senna 3, and he's far away from anything of this.
Actually, for Kurum, I just noticed he's level 9, not 8. Usually with high-end shopping, you're rolling on 8. So Kurum went for the all-in win-out strategy going 9. He's essentially seeing level 10 shops, which means that even with no gold to work with the rejuice here on creeps, if he's able to find everything upgraded, all of his 5 costs, he can have one of the strongest boards in the game, despite being down 2 augments essentially when it comes to econ.
All right.
I'm a believer. That's the risky play. Let's see if he gets it. Now, once again, both with win streak, Lekoko, Setsuko on the right, trying to roll additional.
Oh, Lekoko's 1 off Mordekaiser 3. That would be a massive spike for this EXO board.
It would be, but also the Sejuani too would just be a good unit to find as well. So digging a little bit deeper here to maybe try and find one of these 2 outs. Unfortunately, their shops are not going his way here. Is going to need to sit another round, but with 5 wins and as much HP as Lekoko has right now, I don't think you're too mad about the outcome just yet.
And Setsuko also has hand-picked emblems for this EXO board. He now has Vanguard Spat on Mordekaiser with Crown Guarded with the Corrupted Chassis, and it's just going to scale his HP throughout the entire fight. He is in an excellent position to possibly even win out this game, and we're seeing him face one of the strongest boards right now.
Wow. Challengers players already know this, but Setsuko has, as you said, the Exodia, because this shielding allows that the Vanguard emblem start to give you additional HP, and it ramps, and gives you the Exodia. So obviously, it's perfect. Everything giving shield, everything giving additional HP.
Between Amiya's Exotech and America's Exotech, I'm just saying one won and the other didn't. Unfortunately.
On what could be a pivotal moment for the entire tournament run, really. 2 8th places to start things off in the first lobby. A reseed comes through. It's a stack lobby yet again. Obviously, it's his Tac Crown. And he is looking at a 6 loss streak, currently 8th place and on 1 last life. If he loses here, that might be the end of his run. I mean, it's going to be very hard to come back and not land in the bottom 8 once this day 1 is over.
That's right. He will need to try and keep fighting for those wins, and a chance is opened up here if that Graves can make it into the backline, if he can get to that LeBlanc and the Draven before they target him down, and he has reached, but too little, too late. The rest is already eliminated, and with that, Wenwu, a player that came into this tournament, formerly a viewer, formerly a fan of the tournament, first time really tasting the air of what a championship feels like, is really in a tough position.
And he did really risk it all there. Playing around Graves, playing around Golden Ox is a great way to win out a game. Just hit too late, and so unfortunately, it will be that 8th place for him again, though. Kurum is somebody we need to keep our eye on. 5 HP left. Did win that last round to stabilize, but Grenade is dropping fast as well.
Yeah, it's like the contrast, right? Newen, the last right now in the standings, and Grenade just being the best and playing a little tempo, but actually very low here, could fall down and give space on the top.
The biggest problem is Grenade is not found a Garen, which I think is what really would elevate this comp and this setup to that next level, especially with double Infinity Force. Garen's just an absolute monster, and especially with his augment setup as well, right? But all in all, it's only the Urgot 1 on the board, no items. It's down to the Leona. We talked about him playing for a high-tempo game plan and not playing for Cypher off of the early Zed in Stage 2. Hasn't quite panned down. He's on his last life here. A loss here from Solo, who is that Cypher player, could knock him out.
And it just goes to show in what kind of a spot marksman is. We've been talking about how much of a default comp it is, how usually it is kind of stable, but it just doesn't seem to be enough. And we're getting double elimination here. Kerm and Grenade both out. The minus HP are what is going to matter. And that is, to me, shocking and explains why we've been seeing so little of the marksmen in the first 2 games as well.
I'm not too shocked because Clement left the cast all of a sudden. The top 5 all Americas and EMEA players. Let's go West. But overall, it's going to be, I think, the 3 game plans that were most iffy, right? Kerm, we talked about, did not looking very good. And Grenade as well.
And a lot of this patch revolves around our augment choices, especially in prismatic lobbies. And if you look at the bottom 3 and their augment choices, they were a little bit risky, not really the game plan you would want going into a game. And so not having the result that they're looking for. And it's just, you know, sometimes you just get unlucky. You don't get the combinations you're looking for.
Seeing a big upgrade there for Setsuko as he does find that Sichuani 2 that we also saw Lakoko digging for. Did move items a little bit there to try and fit in Dynamo on the Morgana instead of the Jin. But we're going to be seeing him go up against Sologazang and the upgraded Adventure Board that we saw a couple of times already. 5 win and in a really, really good position to actually get a high finish here.
Vex is almost down. Good snipe here from the Draven, but she's still hitting.
Galio down though. Most of the front line is now left open. We're seeing here the move up on the Varus, the stun coming through as well. Cho'Gath buying a lot of time, probably one more cast here too. It's down to Draven, a lot of extra HP from the Radiant TG. Is it enough though? He's showing just too big.
I'm calling it. It is not. That Draven will not survive. But it was a nice dream.
I mean, the axe comes back there, kills both units.
Crazy.
You are a little bit too confident, Mace.
I saw Cho'Gath. That's all I needed to see, let me tell you. But Lakoko gets eliminated on the back of that fight. That also means never really reaching that Mordekaiser 3. That was kind of a little bit of his safety condition, the stabilizing point. Setsuko takes the win between the 2 players on that Exotech line. We're getting another look at somebody that's just been kind of cruising through this game with Camberley.
Yeah, Camberley had a very good spot for this Gorilla reroll. Those 1-cost units rerolling and hitting quite early. Was able to get to level 9, now cap out around a Koboko 2 to help just really stabilize that front line. And so he's looking for a spot to hopefully take this comp that usually gets 3rd or 4th and maybe win the game.
I love how he found that binary airdrop as well in a comp that just can take infinite items, sometimes it feels like. So really, really nice to see that he's making use of that augment in a very well spot. But it's not enough here for Zologazang as he does go against that comp. And we're seeing a familiar picture as the Draven will snipe out the backline unit. The Mundo will finish him off. With that, Zologazang taking a 4th place. I think you're still okay with that.
Yeah, I mean, it's the counter, right? You have a bursty comp in Cypher, Fierce damage against 3 stars and Bruisers. You don't have anything to accomplish or to try to diminish that HP. So obviously, a huge hit right now. Solo taking a 4th.
I think more than the counter is maybe the fact that the Radiant TG on a Draven was a Declaw and a Steadfast Heart. Not exactly Draven BIS when it comes to killing units. And also that LeBlanc was sniped, right, by the Brandle a little bit before the Galio died. One of the key and more consistent damage dealers in the Cypher comp.
As we look at all of our players here on screen, one person standing out along the rest with that current win streak is Gobo. He is that trifecta augment that powers up those 3 costs, and being centered around that Elise carry, it is so strong, and that's why he is currently on fire.
Additional items for everyone. The final Anvil is trying to pop off. 3 items here for the Aurora. Double reduction here, but obviously good for a little scaling. And now positioning most important than ever.
All right, Setsuko goes up against Camberley, and Gobo goes up against Camberley's Ghost.
Yep.
So we're going to be getting a taste of what that comp can do against both of the other 2 players. Setsuko doesn't have too much life to give here. So if that ends up being a loss, it could be dire, it could be the elimination in this round. But I don't think it's going to come to that. Choga is still standing strong as in the back line.
1v1?
Aurora does come into play. All right, Brand,
Brand,
who's
don't
got
do
it?
Brand. Okay, he won.
Well, close enough of a loss, though, for Setsuko to hang in there, I think is the bigger picture.
The amount of times I've seen Brand in a 1v1 where he throws up his big damage-dealing ult and then dies before it lands.
Importantly, though, Setsuko's able to go level 9, able to put in 5 or more Divinicore now. Actually, he decides to go for the 4 Dynamo instead. Able to give a lot more mana on those units, and this could be the difference.
Is it enough? That's the question. Gobo will go against Somewhere Riddle. He got the ghost in the last round, so he's ensured to be against a real player. Now in the rotation, Kambuli or Setsuko. It's Kambuli, so he's going against the Gorilla. Gorilla versus full Dynamo.
I actually think Gobo is happy with his chances here. The bigger picture is, who does Setsuko have? Because it is a ghost for sure, but if you are in your last life, sometimes it can happen that a ghost is so strong, and it actually is enough
great access
for
to the
you
back line.
to take him out. Gobo is going to take the win between the two players here. And Setsuko also able, with just 1 unit, to get that win there against the ghost copy.
Great positioning from Gobo. The MF, both ults, incredibly impactful. First, almost chunking down the Mundo all by herself, and the second one killing off the Seraphine before she bursted down those backline carries, at least down to maybe like 10% of her HP off of the Seraphine cast. So a little bit fortunate in terms of how much damage was dealt and what units were able to survive that initial first cast.
And unless Setsuko's able to win out, the HP bars are very interesting because Gobo is very much the final boss in this lobby, having 7 win streak. And now Setsuko is going to have to face the real version.
It's enough. It all comes down to the Mordekaiser. Is actually getting all the damage in. So how much time is he able to ramp up? And no, he's down. So it doesn't look good.
MF,
Setsuko,
cast again.
zero tank right now.
Aurora takes down the MF. That could be the difference, and we're seeing here a big loss from Gobo. MF has to cast twice in these matchups for Gobo, or else he's probably losing these fights.
It's not just a big loss from Gobo, but it's also a massive win for Setsuko. He didn't have any more to give, and now he gets another shot of finding an upgrade, gets another shot of getting something to make him take a
Aurora
shot
is
at
being
winning.
pinged, and Kambuli takes the Aurora right here from Setsuko in his face.
And Setsuko's known as one of these players that can really cap out boards. He's that player that you watched, you see, hey, how do I really optimize this set and get the highest cap board as possible? But that wasn't true in the America's Golden Spatula. He didn't win a single game and still qualified for the Tactician's crown. But he's hoping to get back out into that status that everyone knows him as and win 2 of the first 3 games.
One of the problems for Kambuli is that he is playing around the Street Demon pattern, so he is going to have, obviously, the worst positioning of anyone in this triangle left off of the 3 players remaining. Sejuani is going to have max value pretty much every single fight, as does Vex clumping or attacking that entire AoE clump right in the middle.
And we could be seeing double elimination here if the TFT gods so favor. Kambuli going up against Setsuko. Setsuko has been finding wins in the last round just on the back of the HP, making it through this, but Kambuli has assembled this gorilla comp and it's not good enough. The Cho remains on top. Setsuko serves a devastating loss to Kambuli, but looks like Gobo is also hanging in there.
Ooh, and there's the 2-star.
Yeah, already so strong, getting the Aurora 2, so important here. Double burn, ensuring there's no healing here in the lobby. And now it's fully burst from Gobo versus, obviously, the true damage here from the Vex. Great front line from both. Positioning, as we said, very important. This Misfortune, this Elise, access to backline, decides to go left and stays left.
If MF casts twice, I think the fight is in favor of Gobo, but there is a lot of chip damage coming through. The Varus stun, for example, will be going on to the MF most likely. There isn't the Braum being hit by Vex is true damage right away. That's always going to be a good thing here. But Mordekaiser, every fight that passes, he gets more and more HP. The fights go more and more in favor of Setsuko.
The good thing is, Aurora's ult doesn't actually target the Misfortune. The bad thing is, it targets everything else, annihilates the board here, and serves a devastating loss to Gobo, but lives on 1 HP. We're going to get another PvE round, another shot to turn things around for the Mia player.
We'll be going to stage 7, so if you did your pick'ems and you guessed stage 7-1, that's where we'll end this game at least. So that's good news.
That's
what did you guess? What was yours?
I did 7-2.
7-2?
Yeah.
I like 7-2. Makes sense.
For Gobo, because he was rolling for obviously the Braum 3, the Elise 3, and the Braum was quite far behind after he hit the Elise 3 up, he was stuck on 7 for a little bit longer. He hasn't been able to really cap out this comp with the legendaries. He's still sitting on a Darius too, which in stage 7 is not always the best news, even if it is giving MF some extra damage off of the Syndicate being online.
Has the sack, but obviously not enough blobs for now.
Not even an upgrade. So.
Yeah.
Well, he is finding some of the blobs at least. That's good news. A second Zag in the shops there. If he can find another one, he would be very, very happy, but he's not going to come together, unfortunately. Let's see what Setsuko has in the anvil.
Okay, decides to get good items now. Aurora Teki.
Ooh, this is really scary.
So she was already doing so much damage, and now should be significantly better. Access to backline, always good.
We want to keep our eyes on the front line of Setsuko. As the front line goes, so does the composition for the Exotech composition. The scaling, the amount of HP, that barcode on the Cho'Gath is incredible.
The MF misses all of the key backline from Setsuko. Does cast a second time, but only half of that cast coming through. Vex and Varus still incredibly healthy.
And the Aurora.
Huge win by Setsuko. Just a more capped board overall. And a great performance to win a game. Picking Reinforcement as your final augment is a very, very difficult thing. Although Belt Overflow is pretty strong, so I'm not too surprised.
2 wins for Setsuko out of 3 games. Now, we won't talk about the first one. We can blame, I don't know, something. But he has won the last 2 games, and so reclaiming his throne as the guy who can win games, and a great start for him.
I agree. I thought it was a really, really cool game to see from Setsuko. I also thought it was an interesting lobby, but as always, there's some highs and some lows. We were talking a lot about for Winvu, this might just be the end of the line. There is a comeback possibility of just straight first places, but the mental, well, load really that it takes to overcome such a devastating start is really, really big. Aurora sending us into this prismatic game here, and I think the early prismatics determined a lot of what we were seeing. Jack, you were calling out the unexpected expectedness, expected unexpectedness, that way around. I think a lot of players going for that was really interesting here.
Yeah, it creates a bit of variance for your game. It's harder to plan, but it does give you a higher cap because you get more resources because of that unexpectedness.
And I think the variance of the second augment also being prismatic, I'm not going to say decided the games, but definitely was a pivotal point for a lot of games. Kerm, I think, for example, the moment he picked high-end shopping with birthday present, I think that's just a very tough spot to navigate. I get his vision of trying to give up on birthday present altogether, but it didn't quite work out. And the flip side for Cambulee, binary airdrop comes online. He must have been incredibly happy. I guess an insta-pick because it made so much sense for his spot, and he had a very easy top 4 off of it.
Diago Bobster, on the other hand, playing full tempo, at least 3 early. Knows that he's not going to find the brand, so decides to go a little up level, and then being the Exodia, the one who terminated the rest of the lobby. And then what I actually didn't expect it was Setsuko getting a first with Exovex, just getting the Aurora. So I think we could expect the unexpected from now on with Vex and some additional units or comps getting a first.
Yeah, and Goboster did play around his augments wonderfully. Blue Battery, also having that trifecta, it really just powered up that board.
I kind of want to call to a grenade a little bit because we were already talking about it during the game with the marksman board that looked so good, so promising early on and then fell off. A player that had arguably a great start into the tournament day thus far.
And I will say first, Setsuko, I think more than the Aurora, it was just how insane his emblems were, especially the Vanguard emblem, how much that saved your stage 4, how stable you are. With Mordekaiser, you're slowly scaling. You have something that is helping your comp scale when your third augment isn't with reinforcement. I mean, you had Dynamo emblem, 2 Bastion emblems, a Techie emblem on Aurora just to deal some extra mental damage to Gobo. The setup was absolutely insane. And Vexo, after the buffs, we're seeing the Cho'Gath variant. It's just very strong, especially with Belt Overflow, right? It really helps Cho'Gath get those extra casts in, survive long enough to also be a scaling threat alongside Mordekaiser.
And this is one of those things we called out even before the show. One of those conditional compositions. If you have that Vanguard emblem and you have Corrupted Chassis, it just is an incredible frontline.
Your leader, Solo Hesan, Exacted Adventure, getting a good force actually, not easy to navigate. I thought he was maybe going for the Veigar for Shyvana. No, he sold the Veigar, just went for the comp that you know is going to work. So LeBlanc, even though he managed to maybe delayed the tempo and the 3-star, he managed to get a great fourth in a everyone has prismatic. This is so many interests and possibilities, so great done for him.
I think the big point for Zulugazang here for me is that he was unable to get that early loss streak. We were talking about it during the game as well. It is so hard to navigate a line where you are banking on the extra resources, on the extra gold to come alive, to really give you the chance to hit your Exalted Adventure. That was denied. He had to find a new way into actually cashing out that augment, and he was able to, a little bit late maybe in comparison to where you would have liked it, but still, a 4th place, you take those.
He picked up, I think it was Unending Despair off of the cash out, and he had it on a Vi 2. Obviously a Vi 3 that would be pretty impactful. His Shyvana 3 off of the Upgrade Adventure had no items. So just all in all, couldn't really make perfect use of his resources, and found the Galio 3 late as well, which is where he lost a lot of HP already. So I think a 4th is a strong position there. Uncontested Cypher though, I think you're hoping and expecting like, hey, I'm going for a first tier. You know, I'm going to win this game. Cypher's so strong, but didn't quite pan out.
Yeah, as we see on screen, though, we will be heading to Lobby 3 next, which I'm excited about to see some of our new players. And one of the players in that lobby is Tech Summers and YBY1 also, who is one of the players that I've put as one of my favorites because they've been on top of the ladder, specifically over in Vietnam for a while, and they are just someone that people look at as an innovator.
Yeah, they reinvent the game. These are people that people watch, and before Vietnam has always been this innovation as a region, but then after YB1 gets to the NA server and gets Tom 1, then people decide to pay attention and respect, and he has demonstrated so much. This is the acolyte right now for APAC, and my favorite, at least for this region.
In that lobby, we'll also find AQ1H, and that is a player that Clement has been promising up and down. That is a player that plays a lot of Veigar, so I'm personally just really excited and curious what that is about and how that's going to go, and whether or not it's actually going to come true, to be honest. But we're going to take a look at our standings here right now after that 3rd game, and at the very top, we actually did see A1QJ.
Camby Lee, Dish Soap, Robin, Bobster, a lot of America's players on this 2nd page, with some of the favorites from CN like Li Xiao also among that top page. And here in the contending spots, a lot of the EMEA players trying to start lock in and get a few extra points. Bowman Death, not the best 3rd game there, unfortunately.
A good comeback from a lot of them, but we do see YBY1, who we'll see next lobby being in 8th place last game, is not where they need to be. Bensack, though, with an important first to come back. Definitely something we want to keep our eye on.
Now this is the last, when we know he's not having his good day, and Xunga, a set champion, not having once again, so one of the hopes for the CN region with not good results.
And I think next to Xunga was Volta there as well. So both of these really big legacy players in the TFT competitive circuit finding themselves at the bottom of the standings after Game 3 does tell you something about the state of TFT, about the skill and performance of the new players that have come in. We were talking about how this Tactician's crown, in comparison to some that came before, we're seeing a lot of new faces, and they seem to have got it.
We also saw in 2nd place, Xiao Ju, a player that comes from the JOC, a player that maybe many players wouldn't put a lot of hopes on. From CN, they would think, hey, it's Xunga, it's Li Xiao, it's some of the historically players that have come to the Tech round before that have experience, they don't feel the same pressure potentially, but he's popping off. 2nd place is really impressive, and back-to-back wins as well, so the mental has to be pristine coming into this Game 4.
Wei Shan doing good, and who's doing amazing?
Dehua.
Dehua. Actually, it's Dehua, but we like to call them Dehua. He gave us the possibility of saying it this way, so we are approved. So Dehua from now on.
Give you the hall pass.
He did say he doesn't care how we are saying it, but yeah. You guys like to have fun with it.
I think most players don't care, to be honest. We don't have the explicit hall pass from everyone.
But yeah, he did really well. What can you tell maybe people that don't know much about Dehua?
Yeah, Dehua has been somebody who's competed for a while now, but just now has really put it together alongside his study group. We had so many of them, I believe 5 of them in the America's Golden Spatula. Dehua made it through. Brosif, who you guys might know, just missed out by 1 placement. And so because of that, now Dehua is on the stage. He's got a lot of people rooting for him. He's one of those players, though, that likes to risk it all. Not quite having those 1st places, but 2 2nd places so far is a great way to start.
Dehua told me he was, a few sets ago, he was a player that had a hard time maintaining Challenger. And this set, he said he thinks he's probably one of the most improved players. He's had one of the most transformative sets in TFT. Maybe if you don't know where he comes from, you can't really appreciate that as much. But to be on the global stage on a day 1, your first ever set where you're really starting to get results and you are in the top 5 is so impressive.
Well, let's talk about the players that we're actually going to be seeing in the next game, because I do have an important call out to make. I want everybody to take out their notebooks and just really, really write that down. There is a player called Steppy, and then there is a player called Lil Steppy. So if you get a little bit confused, don't worry about it. You're seeing correctly. They have very similar names. But of course, we already talked about Tech Summers. We already talked about AQ1Age. YBY1 also in this lobby, a player I think in past sets, a lot of people were huge fans of. Still happy to see him here, but hasn't carried that same kind of notoriety, that same excitement this time around.
Well, there's a lot of excitement around him because every time he's been on the stage with the Tactician's crown, he has gone 3rd place.
Yeah.
Which is incredible, right? Like being top 3 every time, but that's not winning. He does not have a crown for himself. He is not a set champion, and so he's really looking to make that run this set.
I want to talk a little more about Robin also, a cup champion. He has been there before. He has been doing amazing. Maybe not in the contestant of being one of the top 4 or top 3 of NA of the region, but he has been performing very well, playing consistent, having good runs, and obviously being big in stream and sharing his knowledge. So I have good expectation for now.
A player I kind of want to call out is Clicornin. Now, I think within the EMEA region, a lot of people maybe don't rate Clicornin too highly, but I do want to share something from the draft yesterday, because he was one of the EMEA players that were picked last, which is really, really interesting to me to see kind of the meta read from the rest of the competition on who is maybe a player you want to lock out of the lobby that you end in for the first 2 games. And of course, if you're recalling Turkish representatives at the Tactician's Crown, there is a lot of really good memories that I have personally. Last one being Darkest, who had an amazing run into that top 8, into a very, very good chance at actually taking it all. Unfortunately, wasn't able to make it in the end, but I think that's maybe where some of that respect is actually coming from.
When it comes to the draft, a lot of players, they do not care about historical bias. They do not care about, you know, what legacy players have. They care about the scrim results. They've been playing, you know, in some cases 80, 90 games of TFT with the same players, the same 40 players throughout this last week. And if the Cornin is popping off a lot of those lobbies, you are going to respect him, you're going to fear him, because he might just have a good meta read. Yeah. All that matters for this tournament is this last week of prep, your knowledge of this patch, your execution on this patch. And Cornin, he's been playing a lot of interesting comps. Rengar Jinx, we talked about. Yep. Not the best results, but still, I think he's historically been a player that loves melee reroll comps in general. And also Nitro Zeri. Nitro Zeri is a comp that he played a lot in scrims. I think it's a comp that has not been meta most of this set. Obviously, Exotech is going to be very contested, so it's hard to pull off. But from a Nitro start, he had, I think, under a 3 AVP playing Nitro Zeri with like 5 games or so in scrims. So I would love to see it in action. I haven't seen it in a long time on broadcast for a tournament, so maybe, fingers crossed, we'll see it now.
And 2 of our other players in this lobby with a similar name, Steppy and Lil Steppy, both of these players from Singapore who do know each other, have played against each other a lot. And I'm interested to see what they're bringing to the Tactician's Crown, because personally, I have not seen them play too much, but I know that Steppy specifically has some really good stats. He's somebody that has some high expectations. And so as we look here, I believe this is from one of our lobbies.
Yeah, so this is live from Chengdu, our CN hub that we have on over there. So we're just getting a glimpse of how they're watching these games right now.
Interesting to see our friend Dehua, who normally likes to go for lose streak, actually winning and going for a win streak. I saw there was a game where he had perfect EXO item, and he said, no, sorry, I'll play Cypher. I will maintain this line. So actually great to see that he has this possibility. He said if he was able to force Cypher, he will, but he has been preparing all the lines. So good to see.
Yeah, and this is round 4, so this is the current game that is happening. These are not post-game analysis, but instead current game analysis that we have here on screen as we wait for our lobby to load in. We do need to call out, though, that we have another Garen encounter.
Is
oh, no.
current game analysis not just called casting?
Yeah, but the screen says post-game, so it's current game, so...
I see.
If it's the 80-20, it's not casting. So.
All right. With current game
It can be both. It can be both, I think. But yeah, you're calling it out correctly. Another Garen encounter that has come true there. I was trying to jinx it. I said no more Garens this weekend. It didn't work out.
It's not on broadcast, though. This is not our broadcast lobby.
I'm pretty sure it is on broadcast.
Okay, but this is current game analysis. It's a different title altogether, Max. Remember.
Okay. The dream is still alive, is what you're telling me. I get it.
And I believe this is Shendu, who has Golden Fleece, which is one of those augments that goes along with Golden Ox, and he has 4 Golden Ox already here on stage 2, so can cap very high. Definitely something that I'll be looking at the scoreboard later to see did they go first.
Yeah.
We had the interview with Moji, top of show, once we opened up. He mentioned a lot about CN players. He talked about Sendu specifically, the player that has been absolutely smurfing it in scrims, even above players like Weijin and Lekoko. Has not translated that success onto this day one just yet. I think he's around 10 or 11 points, sitting around 30th in the standing. So I kind of thought to myself, players who do well in scrims, it doesn't always translate. We had Bintum a few sets ago, did really, really well in scrims, and then didn't really have great success in the attack round. It's a whole different story, right, when you're playing with that much more pressure.
Lisao here slamming an additional Syndicate. We know Syndicate is buff, so that vertical could be very interesting for him. And now we're seeing some EXO action, already 5 EXO, 4 marksmen. So it should be a SETI line here with 7. No items for Vex, so no EXO Vex. And good possibilities also here. This is a good golem.
Yeah.
It's a very interesting one because of the rapid fire and the marksman on the golem. You want to drop Kindred, right? That would make the most sense. But now you have Vanguard +2. You're going to want to keep the Kindred in now. It's a little bit awkward.
What if you get another one?
Ooh, spicy.
Do you drop her or no? The math gets too complicated, CLE.
Does it though?
No, you drop her.
You drop with the 1 cost, yeah. I would think so.
I'd
Caster
hope so.
math in full effect.
Well, if you're wondering, we're currently watching the 4th game over on the perspective of Chengdu. We're getting actually another set of prismatics to mess up this gear and lobby even more. We're waiting for our lobby to start as we are going to be watching lobby 3 here on broadcast. But just to give you a little bit of taste, Silly, could you read that out?
Yeah, I can for sure, because those left ones are black market augments, and which are quite exciting here in our current set with the hacks that come through. And so we do see, once again, the Chemcheck Overdrive being the choice, playing around that Exotech line, just like you said, Panda.
I think this is some respect given to the meme game. It's time to learn Chinese, buddy. And that's what the message we're getting sent from production for this current game analysis. I think just with the icons, we're able to make it work. Chemtech Overdrive, we talked about it being very strong with, or we saw it from Graves. Wasn't quite strong enough to do well. It was in 8th place from Wenwu, but much, much stronger in the Exotech line because Zeri is able to dash out of danger on her first cast, and then it's as if there's no downside essentially to the positioning.
We do see Shendu with Prismatic Pipeline as well, so lots and lots of resources on his side. If he's able to keep his HP high enough and scale into the late game, he can be someone that can absolutely outcap and end up winning a game. And again, he's just got to keep that HP high. That's the problem.
And it's yeah, he has the Golden Ox, so maybe that would be the angle. I didn't like the mix. He has Golden Ox, he has Slayer, so maybe a very difficult way to camp it up. And you maybe just play tempo according to stage 4 and above.
Looking at scrim results, he is very comfortable on Golden Ox. He played 5 games of Graves, had a 3.20 AVP, second best after Experian. So all in all, I think CN, they're going to be very comfortable on Graves because they were the originators, as they are in many cases, of Graves becoming a powerhouse meta comp 2 patches ago, especially with the innovation of the Moses positioning tech, which completely transformed the comp. Graves was not seen as a carry at all in the middle parts of this set. 5 AD buff. New tech with positioning, all of a sudden he was an absolute menace for 2 whole patches.
Yeah, I'm still waiting on that tactical breakdown, by the way, on that Moses tech. I was promised it. If you guys in chat want to see it, just let us know. I'll force pan. I'll find a way.
When someone wins a game with Graves, I'll do it. Easy as that.
Okay, so you're not going to do it?
Oh.
You cannot disrespect Moses like that. Makes
Shendu's going to do it this game, I believe.
I would not be surprised, actually.
To be fair,
the comeback.
Sender is a player that has done really, really well in this set in his respective region. Clement was very hot on this player. We were talking to Moji in this pre-show as well that was coaching Sendu, actually. So very, very cool to see it kind of come all together.
And it's his first time in Tech Crown. Some viewers from the West, from America, from EMEA might be saying, is this a new CN player? This is one of the most historically significant players in CN. He just hasn't been able to qualify to attack round. He is compared to Soju in the CN streaming scene as if he's a very, very big streamer, but also a very good player. He does kind of both things, so he has a big, big fan base really cheering him on. And the success qualifying and also having just a great, great time in the World Scrims was very good news for CN as a whole.
Yeah, and another CN player to highlight is Zhao Qi, who is Gangli's favorite. He keeps telling us that he's going to win everything.
He does.
And right now, he's doing quite well. He also placed 5th at the Macau Open, so you might recognize that name from there. But has had a meteoric rise on the scene, has able to put together a great 6 months. Is that what Gangli's been saying? The best 6 months in all of TFT?
Gangli has been saying
like
a lot
that.
of things.
That
He
sounds
says a lot.
like
I lose
Gangly.
track.
I do have some other stats, though. In the 15 competitive games that we've tracked recently, he has 0 wins. And so that's what he's trying to do, especially early on in this Tactician's Crown, being able to put it together and see if they can win the game.
Someone that I was really impressed with during game 1 and 2 is Li Sao, who's in this lobby as well. I just checked the scores, and actually in that last game, Li Sao took an 8th place after a very, very comfortable 1st place and a 3rd place in the first 2 games. So maybe not having a game that worked out in favor of him here, but we're going to be seeing whether or not he can come back, getting a glimpse of the board on the opposite side here as well. It's the green side, the player side, I think, or is he just watching?
It's TF reroll
Yeah.
for Li Xiao with too much value, buried treasures, a very good setup. TF, because most of the meta comps were brought down a little bit coming into this patch, TF was around kind of the benchmark average comp in terms of its performance. It's now performing a little better relative to the field, and overall it's been putting up mixed results. I think it's one of those comps where if you see you don't have a Cypher spot, if you see you don't have a high resource econ spot to play something like Boombot to play around the 4 cost, you say, okay, I'll take my TF reroll spot. I'll try and hit early and just stabilize to a 3rd or a 4th.
We saw Sendu then with good grapes, and now we're seeing, or we were seeing the rest, Li Sao.
Ooh, 7 Syndicate
great
setup
spot.
actually with the trainer
Yeah.
golem, so never mind, I take it back. Much higher cap than
It was buff. Now 7 Syndicate, especially when you get the hat to Misfortune.
Yeah.
It's pretty huge.
more impactful.
A lot more damage now.
Well, that is not a
That's a-
normal occurrence, just in case you're wondering, but we're getting hacked. It seems like actually on our game.
This is a new one, end of set hack.
Does that mean our lobby is about to be ready, hopefully?
Fingers
so we're
crossed.
going to be seeing another hack coming your way as our set commences. Cool tech production.
Game's hacked, so we have to go to ours instead. Makes a lot of
Such
sense.
a shame.
It's just a clean transition is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, I hope so. I don't know nothing. So we're still waiting for that lobby, as it should hopefully be ready any minute. We did get a glimpse there of what CN is watching right now.
One of the players we will be seeing, you briefly mentioned it, Makes, is going to be AQ1H. He's a player who I think the key summary is practice makes perfect. Across the last week with the World Scrims, he played 91 games of high-level, high-octane, brain-melting TFT, which is impressive to play that many games in 7 days, essentially. And he had very, very good results as well. Right now, the point leader with 21 points after these 3 games.
Yeah, I was going to call that out. A 1st place, a 2nd place, and a 3rd place are amazing scores to start off a day of global competition where you know you have some players in your lobbies that are actually already set champions. Very, very interesting to see that come together, and I cannot wait to watch AQ1H here as well with the rest of your lobby 3.
We have Acolytes, we have reroll players, but we also have Aura players. And I want to mention here Summer Timer. Look at that. It reminds me of Xingwon Ryu from Solo Leveling. And I thought it was only the photo. When I saw the photo, oh my God, this is good performance. Well, no, we see the camera. He's also with the lighting, also being in the venue in the CN region. So he has like the LEDs in the back. He's looking amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the players with the most aura, specifically when he's walking, even though he is old, is Robin Songs. And he is currently doing quite well in the standings going into this lobby as well. He has a 2nd. He has a bot 4 and then another top 4 to go alongside that. And sitting at 16 points, he's able to put himself in a good position to definitely make day 2, but hopefully set himself up for his long-awaited championship run.
Yeah, we're hoping for that as well, of course. I'm personally hoping our lobby gets underway, but, you know, I'm also hoping for Tex to really show up this time because, of course, after a really dominating run, when we're talking about this earlier just a little bit, he looked so crazy, like one of the best Americas players for a long, long time. And then it just kind of fell off for a little while. Is he back?
I mean, he's been doing his homework. He's been being very, very disciplined with time. He's fully dedicated to TFT. This is important. He told me this. I think I have permission. Actually, his partner is the one like working like recurrently, and he's dedicating full to TFT. So they make like an agreement. Okay, you dedicate for TFT for 2 more years, and I can maintain the family and I can be together, and then let's see what happens. So actually great arrangement, and he's actually performing. He's waking up early, he's working. He's always been a loner. Actually now working with Solo Hesan, maybe with Paihat also, who was a championship here, a player, and actually made us a Mira 3, a legendary 3. So regards to him. So Tech Summers, he's doing the work, he has aura, but he likes to play the game in a different way. He has to likes to have fun, likes to go for the verticals, the prismatic. I really think he has a good chance, and the mental is there.
After his success back in Set 8 Monsters Attack especially, I think that's when he really blew up into the scene. He formed one of the first international study groups, I would say, with Solo, but also with a player from the Americas, Robin, who's in this lobby as well. So interesting how life works out, where both players now qualify from the Americas. Latam had a bit of a dip after the merger with players like Michael and Atenawe no longer really performing to the level that was expected of them internationally, and Tech's also falling off for a while. I'm really happy to see him back. I think he has a great presence on camera. He has always the best outfit of any player in attack rounds.
You like the hat? You like the hat?
And he also has some good tech. He played a lot of TF in the scrims. I think he identifies his comp is very strong from the right spots.
A lot of EXO too.
He played a lot of EXO. He didn't find success for the most part with Cypher and with these win-out comps, so I think he was looking at other ways to solve the meta. And I think TF and some rerolls are going to be that chance for him.
And we forget so quickly how high the highs were for Tex. He made 3 straight Tacticians crowns, which is not something many people can say, and performed well at a couple of them. But we do have our lobby on screen. It looks like we might get rolling here soon.
It does look like it. You're getting a glimpse of all the player cameras right now, playing from our different hubs. Most of them, of course, not everybody was able to get there, but I just love seeing it, that, you know, they're in the same room. You can kind of almost feel the atmosphere as we're loading into game number 4 here. Now, officially, we're actually gonna get our lobby started right now, unpaused, and on our way.
Treasure Dragon will be impactful later on in Stage 4. One of the key things to think about is you can essentially kind of guarantee specific emblems off of rolling around 20 gold on average to find a spatula or a pan. Players, of course, they know this. They know all the tech in the game by now. We're at the end of the set. And they also know to keep certain components open in Stage 4 if they are leaning into some kind of vertical or can find a massive power spike with emblems that are craftable, of course.
And one thing we want to keep an eye on as we head into this lobby is our scoreboard, because it's very important, right? Our players are needing to play to hit that day 2 and needing to play from a little bit behind. And the 2 players in our lobby that we need to keep our eye on are Lil Steppy and Klikornen, who are both at 8 points currently. They need to have a good result in this game to set themselves up well.
They do, but I also really want to watch AQ1H as kind of the points leader of the entire tournament. You know, is there something he's doing that maybe we haven't been seeing in other lobbies just yet? And we're going to be checking in right now.
And one thing we did just see is he made 10 gold on 1-3. So it is a gold start for our players. They'll be able to make interest points earlier than normal, but have a little bit less items. And risking it for it all right here, able to hit 10 gold earlier than everyone else.
I can take a guess at what AQ1H has been doing across the first 3 games, because he played 18 games of Exotech in scrims out of his 90 games, which is, like, you know, a whole lot. This is a pretty varied and wide meta. So to play almost 20 games on a single comp when you have to practice so many other things means that you're very comfortable in the comp, and it means that you really have a lot of confidence that this comp can be played as a default game plan from so many different angles.
Well, to be fair, Exotech does have 2 outs, as we are getting a glimpse of our Silver Rockmans. You can lean into that Exotech we just saw in the previous game, as well as into more classical.
Pure Zeri Exotech.
It was actually?
Pure Zeri.
Oh, wow.
No Vex for me. Just give me Zeri 20 games in a row, baby. It's, you know, Trade Tracker. There's different variations of Zeri. A little Vanguard
I take it back. That is crazy. I thought it wouldn't be both.
It's him, Bensak, and Lides. Were 3 players that played over 15 games of Exotech Zeri. in Scrim. So really, really big proponents of this 4-cost roll-down comp.
Well, taking a look at YBY1 right now, we're going to get an extra set of Thieves' Gloves, 2 Slam, and a glimpse of all of our augments thus far.
And our augments, though, are not very impactful this game. We've seen a lot of prismatic augments, but this time we just have silvers across the board. So some of these silvers can be pretty game warping. We did see like the prismatic items, or Pandora's items, sorry, that can help shuffle your items and make best in slot. That's a quite powerful one for silver.
You say not very impactful, but I believe our current point leader and GigaChad, AQ1H,
Yep.
has lifted the chains from the real demon of the set, Silas. He is now unleashed, and he is ready to take over.
That's
You were
right.
expecting this comp. Can you tell us a little more? Are you looking to... You cannot reroll more, right? You just tempo it?
You want to reroll, get the 3-star, and then that's really it. Just start pushing levels.
Seraphine, if you get it?
It's not. It's a nice plus.
Okay.
Silas is the real carry of the comp, of course. It's a kind of an AP bruiser setup. You go vertical anima. You're usually hitting 7 anima on 4-5 instead of 4-2 because of the extra gold that you had to spend to hit the Silas in the first place. Ideally, you're playing this off of already having 3 Silases and an item slam, and you can win streak in that stage 2 as well to get the extra econ gold from that 5 win streak. Seems to not be the case here. No item slam for now. Unfortunately, has a BF sword and a chain here, so not really ideal. But the idea is that Silas, he can sneak into backlines. He is kind of this hero augment where he can really take over in stage 3 and 4 especially.
A lot of it is the recast that augment enables, where he just casts the second time, and you're going to get a lot of value out of that. But like you're mentioning, would have maybe loved to be in a little bit of a better spot, but still, I think it's commendable to see a hero augment like that one that we don't see too much of, and then just say, yeah, I'm actually going down that route. I know how to play this. I know the conditions for this, and I know where to be headed. But you were saying you wanted hero augments. You got it.
Yeah, amazing. And great position once again. Steppy here, Griffin a little. Obviously, Silas with a possibility. And yeah, I mean, the mechanic of hero augments has always been great for me. And it's interesting. It's like getting that additional or differential archetype to the unit and just making sure that you have a win-out possibilities, and having some hero augments actually work is always good for the meta. Also gives you a little more spicy.
It sure can. And something that's a little bit spicy right now is Robin Songs, who is playing around Cypher, but also has that Titanic Titan, so he's able to get that extra HP. So we see him at the top of the leaderboard, but now on a 3-loss streak. Definitely something to keep our eye on to see how much Cypher he can get in, how many stacks he can get to, because this is one of those augments that really enables a crazy cash out.
Talking about Tex playing a lot of games with TF and Scrims, he sure seems to be headed that way as well. And Summertimer says, no, you're not getting a TF with a pan for free on the stage 2 carousel. I think the pings maybe helped him out on that one. Overall, Pandora's going to help trying to slam the Rage Blade as soon as possible, have BIS for TF, which really wants to spike in stage 3 and the start of stage 4.
Another interesting augment to call out, though, is Kleekornen, who has table scraps, so he'll get that last unit and the item from this carousel, but only 1 cost this time, so not as good as it could be.
Not as good as it could be, but still is going to be something to keep an eye out going forwards. And Kleekornen also trying to maybe get a loss streak going. Didn't work out according to our overlay right now. So a little bit unfortunate there, but we are seeing 2 Graves on the board. And you were talking about how much he likes to play Melee Bruiser. This is what we're going to be seeing from him.
We'll see if Moses will save him from this position. 8 points, needs to start making a comeback right now. Game 4, only 2 games left after this. He has to, at the very least, avoid the bottom 8 of the standings and make it to day 2 on his first ever TACron appearance.
Listen, I kind of feel like we're in a deja vu. We just saw a player that needed to avoid a bottom 4, was on very low points, went into Graves, and it didn't work out.
Amiya diff.
Amiya diff?
Amiya diff.
All right, you're calling it.
Also very slow, didn't have the best luck, very late into getting the Graves 3. So yeah, we will need some luck, some good variants here for Kleekornen, and then trying to really get the Aphelios to a secondary carry, maybe find the Senna 3, and that would be the chance for him to pop off. As you said, Makes, he needs a good position, only 8 points so far. And this is the angle that he decides to go for. Let's see if he makes it.
Sometimes when you're in a grave position, all you need to do is click Graves, and maybe he can save you. But we'll see here in this game if it works out differently than last.
Get out.
Come on, that was good. That was a good one, right?
That was so bad.
All right.
Okay, Steffi and Tech Summer with the win streak. Let's see if they face off of them. Okay, perfect protects. Just going up against little Steffi that
Whoa.
decides to be open only with a Draven. And now
And this
he was
is
with win streak.
especially good considering it's a 5 win streak without a Rage Blade, with no item slam on TF because of the Pandoras and not getting the right rolls across
Wow.
the entire stage. Tex is laughing. I can imagine why. From this position, you don't expect to have a 5 win streak. So a very weak lobby in stage 2, which means that we will probably be seeing a very high cap coming into stage 4 and 5 and very low lobby tempo.
It's not just a very weak lobby, it's a lobby that's willingly trying to lose streak, and unfortunately that's not going to work out for everybody because that is how matchmaking works. Robin, of course, from the top, kind of pressuring down with that 5 loss streak, and you did see players willing to just open forward, just only place 1 unit in order to facilitate that loss streak. We might actually see a double open forward on some of these matchups.
Yeah, Robin Song's being at 50 gold, 5 loss, losing a lot of HP, but he started higher than everyone else, and so he's still sitting in the middle of this lobby. But he's definitely someone that really wants to play around that loss streak. It definitely has all of the gold he needs, so he can decide whether or not he wants to continue that if he finds Cypher, or maybe just start the win streak now and use some of that gold.
The bench jail will be opened up for Steppy now, able to pick up all his orbs, get his extra items, and start potentially win streaking. If he's able to find an at least 2 somewhere in this stage 3, he can be one of the scarier players playing into this tempo Dynamo line, maybe even able to make it to Fast 9 if he finds the right upgrades and the right item slams to play for Dynamo, with legendaries included in level 9.
Yeah, both Tech Summer and Steffi, they didn't expect to get this win streak. Steffi actually with an augment that now is giving him the resources. So pretty good for both. And now with a really good chance, as you said, they just pumping level and trying to maintain the win streak so far.
And they are facing one another, so this will be the end of one of their win streaks. Tech Summers or Steffi.
No bow.
Steffi did go to level
No
6,
bow,
though.
no Rage Blade. Yeah. Where's Pandora's? Hello? Can you give me a bow, please?
Oh no.
In 5 rounds.
Maybe
He's gonna
that's
lose
why
by
he was
60
laughing. It was
Justice
like
for Tex, please.
a sad laugh as the components once more rolled into something that's not a bow. But we are going to be getting another set of augments just after this fight, so that could be a lot of direction that maybe some of our lost streakers in particular are looking for, as golden augments do roll around.
On the left side, Robin Song's Trait Tracker being offered for the left side. We Trait Tracker for Clicornin as well.
One of the comps that we haven't seen mentioned yet, and we are seeing on the bottom left, Summertimer. He played a lot of center reroll, but he's also playing Vayne reroll, it looks like, in this spot. Starry Night, one of the comps that found its resurgence after being the dominant reroll line in the very first patch of the set. Has seen a lot more play in scrims. Players are not getting the best results. It's not really taking over as it did in the past, but it's still a good enough comp to go for a 4th.
Yeah, Vayne is complicated. We saw the Senna. We were talking about it, Senna plus Jarvan as a good possibility. If you're going to play the Vayne, you need to get a 3-star as much as possible. Vayne 2 is not a unit. It's actually pretty weak. It's not stable. So you need the Vayne 3 if you really want to go for that angle.
Robin Song's taking Trait Tracker, which we've seen very much have the ability to win games, slamming that Rage Blade as well. So you play around Exotech with that line, and it's incredibly powerful because with Exotech, you get HP and stats based on the amount of items you have. In Trait Tracker grading, was it 7 emblems or 5? 5? 7? I don't remember how many emblems. 5. It's a lot of emblems, and because of that, you get a lot of HP, and it's also a very wide trait web. So Robin looking to play around that, and will not take a win here, so very good loss.
He's not the only one on Trait Tracker, though. You called it out when the augments did came up. Clicornin also had it offered and clicked it, and that was a player that was on that Graves line, so will need to actually redirect that opportunity that he had opened up for himself with the Graves, and will need to go down the line of Trait Tracker and find those Exotech units to play around in the long run.
It's really a shame that Clement is not on this cast. I know that's his favorite augment, Trait Tracker, so he would have loved to cast this game, especially
Somehow I
once
don't believe
those
you.
emblems come through. You gotta believe me on this one, trust. Looking at the rest of the lobby.
That was the most disingenuous thing you ever said, I think.
The rest of the lobby, Clicornin, we saw from Raiko actually in EMEA during the last cup, I believe it was, play this exact line. The Golden Ox Graves into Trait Tracker. It's a little bit dicey because you give up a lot of your mid-game strength, which is where Graves usually excels, for a much higher cap. You are gambling on hitting things like the Golden Ox +1 that really puts you in a comfortable position coming to stage 4.
Well, we'll need to keep an eye on Click Hornet and how that goes. For now, Graves should be able to do enough just yet. I'm curious about Robin because he's on a 7-loss streak. He's just free falling. I want to know how much he's actually sacrificing to do that. Is he actually playing open board after having that extra HP buffer? And the answer is no, we do have Cypher in play.
Yeah, he's able to get those Cypher stacks up as high as possible before going into Trait Tracker. He'll be holding the units on bench that he needs.
Yep.
But something interesting to call out, though, is Summertimer, who's not somebody we talked about too much yet, but is playing around Slayer reroll, but specifically Vayne with Starry Night.
It's a comp that I think, with the extra pan as well, has a higher cap to go for. We saw he denied it from Tex in Stage 2, can maybe play for something like a Slayer MF in Stage 4, and potentially Slayer Renekton in Stage 5, which is a way to cap out one of the reroll Slayer lines.
Also Garen.
In the past, Garen as well, obviously after the buff is very, very strong. We're looking now at the Wolf Unchained from AQ1H, our point leader after these first 3 games. 3 items. Level 6 now, has been 3-star, so pretty okay on the econ threshold, and essentially 4 items with Piercing Lotus, and solving also the issue of Anima needing both Shred and Sunder as well, so really good augment pickup for AQ1H.
Now my question is, of course with that you are going down that Anima line with 2 players on Trait Tracker, and then also the Vayne that we already saw. Where are we feeling this comp is going to go? Because of course Anima on itself hasn't seen too much play. It's really usually enabled by that extra emblem.
Well, with Silas, it's a different story. Silas is a big enough carry in Stage 4 especially. If you're able to reach 7 Anima in 4-5 especially, he just takes over. He's a very scary unit to face and to position against because he's very explosive. The moment he gets that triple chain cast off and he kills off all your backliners, you have to position as you do with Graves, where if he wraps into your backline, it's pretty much GG at the start of the fight.
Yeah, it was very interesting. It seemed like he was playing around Dynamo for the time being. Obviously, Vanguard frontline can turn into a lot of different things, and for him there, that was what he's decided for in this mid game.
Also, Dynamo is a flex, right? It's very flexible right now. We have seen so many variations, so probably it will be, as you said, the importance of Vertica Anima, but I see a world where actually he will just play tempo, just try to get good units. Normally, you don't get at least 3 so early, so maybe he could stay on this line a little more.
And Steppe, we talked about the potential he had in this Stage 3. He was sitting on a lease pair. He had just cashed out over encumbered and had a lot more items than the rest of the lobby. And we're seeing the results of that. A 9 win streak, a 3-item Elise, 2 red buff as well for potential Aurora in the future. A very good tempo spot, both in health and economy, to make it to 9 eventually.
Yep.
And we saw it from Gobo in game number 3. This is a line that can definitely win games, or at the very least land in the top 2.
We should see Robinson now for the cash out. He's almost at 250. So let's see if that's the threshold that Robin is able to manage. And maybe a good cash out here to do the trade and the switching of units that you mentioned, trying to go for that Trait Tracker and the Exo line.
Champion Duplicator is found, which is great, but now we have to figure out Trait Tracker. How are we going to get that in? What trait web are we going to use to get there? And maybe not even play around Exo. He's got some boom bots and a great setup for that. I'd be curious if he can get to 9.
Interesting.
Good look at Lil Steppe as well. He's going to be our main Cypher player in this lobby. He had picked up LDP as a second augment. Just a very, very good augment with the extra HP you get now off of 5 Cypher onto Galio and the LeBlanc, the 2 main carries of your comp. So I imagine he will be rolling now on 7 after his cash out, and can potentially become one of the scarier players in this Stage 4 if he's able to hit the LeBlanc and the Galio 3.
There's a lot that's kind of going on at the same time. We have our Trait Tracker players that will need to find their web. We have Lil Steppe that's probably maybe going to be cashing out as well, and then rolling down a little bit. And Summertimer kind of finding himself at the bottom here. But yeah, I mean, Robin getting exactly what he wants here. Theory 2 already online this quickly.
Yeah, he's close to having that Trait Tracker board really centered around specifically this Shyvana, able to get a lot of traits given through there, but not quite at the 7 yet. Collecting a lot of Exotech units, because oftentimes you can play the board you're going to get, find the units that you need, put it in for 1 round, lose most likely, and then cash it out.
Exactly, and obviously Nitro is the way to do it. It's easier to get that cash out possibility. Now taking a huge flush. So huge hits for him, still with some health, but he needs to do a transition now.
And he has it in also. He has 8 currently on his board, so he will cash out next turn.
Yeah, a lot to do in very little time, but Robin able to show that even at his big age, he was able to do just that. And we're going to get another set of prismatics before he's actually going to be able to see his traits. But here they come. We're going to be seeing what actually did come out of that composition.
Robin also got cybernetic bulk alongside that with all of the different emblems he has. That is a crazy spot and very possibly went out.
So I'm seeing one Dynamo emblem for sure, but I'm also kind of squinting at the screen a little bit. We're going to be zooming in, of course, once all of our players have picked, waiting for a Q1H at the top there, but here's little Steppy.
Yeah, he has the Mastermind, so he can turn an item to Radiant. Same also for one of them, so two of them got this possibility.
We see the trait tracker from Clicornin. Yeah. So that's the Divinicore. We're seeing Marksman, we're seeing Executioner, and another Divinicore, as well as Slayer.
Yeah. This could definitely be a vertical Divinicore legendary setup. He has picked up Invested, so he's going to have the gold to get there. Potentially can go 9 if he finds stability off of just the emblems themselves and maybe give up on the Graves altogether. Not many copies are sitting on, and already level 7, of course.
Yeah, this is a great setup for that. You have a lot of the great items as you're calling out, and it's also quite flexible. You can play the different things to really get that trait tracker to use all of those emblems well, and it looks like that's where we'll be headed, but we do need to keep our eye on the right side. Steppy has still not lost a single round this game at 100 HP, and he's doing very well in our standings currently and is looking to continue that trend.
That's crazy. Steppy just kind of rolled up to this lobby and everybody else said, I want to lose. And he was like, okay, I guess, so I'll win. And then just played to those outs, trying to keep the board a little bit stronger than the rest of the competition, and it worked out. Text also kind of just cruising by there. We just saw a glimpse of that board is on that Twisted Fate reroll, but I really want to see Robin and see what the trade tracker actually is.
And AQ1H has given up on vertical anima altogether. He's just playing, fundamental TFT. I have frontline and some damage off of my Silas. I have backline off of my Dynamos. Dynamo's a very strong comp now in the meta, and let's see if this can make it work. We saw it a little bit as well with something like a Vi, Unending Despair comp with Morgana, for example. It's just, if you have frontline, you have backline, it's going to work.
And I think this is my first caster curse on the Tactician's Crown stage. Steppy lost, like as soon as I said it.
Can't believe you do that to him.
It's so rude of me, I'm sorry.
So rude.
I didn't mean to, I promise.
And also this makes so much sense as well. 6 Vanguard when you have Final Ascension, so you're going to have the chance to buy a lot of time for the damage to come in. Eventually you have Piercing Lotus as well, so could be a really strong setup from AQ1H. We're starting to see why he's currently the point leader in this tournament.
Yeah, maybe more flexible for Vanguard didn't make sense, but now it looks a lot better. Obviously, having also the Elise there for the damage, and now thinking about going in additional levels and trying to find Aurora and some additional win more to actually cap the board. We're seeing also Robin. We call it out once again, Vanguard plus Chassis.
Man.
The super Exodia Mordekaiser there for Robin, plus the trade tracker, plus the bulk. This is just too good.
Age does bring wisdom. Very much so. Just click trade tracker. He's so smart.
He also has Rapid and Marksman.
Yes. It's a very good spot.
It's a trade tracker special.
This
is why our players love this augment so much, as does Clement. Looking at the rest of the players in this lobby, 4 Radiant Refractors. Not surprising, considering there is a lot of reroll. We have Tex with the Radiant Refractor, the Rage Blade on the TF. We see the Kraken's Fury Radiant as well on the Vayne here. But a dire spot from Summertimer, 23 HP. He likes playing Senna reroll a lot. In this case, Vayne is the star of the show, but it's not quite doing enough.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of tough, right? You go in, you expect to maybe reroll a little bit, hoping that somebody else is also going to reroll on those 2 costs, as there's a lot of Cypher players just in general, and you think you're going to have an easy time to hit. Does find a win here, but with the possibility of the 2 trade tracker players, with how much HP both AQ1H as well as Tex Summers have, I think Summertimer is just kind of falling off a little bit.
And this is somebody that we've had a lot of expectations coming into this tournament for. He has the lowest AVP throughout the competitive season this set in the field at a 3.38. And so going bot 4 here would not be something we'd expect.
Clicornin just finding that Graves 3, very important call out, as that is going to be the peak, as we did see the trait tracker that he was working with still going to stay around that golden ox comp that he's been leveling up as well. And Lil Steppy was rolling for that LeBlanc and that Galio as well as the Draven. Does find at least the Galio to maybe buy himself a little bit of time. 1 copy of that LeBlanc and 2 copies of the
And
Draven.
it doesn't look good. He's being against his father, so big Steppy against little Steppy here, and very much stronger Dynamo on the other hand, and
What?
should be the win.
This thing
Galio.
not actually his father.
He put, actually, yeah, Lil Steppy put
You
his
can-
name in honor of Steppy.
You can say Big Steppy and Little Steppy, but you
Okay.
cannot call him his father. Okay, let's just establish that.
You know-
we are at the Treasure Dragon. Of course, we called to it as we loaded into the game. This is a chance for players to find that one thing that really excels their comp, but of course, you need a little bit of gold to actually roll it.
And you can find some really important things here. If you need a spatula to really enable your composition to get to some higher breakpoints, you can get that on this Treasure Dragon.
Lil Steppy really needs a LeBlanc upgrade, not just for the upgrade itself, obviously, but the fact that LDP, you're double dipping into the value of that, giving Galio more AP as well on his casts. So that's going to be the key thing here, and he's on his last life. Maybe has to give up on the
Oh, wow.
the Dravens. I would think at this point in time.
Wow.
He couldn't find
Clicornin
the
also
Jarvan.
finding Jarvan 3 after that Graves that we just saw. Big hit.
And Summertimer was also chasing the same upgrade, so this means that Summertimer has to probably sell the Jarvans. It's going to be much harder for him to hit and try and use that extra gold to go for the Senate 3. We'll see if Summertimer notices and understands his position coming into this last roll down.
Yeah, roll down coming through here. This will be life or death here. Not going to be able to hit the Jarvans, but still is grabbing them. Oh, man. Skipping
Yeah, very
death.
difficult. Yeah,
Screen.
we already know there's another Jarvan by 3.
All right, at least you have the Vi 3. That's going to be helping you a little bit. Skarner's 3 would have been nice as well, or maybe that Senna 3 now that the Jarvan is out of the question. But really, I am asking myself, if you see Clicornin and find that
There's the
J4
LeBlanc.
3, do you not just sell it?
Yeah.
As you know that somebody else has already hit it. But yeah, like you're saying, LeBlanc 3 for Lil Steppy finally coming online.
Lil Steppy, though, is facing Clicornin's board, which is incredibly strong. One of the coolest boards, having amazing synergies. 6 Divinicore alongside the Golden Ox as well. It is going to be a terror to Lil Steppy's board, but the LeBlanc does do an incredible amount of damage there and will continue to heal up with the Gunblade, but it's not going to be enough. He does die out. Wow.
Too little, too late is going to be all I have to say about that. Lil Steppy trying to fly a little bit too close to the sun with how aggressive this lobby really was on the lost streaking end. Good news for Summertimer, despite still holding on to that J4, does make it into one more round, one more fight, one more chance to find that Skarner.
Ooh, Robin lost the round.
Huh. To whomst?
This is like a very strong setup here.
Yeah.
Mace's will as well. I mean, bulk. The augments are really, really insane. Vanguard emblem, yet again, from an Americas player on there. Mordekai's are going to really help this EXO comp really start capping out. We saw it from sets ago in Game 3. We're seeing it from Robin now in this Game 4. And it's going to help them scale their power into Stage 5 and 6 as well.
Summertimer just found that Skarner we were talking about, so another upgrade for that front line, 12 HP. We're going to see whether or not he makes it through the fight, but we're going to take a look at Steppy and Tex as they're going up against each other. I was talking about how much HP Tex has built out in the early and mid game. Now that's falling off a little bit. You can see all of the gold has been spent, and Steppy just, you know, still kind of chilling.
Yeah, and also the comp only has the TF3 far away from Brand, doesn't have an additional carry, so just trying to hold down on the HP and get some places in.
Lots of stabilization happening towards the bottom of our lobby. Summertimer able to put another win together. Also, we have a big HP disparity, but it is coming back down.
Yeah, didn't find the Senna there.
No, AQ1H also taking a couple losses with that Silas 3. YBY1 does have this interesting thing, and this is probably why Robin Songs is having a little bit of a harder time, not quite able to get what he's looking for because he's contested. YBY1 taking Call to Chaos and getting that double lock-it in the front line too makes it just incredibly difficult to take down any of those units.
It's a very unique lobby complexion. 2 players playing around EXO and everyone else re-rolling and helping each other hit, obviously, with so many of the 2 costs being re-rolled. Vayne, Graves, LeBlanc, Twisted Fate as well for Tech Summers. So everyone is able to hit, even the 3 stars, right? The Elise we're seeing, the Senna is very close, the Jarvan from Clicornin.
Steady
Checking in
doing
here.
damage. but Jin is also Hollow Ball plus 2 crit items here, making good scaling, also generating additional mana thanks to the crit passive from the Hollow Ball. Trying to find the win-out possibilities here in Jin 3, now taking a hit.
Summer Timer.
Summer Timer goes 7th.
Quite unlucky there. Wasn't able to really get that comp together. It's rare to see a Vayne either way as the main reroll line to opt into, but then of course kind of contested on that Jarvan as well. Was not able to put it together. Robin, too slow.
He really wanted that extra Vanguard emblem because then Vanguard would actually be active. That's another shield that would proc to make this Mordekaiser even stronger. So not quite finding what he's looking for. He's just a little slow.
Oh well, he knows that.
He's old, okay? Give him a break.
We're seeing for Tex now, despite coming into stage 4 with 80 plus HP, despite the stage 2 win streak, TF is starting to fall off. We saw one of the fights earlier with an MF with a marksman emblem, melted the Braum here. MF2 is found. It's a pretty big spike here. Is it going to be enough to keep him alive? Maybe go for the top 4 he was angling the moment he committed to this TF line.
YBY1 also found that Zeri 2 that he did not have before, so he'll have significantly more damage to go alongside that really, really big front line.
And the big question is, for Tex and YBY1, who's on the other side? YBY1 is going to find Clicornin with that Graves comp. And that is just such a brutal comp. You can see why that Graves backline into the theory immediately takes her down. And from here on out, I just don't think there's any coming back. On the left-hand side, though, Tex was able, with that MF2, to stabilize a little bit and claw his way to another win as they're trying to hang in there. We're seeing elimination as YBY1 takes out.
Yeah, difficult spot for him. Tex Summers taking an additional possibility. He knows he's not in a good spot. This 5th is already pretty good. And HQ1F, the one who was being the best, at least in points right now in the lobby, just trying to get as much possible here with the Super Silas, but still not enough.
And really cool game from AQ1H, thinking outside of the box, not playing the traditional vertical anima with the Silas comp, instead playing around just what he's hitting, and just a really cool tempo game, especially.
Okay, gets a ghost. So good news here for Tex, having a chance, and now dreaming that HQ1H has a possibility of going maybe with less or finding another one, but
ooh, such a good MF angle. Tex there destroys most of that back line from Steppy, and this should be a clean win just off of that positioning for Tex.
Yeah, and that was one of those times where you're really thankful, because sometimes Misfortune can leave those units alive at like 1 HP and then get healed back up, especially with a Radiant Gunblade on the other side, but that was not the case. So much damage coming through. And we do see Clicornin falling down here, staring down now a bot 4 possibly.
I kind of want to point out that with 5 players in the lobby still, your matchmaking is not 100% safe. So the Misfortune being able to actually clutch that out with great positioning there to find that entire backline, very, very favorable for Tex. But yeah, like you're mentioning, Clicornin will need to find maybe yet another upgrade to try and stop the bleeding. That Renekton 2 would be so big if it came around.
he's very strong. Trying to find 48 here. Should have a chance. He will roll all the gold, and then if he doesn't get exactly the 48, he will get the additional during the fight, just with the gold. There it is, 48. So additional damage now for all the units.
But no Renekton 2.
The key thing is the Clicornin is essentially down in prismatic augments.
Yeah. Decides to sell it directly.
He got him to this place, obviously, but he isn't really having a board that really resembles, you know, prismatic econ augment like invested worth of gold, whereas players like Robin have cybernetic bulk, a lot more combat strength coming from that prismatic augment slot.
So did juggle some items here, actually had to sell one of the Renektons to try and free up some of the items that he got to get better items onto the Graves, but can Graves reach that Elise in the backline, or is he going to stay there forever? Renekton will assist, but Graves falls away! No!
It's gonna be
Still good enough for Clicornin. But that was a prank and a half.
He's happy, he's happy.
And Tex Summers does fall out in 5th place with the Twisted Fate board. Obviously, Twisted Fate being someone a composition that's not going to win games, getting that 5th place, he's probably okay with. Little sad that he couldn't pull off the 4th.
Steppy, a real masterclass of how to play around this Dynamo Flex line, or how to play around this Elise. So much HP was saved on stage 3. He lost streak stage 2 and then just took over with the 3-item Elise and the upgrade on that Elise herself. And we're seeing the results of that, right? 43 HP still, just a buffer of HP that guarantees him a top 3 at the very least.
Robin now has Renekton 2 alongside the rest of the things that make him strong. And so it's looking very, very good at 22 HP and on fire. Can he take down some of these players that are trying to challenge him, though? It is going to be very hard to beat this board.
Yeah, trying to get the ascension here. HQ1F is not enough. There's just too much power for Robin. Falls down first place for HQ1F. So it will leave a little breathing room in the top of the table. And remember, every point counts. For tomorrow, there's no reset. So everyone just wants to be as high as possible to ensure a day 3 also.
But one person more than everybody else, and that is going to be Cornan, who has made his way into the top 3. We're talking about how a top 4 would be tremendous for him. Even better, any single spot he can fight his way up into. Of course, a little bit of a legendary assist there from that trait tracker, but you take your wins, and this is going to help to shrug off maybe some of that bad momentum of the early stages. However, goes up against the ghost copy of a very scary board. Robin on the other side here. Will he be able to take it down?
The Graves being targeted by just all of the carries on Robin's side. Can the Graves push through Renekton in time? It looks like the answer is going to be no to that. Renekton battle in the middle, but the main carry is down. Cornan is as well. A top 3, some frustration knowing that with Goldenox, you do have a chance for a win out if everything goes well, if you outposition your opponents. Not the case there. And the Vanguard Mordekais are just too beefy to handle.
And Robin lost to Steppy. So the heads-up fight there is not going to go the way that he would like. Robin's gone again.
He knows he won't make it. 2 times the same result.
It's really mean that they keep showing up too, right? It could just be a normal carousel, but no. He gets tempted every time.
And we're seeing the difference with what we saw from Gobo last game with his Elise 3 Dynamo game is that you have a much stronger frontline here from Steppy. You were able to make it to 9. You weren't stuck on 8, rolling for Braum 3, who isn't really the strongest frontline in the game right now. You're able to play 4. A Zac win out, for example. You have a Kabuko that can be dragged in, potentially a Kabuko 2, and just the cap is overall higher for Steppy here.
Well, I don't know about Kabuko too, because as we said, Robin did lose the previous round, and that was also against Steppy. So really it is on Robin to maybe find the upper edge in the positioning here as this entire front line is being lifted into the air. Misfortune trying to get that second cast off will succeed, but doesn't actually take anything down. Too much healing coming out from the opposite board.
Wow.
And he's not able to clutch it up. We're going to go into one more round as Robin knocks him down a peg.
Robin is reversing his fortunes there in that matchup. Definitely just better positioning going through that fight because they're able to stay alive. But as you called out, the Radiant Gunblade is so much healing. It's so hard to take down that Elise.
Time to sell these Ross potentially, trying to go for a few more Zac blobs. This is the last life for both of our competitors now that we are in stage 6.
Yeah, what are we holding these for? Okay. I guess we don't want blobs. Listen, they're overrated apparently, but Steppy and Robin fighting it off here in game number 4. Very close in points. 17 and 16 points. But Sejuani has the entire field on lock.
Sejuani did not get a second cast off, which is huge in these fights. Not able to stun the backline once again. The Renekton, though, is still crucially alive and slicing through the team. Now on the Elise and taking it down. Citadel's giving Robin songs, taking game number 4 here of our Tactician's crown.
16 points from Robin coming into this game. Now, after 4 games, sitting at 24. Probably one of the best performing players from Americas. Coming into a meta that is not really very narrow. It's a very wide meta. I was a little bit worried for players like Robin, who he's best when he can execute on comms to the highest level possible on a narrow meta. We saw it at regionals, for example, where there's Vanguard Marksman, there's things like Exotech. Despite that, really performing at a high level here.
Listen, he may be old, but he shows that he still got it.
He very much does. And the question coming into this tournament was, he was a beast on the last patch. He won Tactician's Cup number 3 in the Americas and also went 4th in the regional finals. And now it's a different patch. Is Robin going to be able to show up and play the way he did in the last one? seems to be a yes.
I'm also impressed because he had everything. He had Trade Tracker, he had EXO, he had the Vanguard chassis with the Mordekais, he had the Renekton too, and it was a close fight. So actually, those winning position versus the Dynamo is what I'm interested in, because Dynamo is performing so amazing, especially if you get the tempo, you get those combat items that really gives you a pump. So it's a great meta to be in.
And I think it's a good reflection of both of the strongest default game plans, both for AD and for AP. On the EXO side, which we saw last game as well, which lets it go more Vex, but still EXO altogether with Vanguard Emblem on the Mordekaiser. And second place was a Dynamo board, which you saw from Gobo. Same exact case here in this lobby.
Yeah, Steppy also being in that middle of the pack player, going with it, getting a second here with a pretty creative board around that Dynamo that we see often be able to cap a route as high as some of these other compositions. And a second place for him means Robin and him are tied at points. They are moving up the ladder. They're probably in the top 8 now. So for both of them, setting themselves up very well.
I think I want to talk a little bit about the spot recognition on Steppy's end, because I think this was a very unique game of TFT with how willing basically the entire field said, I actually want to loss streak. And Steppy, even though he didn't really have a spot for a good win streak, recognizes that, says, okay, if that's the case, I'll do my best to keep this win streak alive. I'll keep my HP where I can see them. And that's exactly what he did. Perfectly executed, staying at the very top 100 HP for so long of this game.
And I want to call out Kleekornen as well, who had Trade Tracker but didn't play Exotech, which is what everyone wants to play when you have this on the board. Played something very creative, did hit that Graves 3 and committed to that, and pulled off a good third to move himself back up the standings and give himself a shot.
In Game 3, we saw back-to-back Prismatics to start things off. In this game, we see a Silver Augment, and we see a lot more reroll coming out. So players correctly identify, I don't have the resources to play for Boombots. I don't have the resources to play for these Fast 9 comps. I have to play lower to the ground, find stability early, spike a little bit earlier. The lobby tempo will be just lower in general, the cap as well. And we saw so many different reroll showcased here, pretty much all the key meta ones as well, with TF having a showing here, even Vayne, which you haven't seen yet on broadcast, popping off.
Yeah, and TF without many additional resources, right? Duplicators, Pandora, so there's not anything that gives you help, only TF3, and managing to get a 5th place, this is amazing. It's a comp that we will probably see a lot more. And the winner, the Grandpa, our good Robin, taking the win, being happy, and finally getting a good position here to pop off a little more in points.
Absolutely popped off. And another player that's just doing phenomenal today is AQ1H. Another top 4 for him is a great showing, especially from his spot. Wasn't too great. Playing around the hero augments that we've been wanting to see so much of, and we got to see the Wolf Unchained.
And playing around in a unique way as well, not playing the standard vertical animo. No offense to Robin, he had kind of an easy game because, you know, Trade Tracker into EXO, into
Listen,
perfect
those Vanguard emblems he didn't get, those hurt, so it wasn't that easy, actually.
Rapid fire, marksman, I mean, just insane setup overall. But AQ1H hit a late Silas, still able to find it around Vanguard, and just played a very clean 3rd place.
He did, and we are going to be seeing some more games of TFT. At the very end of the day, 8 players will be eliminated, and we're going to find out who it is after a short break here at the Cyber City Tacticians Crown. So stay tuned, we'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody, to day number 1 of the Tactician's Crown for Cyber City. We have played 4 games, and we only have 2 more to go before we cut the bottom 8 players in our competition before we get to day number 2. My name is Zekra, and I'm so excited to be back here alongside Panda, Clement, and CLE. How are you feeling heading into our final third of the day?
I'm pumped, but a little bit worried. A lot of the tournament favorites are currently sitting in a dire position on the standings. Only 2 games left, 8 players going to be cut off, which means that it's a wake-up call. This is a day 1 where you have to come in with your absolute best form, or else you might be in trouble.
I mean, it might be for you, but we're going to see in a second, but I'm pretty excited when I look at the standings.
There's 4 American players on top, but unfortunately, the big scrim monsters, Shendu, Lekoko, and of course, I forgot the third one, all on the bottom of the standings, is a little bit worrying. Scrims don't mean as much as we thought they did.
Weishan Iverson's in the top 4, though, and he was another one of those scrim monsters, so I think some of that practice before the Tactician's Crown has certainly been paying off.
Dish Soap, though, has fallen off a little bit since his great start. He went 7 and 8 in the last 2 games, so it's fallen down that leaderboard.
But as we move towards the back couple pages of the standings, this is where things are going to start to get very tricky. 17 points right now is going to be that point total for the 25th placement, but everyone else is still pretty close together when you take a look at that 32nd place bubble.
A tragic day 1 for Wenwu, unfortunately. 4 8th places in a row, only 4 points. Has to at the very least try and bounce back this game 5 and 6. I think the odds of making out are pretty much 0, but it's your first showing on the big stage. You want to at least end strong and showcase that you do have what it takes to perform against the best players.
And there's still prize pool on the line for all of our competitors. So not only are you doing it for your own individual pride, but also because there is that cash on the line. 5 games, though. We're going into game number 5. If you really are towards the bottom of the standings, what are you looking towards to try to turn your fortune around?
You have to think big. You have to get maximum amount of points, because even if you survive the first cut, there's many more cuts to come on. Starting in the bottom, you really want to be like Xiaozhu in the back here with the first in the standings and go for high cap win out compositions. And, you know, the Cypher and the Trade Tracker, you can't ask for it, but if you see it, you're clicking it auto in those spots.
And everyone's chasing Xiaozhu. That's why he's on the wanted poster. Everyone wants to be where he is at the top of the leaderboard. And there's some of our players that are really fighting for that in this day number 1. They want to have that 40-point day that everyone is searching for. And we'll see in these games 5 and 6 if someone can get there.
I think it's curious as well. Some players, depending on their pedigree and their history in TAC rounds, they might be looking at this as just a way to survive the initial cutoff, and that's good enough for them just to make day 2 and then see what happens on day 2. But for other players like Coco, like Volta, like Shunga, like YBY1, they don't really care as much about just making day 2. They're thinking about, I need a first right now, I need a first in game 6 because I need to come back to make day 3 eventually. That's really their mindset as tournament favorites. So I think we will be seeing some radical shifts in their game plans and some much bigger risks being taken in these next 2 games.
That's a really great point because day 1 points will carry over to day number 2. So everything that you accumulate today is going to either really help you or maybe give you a run for your money and you're making it to that second day of competition.
And I do want to point out a comp that has been missing from those sort of like top spots. It has been Boombots. We expected that to be kind of the killer. The Coco was known as the 110 ways to play Boombot player in scrims. Didn't really work out. And instead, we have Dynamo as the front runner in terms of the compositions. It was always considered kind of 3rd place in the Fast 9 compositions, but that Elise 2 stabilization on level 7 has really fit and defined the TAC round meta.
And it may even be an overcorrection, right? Everyone's expecting people to play Dynamo, but instead, or expecting people to play the Boombots, but instead playing Dynamo, and now no one's on Boombots, so maybe we correct back towards that.
I think Coco was playing it so much that it was contested every scrim game, and everyone was now scared to play it. It's the long con.
What was it? If you see your opponents do it, then you want to try to emulate it, but if it doesn't work.
Actually, Coco played, we talked about a lot of Fiddle Reroll, and I saw a lot of other players trying to play Fiddle Reroll. They had like a 6.0 AVP, and they're like, what is this guy doing right that we can't? Literally every single other player from every region could not make it work.
Are you saying Coco not only set up 1 trap, he put 2 traps there?
I think he trapped himself because he has to start popping off in the next 2 games.
Oh, well, for game number 5, we are going to be following the action in lobby number 3. As a reminder, we did reseed our lobbies based on the overall standings, so we've got some fresh faces for our players to play against.
Yeah, and one of the players at the top that I'm really excited about is Kambuli, who is having his best set ever and has already started off strong here in the Tactician's Crown. I am so excited for him, and I really hope he can keep it going.
Absolutely. I feel like Americas is kind of...
Don't say it.
Am I biased here?
You're allowed to be biased, for
Go
sure.
for it.
I think Americas is on top right now. It looks very good, especially with Wei Iverson all the way up there in that top 4th position. And the rest of Americas, not too far behind. Most of them will make it to day 2.
Thank you, Necra. That is the jinx we were looking for. Sorry, America's players. EMEA is now time to rise in the final 2 games of the day. I will say for this lobby in particular, I think it's really interesting from the perspective of Dr. O being the only Korean player representing, a major force in TFT coming into this game 5, for example. The same for Vapakasa with Brazil, even with Sologasang and the German TFT scene as well. So really a lot of hopes on these 3 players, big fan bases, and I think big expectations as well for all 3 of them.
Solo Gasong as well, being the only German player in our standings, and he's at 23 points, sitting well in that middle range, setting himself up for day number 2. But again, we want to go day 3. We want to get that Tactician's Crown, and so we need to have a few good games here to really move us into that top 8.
And I do have to shout out, we do have the Mobile Player Championship in here as well. Xiao Yuqing. I know it can get confusing. We have 3 CM players with Xiao starting in this one, but this was the JOC champion. Okay, so he does have that pedigree. He's a relatively unknown player. First JOC, ran the entire way, won the championship. A lot of surprises in store for us.
Is there anything that you feel like separates the mobile players from the players that we see in the TOC?
I do have to say that I think they come in with different meta reads, not always positively. And I think they're great TFT players, but unfortunately they spend most of their time in a different meta than the desktop version. So it's about adjustment for them. Can they actually catch on to what everyone else is playing? And a lot of these players outside of, a lot of these players don't attend the scrims so much. They try to catch up to the meta in their own ways first.
That's for me the biggest question mark, because there's many players who, even if you have a different meta read or you're behind or you feel underprepared, if you participate in world scrims, if you play like 90, 80 games from some players, you immediately start catching up. You immediately get up to speed with the lobby tempo, with what comps are being played, atomization, etc. So I'm surprised that JOC players don't index more of their time and more of their prep into world scrims, but they still find a way to make it work. They always impress us despite the doubts coming into day 1.
It's the fast APM that you need to have on mobile. I feel
Necra
like
knows. He's an iPad TFT gamer.
Listen, it was better to play on the iPad instead of one time I was on my laptop without a mouse. mouse, trying to click around on carousel, impossible.
Does not sound promising.
Shout out to all the trackpad gamers that use a keybind to move around the map.
All three of them?
Oh, what?
No.
Smart.
Like you do the right mouse button to a different key,
I see.
and you just click that around. You move your mouse. It's great. It actually works. Pro tip.
Oh my gosh. It's actually game changing, and I'm going to try that.
I can go to the
tonight.
tactical breakdown if you want. We can do a present about keybinds. It'd be great.
I just, this is embarrassing, but my roll downs are really slow, and I just found out that the D key is for re-rolling.
What? Really?
No, Necra.
Oh, no.
Don't tell me this.
Oh, man.
This is why I never play Cypher.
All right, we have
roll
the Wolf
fast enough.
Unchained in set 14. Next set will be Necra Unchained. Now that
be
she
like rank
knows how to
one.
reroll.
It's
crazy.
anime next set. It has to be my set.
Everything is going in your favor, Necra. You can't drop the ball on this time. It's challenger minimum.
Okay, bet.
Oh, you heard
Bet,
that? We all heard
absolute
that. It's gonna happen.
Well, I know we are so excited about set 15, so make sure that you stay tuned at the end of game number 5 because we'll be able to give you another sneak peek of what to expect in set 15 KO Coliseum. What did y'all think of the music video that we had?
I loved it. I am a big anime fan. The moment the rumors already started coming out and reaching my ears around a year ago, I could not hold in my excitement, just trying to imagine what it would look like, a crossover between the anime world and the style and TFT as well. And already getting our first glimpse, it looked so promising.
You know what else is promising? Our players for the Tacticians crown. Oh,
I thought you were going to double jinx America's players.
No.
Show some respect.
I already said one, but if I do a second one, it's like a double, like positive.
Okay, let's go America's
Yeah.
players.
All right, well, we got Vi as our encounter for this game number 5. We got a chance to see that Wolf Unchained hero augment. Do you like hero augments with the Vi encounter in this set? It was very popular last set.
It just really helps you reach that 3-item spike on your main carry. And these carries usually want to spike around the start of stage 3 when they get 3-starred and then just at least preserve a lot of HP in the next 5 fights after that, maybe even coming to stage 4.
We have a quick pause as we get into game, making sure that everyone has connected and is able to win against neutral rounds because, you know, for those of us who have disconnected before, that's the biggest worry.
Just
you don't
grab
want to
a
be down
Nidalee.
resources.
Nidalee, you
Well,
know, on the
hopefully.
right side of the
Yeah.
board, you're good.
It'd be great.
They actually give it back to you. You know, there's a secret tech out there to lose on 1-4 for longer win streak.
Oh, you're saying it's a good thing?
I would not recommend trying it, but
Silver
it's-
lining. Let's
Yeah.
say.
It's okay to lose by 1 Krug.
Copium.
You heard it here on broadcast at Clement Chu.
Yeah,
K2
yeah.
on
I
X.
don't recommend trying it, but it's technically possible to get your 6 lose streak in faster.
That's true. That's true.
They give you back the orb later on.
Very bad when I still can't win versus Crab. The
Crab
deadly
Rave?
Crab on the end of stage 5, impossible.
Impossible is a bit of a stretch. It can be hard depending on
For
the call.
me, it is impossible.
Okay, that's a different story.
Listen, I like to take TFT at my own pace, okay? And I don't like melee comps.
We're looking at Dr. O here on your top right. The only Korean player, we talked about him, he was actually statistically the best player throughout most of this set, ending up 3rd and 1st in the first 2 cups. He's always been known as a very elite Korean player, but not a high cap one. So that was kind of the question we had coming into this tournament. Can he match the boombots? Can he match those fast level 9s? So far having good turnaround.
A fun little backstory. His name, he was actually called and kind of considered Professor Oak of the Korean TFT scene due to his experience and just overall his presence, dating back a long time, as you mentioned, of just a historical player alongside someone like Bintum, for example, from the Korean scene. And it's a really fun name, I think. Dr. O fits in.
Yeah,
I love him even more.
It's great. He's one of those players, though, that has been here multiple times. He's been here 3 times before, has a top 8 finish, but not ever performing at the way he wants to in that final lobby, right? Making it 1 time, but not having Tactician's crown, not even a top 4 in that. So he's here as one of the players from APAC that we look at with some promise because he's got the experience, but is he able to turn that into another good run?
It is so strange taking a look at this 40-player field. This is the lowest number of returning Tactician's crown winners I think we've ever had.
It did feel like a very different set. Into the Arcane, kind of the set philosophy is we're going to take the middle road and keep everything rather moderate. In this set, it's all about excitement and high cap outs. You have to react to your carousels, giving you artifacts, giving you hack. There's a lot more injection. And I think players have to play on their toes a little bit more. It really is a different mentality going into the games.
And even for our returning champion, Shunga, not a good day at all across all 4 of those games. Disho, we thought it was a good day, but all of a sudden deflates with a 7th and an 8th. So for both players, they have the experience. They have obviously the knowledge that I've done it before. I know how to handle the pressure. I know I can perform at a high level and play among the best players in the world. But they have to turn things around, especially in these last 2 games. We'll see if they can do it.
I feel like on the flip side of things, the players that are coming in with a lot of those experiences and appearances at previous Tacticians crowns, like you were saying, Dr. O, I think there's a lot of other players that fit the bill on that one. Wei-Shin Iverson, again, 5 out of the 7 last Tacticians crowns, he has competed in them. And I think you can take a look at that as well with all of our returning players.
Yeah, definitely an edge there for so many of our players. Wei-Shin being that player, 5 out of 7, did so 5 out of 5 of the last ones, and winning every other set. But one of our players from the Americas that has not been here before and is also the only representative from Brazil is Vapacasa, who is in our lobby that we'll be loading into soon. He is a player that narrowly missed the Tactician's crown last set by 1 placement. He was so close to making it, and this set finally does so, having an amazing day 1 and 2 of the America's Golden Spatula and hoping to bring it back here in game number 5.
All right, well, we're back into it and unpaused, so let's see where our players take us.
Talking about early item anvils here, one of the biggest ones is you can actually play a blue buff onto things like Bastion Morgana. Another really strong item combo, of course, is going to be the Gwinsus and Krakens. That's kind of your go-to win streak type of combo if you can make it happen.
We saw the need for a Rage Blade with Tex in his TF game in that game 4, so potentially, if it's Silver Augments again, if it's a lobby that's, trying to trend towards a lower cap, some players might try and angle towards TF reroll as a stable way to get, 4 or 5 points and try and make it into a comfortable position going into game 6.
Definitely expect more people to be actually playing stage 2 in this encounter. And Dr. O setting up for some guerrilla compositions here.
Another big winner with the extra items. This is an item-hungry composition. You want to have a bigger spike starting in stage 3, and also you just have so many good units to itemize when you're rerolling 4 different 1 costs that can all perform at a high level when 3-starred.
I really like actually using those item anvils to try to make sure that I've got ideal items for the Mundo. That's amazing. Get the Warmogs right away. I feel like you're in such a good spot.
And we have a lot of extra HP to work with in this lobby, which will be very interesting if we get people with early Cypher specifically. Having an extra 10 HP to work with does mean you can get higher cash outs. Silver Augments, though, to start our game number 5.
Vomandeth has Wolf Unchained offered. He did play a game of Silas Hero Augment in regional finals over in EMEA.
He chose it.
And he chose it again. I'm not surprised. You have the guarantee of an item slam at the very least, potentially 2 onto your Silas. And I believe he has 5 Silases already. Vomandeth is a player who started off hot, then, like Dish Soap, deflated a tiny bit in the last 2 games. This might be his angle to come back into the top 16 of the standings to try and guarantee he is not in the bottom 8 after these next 2 games are over.
And we did see a very interesting Wolf Unchained game from AQ1H where he actually went for the Dynamo and then tried to go into the Urgot later on. You don't have to stick with the vertical anima plan when playing this. And in fact, if everyone has extra items, you're probably better staying away from that line.
And because of the component anvils, he's able to slam 2 priority items on this carry, and just him alone should be able to really propel him to possibly have that win streak here through all of stage 2.
Solo also identifying one of the augments that really benefits from the Vi encounter, Crafted Crafting. You're going to get a lot of extra rerolls off of the item components you're given early on. And overall for Silver Augment, it just gives you a lot of gold when you think about it throughout the entire course of the game. Around 20 gold, maybe a little bit more now with the extra components here.
A really cool tech that everyone should know on this map is that you can open your anvil right before going into 2-3 carousel. That way you can take one item from the carousel that you didn't hit in your anvil, or you can do the vice versa and pick the other one you want that is available on the carousel.
I do it every time to feel smart, and it ends up not mattering that much. But it makes me feel good.
Hey, we're in tech round. Every edge counts. Every edge counts.
over encumbered for Lil Steppy, something that gives extra items, but does restrict your bench, and so not able to buy all of the units that he would like. But Lil Steppy needs really some help here in this game. He's currently sitting towards the bottom of our standings, and so needs to have that win out option. Extra items are a great way to do that.
The double bow start that we were talking about, very strong Exo start. I'm curious on what his items are, but most likely it will be a Flux.
Pandora's bench from Zembai, going to be an interesting option for one-cost reroll. It looks like Zyra's being rolled, so looking more towards Kog'Maw potentially and Vanguards. Potentially could just be a tempo option as well, but pick the 2-1, it usually is going to be for those one-cost rerolls. We see, yeah, also for Dr. O, so quite a few players trying to go for Pandora's bench here.
And his items scream Morgana, right? He has the blue buff, he has the Striker's Flail, which is just incredibly good on Morgana as well. Looks like we might be playing around those dynamos. We are holding them right now.
I think most likely heading towards the Vexo line and rerolling his 3 costs for the Mordekaiser and Varus. At least that's what I would go for. We'll see if it happens or not. Camberley with another very strong start with a lot of upgrades here.
Zhou Yuqin playing around Kingslayer as well, so wants to lose a little bit here early while killing as many units as possible. But when he does win later in the game, he'll get an influx of gold for beating those who have more HP than him. And so really playing around that loss streak early into that win streak with some extra economy help.
First carousel rolling up. Important units to be found here. Cypher always going to be obviously some of the key units, but especially for the rerollers, trying to finish off their best in slot items. Maybe some of those Silas components that you're looking for. If you're Bowman Death.
Dr. O picks up a rod, so actually can round out that Morgana with a Hextech Gunblade.
Ooh. Very big finder in. Really locks him down into the Varus line.
Bowman Death has a BF sword here, last pick, so BT Slam to finish off the 3-item Silas already in stage 2. This is, we talked about it, the big upside for Hero, as you mentioned, Necra, is the fact that you have a 3-item carry so early.
Yeah, that's going to feel nice. Now it's all about finding those copies of the Silas to get it 3-starred as soon as possible.
Vapakasa playing something very interesting. He's playing Preparation, which gives the units on your bench stacks to give them more stats. And I'm not quite sure where he's going to end up. Right now, he's just playing around a strong front line and some rapid fires in the back line. But for Zenbai here, I think we're probably going to play around some Cypher reroll.
I feel like from that position for Vapakasa, I like going towards Marksman Vanguards, just because if you do get a fort cost, you can let it sit on the bench for a while, and that will allow you to get those stacks faster.
Does seem like the sort of AD physical line is being pretty hotly contested here. We saw from Vapakasa, that's the line he's going through, and Lil Steppy could still go into that direction with the Kraken. So I would say like the marksman line is a little bit worrying to venture into.
There are more outs now on this patch. You have things like Vayne reroll, things like Center reroll, especially for the Pandora's bench players. Zenbai, for example. Graves, of course, is always going to be an option, but that seems to be the angle that Xiaoyu wants to go for here with the Alistar Graves combo. A lot of extra econ to work with. Once he starts pumping and rolling, he's going to hit all of these golden ox spikes.
Yeah, and he's going to be getting 6 gold a turn whenever you wins a fight. That's how much Kingslayer gives you. Very interesting bounce back. Can he get the 100, the 5-win streak without leveling? This would be huge for Bowman Death and the best RNG possible.
Very nice there.
Zhou Yuqin wanting to continue that loss streak.
Essentially an open order. And going to be a really strong setup, especially ZLE, if he can hit the Silas 3 and continue this win streak all of stage 3 when he finds his actual real spike past just the 3-item. It's going to be an insane setup for Bowman Death. Bowman Death is a player who at EMEA Regionals played a lot of one-cost reroll and found so much success stabilizing in stage 3 especially.
And it's just so many extra resources, right? A lot of these players like to play on loss streak to get all this gold, but if you can control this and you can get that 100% win streak, keep that HP high, you can basically guarantee yourself a top 3 and be able to get a lot of points here in game number 5.
This might be the round we see what type of composition he wants to settle into. There is a type of Anima squad where you actually reroll the Seraphine and the Silas together, or we've seen from AQ1H just going vertical vanguards. There's a lot of different ways you can go with this composition, and especially if you're a win streak, you might lean more into just keeping high tempo.
That's actually some of the hidden tech that Tech Summers talked to me about, which is playing around reroll Anima Squad, picking only the AP weapons.
That is the trick. It really synergizes so well with your early Anima units, like Illaoi shredding magic resistance off everyone.
Senbai does have 6 LeBlancs already here at 3-1.
Not too
does
bad.
finally have Cypher, and this is a pretty good spot.
On
I would
level
say.
4?
I'd
Yeah,
say.
it's not bad. Not bad. Pandora's bench is really working.
So he does not want to run into Xiao Yuqing. That would be the one person. But he's actually already broken his streak.
Ooh.
He hit.
Level 5, 30 gold, silent 3 items. Depending on what this next augment is, Bowmaneth can absolutely take over this lobby.
And especially sitting at 16 points, you're just right above that 32nd place cutoff. So if you're able to secure a top 4, almost certainly secures your spot in day number 2.
Does look like the Tech Summers composition is going to come online. 5 Seraphines as well.
Cambu Lee also on a win streak, 4 in a row for him. 107 HP, second silver augment for our game coming through. Top left, we saw Rig Shop not being the choice there. Do you ever take Recombobulator? Is there spots for that? Because Dr. O has it offered.
Board. If he actually did Pandora's, oh, he re-rolled it already.
Oh, man.
Restart mission for Wapakasa. Really strong, considering he had a very weak board. Wasn't really working out with the prep he had at that point in time. Support mining for Vomandef, so not the biggest tempo spike right now, but ensures at least a bigger spike in stage 4.
Well, he doesn't really need a spike right now. He's already pretty strong, and now this can make the Silas even stronger in the late game using that support item.
So the restart mission gives you 39 gold in total, and if you have a board, usually that's like around 15 gold in total. It gives you a huge injection. We'll see if he can turn this into a win streak. We have seen players kind of lose streak early, get this save, and then go into a fast 9 type of comp later on.
Xiao Yuqing playing around Graves now on this board. He had basically been fully open to whatever the game would offer him, and now decides to land here among the Graves. Great Kingslayer composition because it can stabilize really when other comps are not. It can stabilize late stage 3 when you're able to roll down and hit those 2 stars.
Get the health as well to give you the extra Omnivamp too.
Lots of gold.
Yeah.
I wonder if we see a Jinx reroll from Wapakasa. And you might laugh, Clement, but Solagasan, who's in this lobby, actually played Jinx reroll on, I think, the second day of EMEA Regionals, and he won 8th, but at least he tried to play it.
I thought there was a light at the end of the tunnel. I will say that that's actually a playable comp on 6 Vanguard if your marksmen are kind of like boxed out by other players. We have seen it before. Not the comp that you want to willingly opt into, though.
If you see a lot of Jinx, then I guess why not?
Yeah, very strong unit. And Sologasan actually leveling to 6, so we know that he's going to be going for the Dynamo, the hottest comp so far in the tournament.
This is one of the big upsides of the turn in the meta for Solo. His AD default line was Vanguard Marksman, and his AP default line was Dynamo Flex, really playing around high tempo early on. This is really a product of his role in the Mouse esports team when he qualified AWC. He was a stable player who went to 8 or played high tempo, level 7, and was able to preserve HP, make it to 8, and not win games, but at the very least preserve a lot of HP. So that translates really well to this Dynamo line on the current patch.
There's going to be a Zeri there coming in for potentially Lil Steppy, who was on the EXO line. But Zumbai's going to deny that.
Vomandef obviously having a huge HP lead in this lobby at 110 still, which is above the normal limit. Lil Steppy and Solo are not to finals as well as Cambu Lee. But for Solo, they really did not want to run into Vomandef, who is the strongest in the lobby and now snapping Solo's win streak.
No surprise, this is what he showcased really in EMEA Regional. This is what was his bread and butter, playing around 1-cost rerolls, preserving so much HP in stage 3, mostly Gorilla, but he was a player that played the most hero augments as well. He played 1 game of Poppy, 1 game of Silas as well. And this is where I think he is most happy. Coming into EMEA Regionals, he actually threw some beef at pretty much every other player, saying they're all Exotech slaves, are only playing for the meta, playing Exo, playing Marksman, and that they can't play any other comps. And he showcased, not playing any Exotech the first 2 days, that there are so many playable reroll lines, and we're seeing it now here as well in this Game 5.
I love this in TAC round. Here is the time to finally figure out the truth. Are the meta slaves in the wrong, or are the pioneers the truth tellers here.
Zenbai not having any more copies of the LeBlanc, but the loss streak is going well for them so far. Now ramping up those Cypher stacks, which we know can help take a competition to the next level, especially if you're able to hit those 3 stars in Cypher that we've seen so often in this tournament and in this patch.
Yeah, a big thing for Zenbai here is that he finally is building up his streak again. Was actually broken by Xiaoriqing in stage 2. So he's not going to be looking for a massive cash out. Most likely just going to be, maybe he doesn't even need a massive one.
Not bad.
The way CN tends to look at Cypher is you either try to play for the 250, 290, or you skip all the in-betweens and go for the 500, the big cash outs. In this spot, I don't think you need a huge one. The 250s would be perfect.
And the biggest thing is the cash out is not just the resources you get, but also obviously the stabilization from the Cypher stats coming online onto your Galio, onto your LeBlanc.
Yeah, you want to avoid the techie cash out on the early 300s.
Oh, I've been there. Oof, I've been there many times this set.
It is a tough one to navigate. It is a lot of gold, but if you can't pivot your whole board, it just doesn't feel great for you. Bomadeath 3-6, going for that 10 streak. Does face a very strong board from Dr. O, who has a lot of those 2 stars, also has Pandora's Bench, and so looking to hit some of those upgrades, but it will be that 10 streak that he's been looking for. Zenbai able to continue that loss streak as well.
And we should be taking a look at the cash outs now. How much does Zenbai actually hit there? 7 loss streak was broken in the middle, but should still be 250, I think. Oh, this is going to be Xiaoriqing's.
He did just cash out health as well, so we see all that gold there on the board. Able to give a little bit more there. We have a lesser duplicator as well, it does look like, on the bottom of our screen, which is obviously great for Graves reroll because finding that 9th copy is very difficult.
And Xiaoriqing has a perfect streak record so far. This is the most important thing about playing high cap Golden Ox. You full lose streak, and then you're often below 50 gold because you want that time to stack up your Golden Ox tree. So you really want to keep your streak going to ensure maximum amount of econ.
It's going to be a big turn if he hits 3 copies of Graves in this roll down to hit the 32 spike on the Golden Ox tree. It would be absolutely massive, but doesn't look like it's going to be the case here. Does he still send it for the spike now on 4-1?
Oh, that's the hardest part about Golden Ox. Yeah. Sometimes it's actually correct to go over the limit a little bit, but if you're not sure, just stay there. Just stay there.
And it's still 3 copies. You're not 1 or 2 off.
Yeah.
Brenekton? Hello?
Don't worry about it.
Normal gaming.
Normal gaming.
Normal gaming?
EU. Nice.
Oh.
They're due. They're due. It's got to fix the drought. And I do want to mention why Dynamo is ranked a little bit lower than Boombot. You typically get the least mileage out of your legendaries in this composition compared to the Boombot, where you have the Diego and the Urgots that have more connecting traits. Most of the legendaries in your trait web are just for tanking.
Even Aurora, which is seen as a cap for Dynamo, a little bit less so now, but it's not really the big damage carry. It's going to be Elise 3, it's going to be MF in most cases. Especially when Elise was a powerhouse 2 patches ago, you would never even itemize an Aurora over the Elise because she was just so much more consistent at dealing damage.
We do see the split here for our augments. You can choose one, or you can take both of the silver or gold augments. So some of our players will have 4 silvers, some of our players will have 2 silvers and a gold. And I would love to see where Zenbai did end up after that Cypher cash out, to see where this board will land. He did win his last round, snapping his loss streak, and now leveling up here, maybe hitting that LeBlanc 3.
I do like a lot of players are trying to itemize LeBlanc 3 now. It was kind of a hidden tech. Everyone was looking at the Draven. But if you have the Gwynsus early on, LeBlanc is a very fine unit. We really looked at the Western regions and, of course, Summertimer to kind of figure that out for APAC. Xiaoriqing going for maximum tempo and just using those duplicators immediately for the Graves 3. And we do see this as CN positioning, which is you want to curl the units towards the right side and let your Graves walk towards the bottom. So Careless actually pioneered the positioning right here, and it's been very effective.
Destroys the MF there on the top left corner, and then just one by one mows down all of the itemless Dynamo units there. So a little bit of a big loss there for Kangyu Lee. We'll see what he's able to do with his Dynamo setup, considering it is a pretty contested comp in this lobby. Solo, of course, playing Dynamo Flex. Dr. O was playing Morgana reroll, so some Dynamos also being held there.
Now on board with Zenbai, seeing where the Cypher is. He did not cash out, now cashes out, and gets
so
the duplicator cash out, and can make even Draven 3 right now if he would like to.
Wants to probably index on the Galio 3 first.
I would think so.
Especially considering the Draven has no items, and Galio's just, I mean, sleeper OP, how much this is able to tank and utility as well with the stun.
Yeah, he's already got it, but he will roll a little bit more just to save on his potential Dravens.
All right, it looks like we'll be rerolling as many 3 costs as we can. We are still 4 off the Galio and 3 off of the Draven. We do have 4 duplicators to work with.
Oh, and that's the position you were talking about, Jack. At the start of the day, we finally get to see it.
See that Kindred in the front line, able to stun the backline carries. This LeBlanc 3 is quite strong, but not strong enough when he gets stunned.
And this is a big problem for our players. If you get caught sleeping, since we revealed the solo Gasong tech already, we didn't see this in the CN regional, so I wonder if it's going to be a kryptonite for these players.
Aurora on Carousel is huge for some of our players that are playing around Dynamo specifically. Senbai able to pick it up. Not something he's probably going to play on his board, but denying the other players.
Sejuani as well would be a big spike for a little Steppy, but he is going to be 3rd pick. Unfortunately, doesn't have the Sejuani 2 upgrade yet, which would help this Zeri deal out her damage. Will Steppy pretty healthy still, 67 HP. I think uncontested EXO in this current lobby, which means that he should have a fairly easy time hitting all of his upgrades in stage 4.
And is Vapa going to come back?
Bit. Dr. O is playing like the Vex Exotech variation, and there is a bit of Exotech being played from Vapakasa as well with the
Vapa on 6 lose streak, but he has his Urgot in. He has the Spirit Link. Can he turn the corner? He's also 15 points, only 1 point above the cut line. This is the most important stage going in for Brazil.
We have to duplicate fast here to get all of our units in. We don't quite get the last copy of Draven that we need. So not able to hit all the 3 stars, but the very important one in the front line.
And just the right moment, right? Galio is so important at dealing with Graves in terms of tanking Graves a lot and buying a lot of time for LeBlanc to scale, but also in terms of potentially stunning the Graves once that QSS runs out if the fight goes long enough. LeBlanc here on the right side, very far away from the danger that is Moses, pumping and coming right into your backliners at the start of the fight. A big win for Senbai.
And Vapakasa, not yet. We were talking about the fate of Boombot, because everyone really thought that maybe this was going to be the strongest composition. In fact, Vapa's not even playing it. He's actually contesting Dr. O on the Vexo line, which is a little bit surprising. Yeah, he didn't have the econ to go. So sorry, I saw the Urgot. I got a little bit too excited.
It's hard when you're sitting on the pair and you're like, oh, just maybe I'm able to just find another Urgot to be able to actually get that unit 2-starred. It would be a huge hit for Vapakasa, but with 15 HP, it's looking quite dire.
Did feel lost most of the game, to be honest. We saw him try to play around the Jinx with the blue buff. That, honestly, a decent idea.
And a lot of times you want to commit to a comp early, but Vapakasa maybe playing off his name, feeling a little bit homeless this game. He doesn't really know where he's supposed to be. Trying to play around. Never mind, we're back. We're back.
Urgot has found him a home.
Just go home with Boombots.
Oh my goodness. I mean, the Urgot too is just so big.
I hope he benches his Urgot, though.
Yeah, just to get the extra stack. I would definitely put the Vex in there.
I love how everyone is very respectful of not jinxing players in this lobby, and not mentioning the fact that Vomandeth is on a 15-win streak with the Wolf, who has been unchanged since the start of the game. He was given all the tools that he needs to succeed. I would like to get just a little glimpse at his board to see what it looks like now after all that gold has probably been translated into a level 8, a 7 Anima, and a setup that I imagine is going to scale into stage 5 as well.
He's actually playing a more vertical Anima squad board.
That's the default usually. I think 1Q is played the more surprising Silas line with the vertical Vanguard last game.
And has a great augment for his last choice, being that pair of 4s, playing around Leona and Xayah, also as secondary carries here. Lots and lots of great things on this board. No Xayah items, though, so not great, but Leona will be strong in that front line.
He has a treasure chest, though, so the chance to build towards a Zac and the chance to build towards a very good setup where you get backline items off of that.
Oh, very important fight here for Vapakasa. He has to win this one in order to stay in the game. And will this Urgot 2 actually be enough? When you've got this Graves walking onto the back line, you do have the big stun, but Urgot's still alive for now. The fact that the Gragas is at least able to buy a bit more time means that this Urgot can ramp, and Vapakasa is still on thin ice though.
And the best thing about where he's at right now are these items he ended up with. It wasn't great going into this stage, but able to get that Rage Blade, the Giant Slayer, which is great for damage, but this blue buff has a lot of uptime for this Urgot, meaning he does so much damage while he's casting.
I think you all don't see the vision here. He's just getting Spirit Link value.
Oh.
Now he's really hitting his true form. The Urgot 2, he knew it was coming. He just has to roll on 8. We just saw a double Samira shop as well on 8. The only thing is there is one Grim Reaper in this lobby that is Bowman Death. The moment he faces Bowman Death, that'll be the real test of if he can stay alive or not.
I still think Vapakasa has a very good look here with the Divini Core Legendary line. This is what he end up with. It's basically a slightly weaker version of the Boombot line, but still very popular in CN.
Easy fight win for Vapakasa to take though. Oh, Solo is one Braum away from being able to 3-star that unit. Wonder how much of a power spike that would actually give him. This late in the game? I'm not sure.
It would buy him a lot more time for his damage leaders in the backline to really come through. There are a few 3-costs being rerolled. We're seeing the Senna here. We're seeing, of course, the Galio, the Draven from the Cypher player from Zembai. So there's a slightly easier chance to find the upgrade on the Braum here, but not being hit by 5-3 is pretty sad for Solo.
I liked the tech there, using your extra duplicator to get the extra 3 bit of gold and then sell to get your Aphelios. So finally, after what seems like forever, Xiao Yuqin is able to get that Aphelios too.
Yeah, he also has 52 stacks on that Golden Ox, which is quite strong. But the problem is we've seen Graves let us down all day so far. Something that's not performed as well in the late game as we need. But onto the backline now versus Kimberly, who also has an Urgot too. The Urgot will lock onto the Graves and will hope for the execution before it falls down, but will not happen. The Misfortune cast does delete the Graves and Xiao Yuqin from this game.
I thought maybe Xiao Yuqin would have been able to get through this fight because you actually saw the Quicksilver really help out versus that Kobuko stun, but just not powerful enough versus those legendary units.
Yeah, the key thing there was that he couldn't find his Jarvan 3.
Renekton 2, no, it's ping, Dr. O intercepts, defense being played. And Vapakasa almost found a clear line back into this game, a lot more stability in the front line to buy time for the Urgot. Instead, finds a blue buff, a second one. He can now slam this onto, I believe, the Vex. He had the item transfer over to Urgot after that upgrade was found.
He is stabilized around that Shogath 2 in the front line, which he did not have before, and so that is quite good for him. As we see our side-by-side here, Vapakasa, who has now put a few wins together, but Dr. O now falling down lower in the standings.
Dr. O did have 21 points though heading into this 5th game, so it's not totally over for him yet, but being at bottom 4 here is definitely not going to help out for that final game.
He got sandwiched 2 ways on the Vex,
Yeah.
wasn't able to hit his main carry. Now finally having his main carry transferred over to that Varus 3. It's been a tough stage for stage 5. Let's see if he can hang on.
On the other side, though, is one of the Grim Reapers of this lobby. The Cypher cashed out with all of the 3 stars now for Dr. O. Campbell Lee on the other side as well, pulling in that 2-star Urgot with a 2-star Aurora. Also incredibly strong. We saw them take out our last competitor. Looks like Vapakasa's Urgot is going to do enough damage to take down the Misfortune, but Dr. O falls out.
No Varus cast. That's the end of the road. Vapakasa does look like he is strong enough. Cambuly is a player who isn't really playing for the highest cap. He has 2 econ augments. He played off of Spoils of War, played very high tempo, using his econ to try and get some extra resources off of his first augment, but probably happy with a 4th if he even gets there. We're seeing 3 players now on 1 life coming into the end of this stage 5.
It's really important here for Vapakasa with only 14 points. Top 4 would be great to keep him in the running to make that day 2.
It's going to be huge for him. Sologason definitely looking kind of capped at this point. You know, no upgrades, stuck on 8. Very far from Elise.
Interesting positioning, though, from Solo, completely separating the Moses positioning, not usually played in this composition, but instead here trying to dodge the Sejuani. It will only stun 1/2 of the board. The Misfortune will get stunned just before the cast comes through from Misfortune. Is a lot of damage, though.
Buffer does work out for Solo, but can he stay in here? No, and
that
already
pass.
targeted.
Oh no! The Silas is on the back line and deletes the Urgot. Vapakasa loses to the Wolf Unchained.
We talked about it, the Grim Reaper in the lobby. That would be the real test for the Urgot board for the player who was on 1 life for so long in this stage 5.
Oh, 3 people eliminated.
And now it's going to be Silas, Cypher, and Exotech in the top 3. We have to mention it, 98 HP still for Vomendeth. Just a very clear line. The moment he saw that Silas, it was an insta-pick. It fits his game plan, it fits his playstyle, and it fits the encounter, right? Buy and 3-item Silas in stage 2.
And our lowest point earner so far today in our lobby, Lil Steppy, at 9 points, now putting himself in the top 3, gives him a chance to fight for that day number 2 and make it out and play some more TFT tomorrow.
He's going to chase Steppy. You know, this name is all in salute to the GOAT of Singapore. He needs to be on the same level here. We haven't taken a look at his board for a while after he was able to beat out Sologasong, so checking in on his augments.
Vomendeth is now pulling in a Kaboku 2 that is on his bench, which is incredibly strong. He's got so much HP to work with as well. Down at 10 gold does mean that he will not be going to level 10 very soon, but will hopefully be able to econ back up with these newfound upgrades.
That's so cool. He's waiting to see who he fights before deciding on his items, getting maximum juice out of everything.
Really showcasing how locked in Vomendeth is for these last 2 games, knowing that he has to make a bit of a comeback to be in a comfortable position to make that day 2 and represent the French TFT on this day 2.
It was a very winnable fight still for Vomendeth. I think if he just tries to hide his Silas a little bit more.
Also, I want to call out, Vomendeth has 6 Leonas, and 6 of them are on his board. He's playing
Whisper Jack.
Oh, sorry.
Players might hear.
Sorry.
Don't you guys just ping? I feel like we should let the entire lobby know. That's what I do.
Can we ping for them? Hello.
Yeah, but finding the Zaya 2, not itemized, but I feel like that was still better for Vomendeth to now have on the board. That was a big difference between that last fight and now.
Yeah, I think he needs the Leona 3 to beat the Cypher board. Unfortunately, in terms of the meta, I would still give the best chances to Zimbai.
There is a stun from the Sejuani, though, that's going to stop at least this Graven cast for a little while. And now the Mordekaiser and the Sejuani actually do walk down to stop this Draven.
Wow.
And Zenbai takes a hit.
That was not the board I was expecting to beat Senbai here. The Exotech able to come through, and I believe it was largely on the back of some of a good roll on our Thieves' Gloves.
Silver lining is Zenbai is still on 2 lives, so can take 1 more loss before committing the rest of his gold.
He has 8. He has 8 Leonas.
If he commits, there's no defense actually from Zenbai, which is very surprising. He's sitting at 50 gold, and he is not trying to stop it from happening at all.
Sold the Kobuko 2, actually, to be able to get the Aurora 2. Now just needs something to be able to put into the board and throw in.
Does he have a remover for the treasure? Okay, he does. So he's going to get 3 procs of this.
There's the setup we talked about, the Zac giving extra items to the backline trade the moment he gets taken down, and then the Zac son and daughter also giving extra blobs or extra items yet again. So itemizing a Zaya 2, for example, while the Leona and the Silas buy as much time as possible in the front line. And it looks like it's enough.
We did sell the Kobuko 2, but we were pulling in a Leona 2 with items on her. We did not remove those ones from the bench, but instead are getting pulled in by the Aurora, which makes it very strong. Is there a Leona on Carousel? No.
No.
Surely someone has to deny, right?
You would think so.
Wonder if you go for the Vow here for the Zac.
Extra splits?
Yeah. You delay the items, but you get some extra value potentially from the stuns.
I don't hate the Archangels, though, for a 3rd item onto the Aurora.
Here comes the roll down. Where is that Leona?
But at least you get Bloblets.
Here comes the roll down. Proceeds to roll 6 gold.
Yeah, right. Very important 6 gold, though. I hope that the rest of our lobby has taken note that they've tried to find some Leonas to make it more difficult for Vomendeth here. Not quite finding what he's looking for, but this, again, is a very, very strong board. That Aurora is very strong now, with Archangels going to be the main source of damage alongside that Silas.
The key thing was that the Silas was focused very early on in the previous fight versus Lil Steppy. This time around, he has a positioning advantage going on the far left, so that should be able to get some kills off the board.
Zeri's in trouble.
Oh, she's Challenger. She's Challenger.
Oh, Silas dodges the Sejuani ult as well. He's still alive and kicking, and Zeri is long gone. Lil Steppy taking a massive hit down to 1 life. 5 HP for both of the remaining players. Urgot has 84 HP still. What's going on with this board?
If he does start to lose a 1v1 matchup, he's got lots of time to figure it out. Maybe some positioning tricks, maybe some moving items around. He can figure it out.
I think we're just waiting for the inevitable Voman Death win at this point.
Also the fact that the Silas wrapping can really turn the outcome of a fight entirely just off of the positioning. So he has a lot of chances for fight RNG to go his way as well, trying out different positioning, just trying to bait his opponent onto the wrong side.
We are seeing Zenbai this time more aligned with his frontline tanks. I think the problem last time was Mordekaiser and Sejuani were able to walk right on top of his Draven. So this time with a better positioning, further away from the focus fire, and not in Sejuani ult.
Yeah, Lil Steppy did hit that Urgot too, but he will be falling out of this game here in 3rd place. A great comeback from him. Not maybe the result he was looking for, having a great comeback, hoping he can get that top 2. The Sejuani on the wrong side, though, is going to be a huge difference.
And, you know, we could always just drop a duplicator here and kind of end the low, the very long slugfest that could be ahead of us.
Clement using his powers to bless an Amina player, I'm down.
This is going to be very interesting. Now we're in the 1v1 stages. There's so much more that, you know, what David said was about sneaking that Silas into the back line. We've seen techs that you could put it on something like a B1 and try to wrap around.
I did call this out earlier. We're heading to stage 7. Voman Death has so much HP.
7-2, please.
This could go longer than 7-2.
No,
this could
just
go
7-2.
longer. Oh,
Just
he's got a
7-2,
Leona on
please.
bench now. Oh, no.
Still one more.
There's still one more in the shop he can't find.
But a Renekton 2? I don't know. I think that might seal the deal too. Now you've got the threat of this Renekton alongside that Silas that can go into the back line.
Perfecting the Leona items as well, so just a little bit better item quality on your main tank, as well as Renekton picking up Asterix is going to be pretty big here.
I think it might be over.
We'll start to see who is going to win these 1v1s.
I like the positioning. The backline Silas is actually really unique when you have the Sejuani positioning or Galio positioning like this. If there's enough space, it doesn't work out in this case, but he can wrap all the way into the backline. We saw it from Rost a lot in some matchups.
You could like ping pong your Silas all the way into the back line if there's enough blockers right there. Unfortunately, we also had a row 2 unit from Zenbai, so kind of anticipating that somewhat.
Guys, we might have a really long game on our hands.
Nope, just right here.
Right here, you think it's going to end?
Hit him with the anti positioning.
Yes, and we could
the
go...
other Leona! It's in Zenbai's shop!
Oh no.
He's gonna lock it!
He lacks critical information.
This is a key move here that decides champion. You don't want to show it on your bench. They could try to pivot it out, just like how Dishsoap won his first championship.
Yes.
So you don't want to show your opponent. You're happy to just lock it there.
Yep, the throwback to Inkborn Fables, Bintum versus Dishsoap.
You can just keep it locked for the rest of the game. He knows his board is very strong. Zenbai versus Voman Death here in the 1v1. This is a chess match, straight up. What positioning will work? Silas is now on the right side. Can this possibly pull off the miracle?
I mean, it's going to be a showdown between this Vi versus this Silas, but as these shields start to diminish here from the Vi, unfortunately the Silas is still going to get caught by that Sejuani, and even these tornadoes trying to get into the back line can't make it. Voman Death takes yet another hit.
My pick'ems are doomed.
And the problem here, we need the Zac to give the items to Xayah a little bit quicker. Xayah has to help Silas push through one of the 2 sides, is the issue there. We saw Zac just a little bit too late to give items to Xayah. She only had the Hawes on her first cast, and Silas was not able to push through the Vi in time to wrap into the backline.
Xayah is unitemized, so no focus fire there, so I totally agree with Panda right there. He has to try and position that. Zac items goes onto Xayah. Xayah bursts down a hole in the front line for Zenbai, and then Silas cleans up the back.
Oh, I thought we were going to try center Silas there, but does shift all of his powerful units to this right side of the board. We see everything with items on that right side for Voman Death, hoping that we can get a wrap. But the Draven and LeBlanc have not switched sides. The jukes have come through. But what about this fight? What can go differently for Voman Death? to win this matchup.
And Aurora is not a
Silas the backline?
damage dealer, but Silas is in the backline.
Uh-oh.
Punk is down. Draven is next in line. One more Silas cast does it. And that's going to be it. Voman Death, the Wolf Unchained from all the way in Stage 2, entered Stage 4 with a 15 win streak. Had to try and find the right positioning, but finally takes down the Cypher reroll and takes the win in Game 5.
This is what tempo gives you. He had 70 HP versus 5 on the other side. So a lot of opportunities to try. And a lot of these fights, they are not deterministic. There's random things that could happen around there. If you have enough HP, you'll get enough tries.
He was putting the chess in auto chess there. That was very much a positioning battle. He made it work, and because of that, because of the positioning there, Voman Death able to take the W.
Wow, and these were some really important placements. Taking a look at this lobby, a couple of the players that were in the middle, Zembai at 18 points gets that second place. Unfortunately for Xiao Yuqin, which was very important at 17 points, gets the 8th. I think these standings are going to look very, very interesting as we finish out the other lobbies for this 5th game.
And it warps the game plan for the Game 6 for this lobby as well. And now everyone has a very clear mission. Do I need a stable top 4 to just get me in a nice position for day 2? Do I need a first place to try and even make it to day 2 in the first place? So we're going to see players maybe not playing the playstyle they're used to, instead being forced to adopt a different playstyle to try and find the result they need.
Now it's going to change basically 2 things. Who do I target and what comps am I going to go for? If I have good points, like someone like Dr. O, he would still need a little bit more points, but generally you can go for like a Vanguard Marksman is okay in this type of situation.
How many players are going to feel bullied off of going Vexotech or even going for that Dynamo Flex? 2 very heavily contested compositions, not just in this lobby, but in the previous ones we've also seen on stream.
It's very interesting looking at our results from this current game. We also see the points from this lobby on the right side. Vapakasa down at 18, but Campbell Lee at 30, putting himself very, very stably, definitely within day 2, but hopefully putting himself in a spot to make top 8.
Well, what's this? I'm receiving word from production that we actually have a special reporter from the KO Coliseum here to give us a little bit more information. So Milo from our dev team, please take it away to premiere a couple units from KO Coliseum.
Milo here, reporting live from the KO Coliseum, where our top fighters are gathered for the battles ahead. You already got a glimpse of some of our crowd favorites from the set, teaming up in the cinematic. Seraphine, leading the Magical Girl Squad. Gwen, spinning up chaos with her explosive threads. And Ezreal, training up to his full potential. I can't say more just yet, so I'll send it back to you in the studio.
Ooh.
Is that Star Guardian? It's one of my favorite verticals.
The theme looks like, I mean, the style is just so nice on both the unit itself, but then the art next to it, it just looks so good.
And personally, one of the best skins of all time, Chibi Soul Fighter Gwen, looks amazing. The needles flying through the map. There's a lot of really cool visual abilities happening in this set.
I'm here for Ezreal.
I'm here for pretty much every unit, I think, next set.
Yeah,
to be
true,
honest.
actually. I just want to look at them all. The anime theme is, it's chef's kiss. I can't wait.
I also can't wait for this Game 6 as well. Just so much going to be on the line here. I'm just so curious first what lobby we're going to in terms of what's at stake, and secondly, what comps players go for. For some players, this is maybe the last game of TFT they play on the set, depending on the results. And I'm just curious to see what they commit to. Is it going to be something they have comfort on? Is it going to be something they haven't played at all recently and they just know they have a spot for it, for example? The mental battle is going to be really outstanding here in Game 6.
I don't know if if I were in their shoes, I'm not sure I would be able to take the risk. If you know the statistics are showing you Marksman Vanguard, very good. Exotech, if you have the right items, also looks very good. Do you want to actually play something that's a little bit more of that default comp just to see if you're safe? Let's take a look at our standings to see which players are on the danger zone bubble. But we're going to kick things off here with our middle of the pack.
Yeah, these are players that are trying to avoid the bottom 2, really need to stay in that spot. So going for that top 4.
Yep.
Taking a look at the cutoff, it's going to be 19 points with Hanxing there in the 32nd place. All the players below that are on red alert.
And some historical names here, legacy names in competitive TFT. Shunga and Volta currently on the chopping block. They have to put up a big performance to make things work. Setsuko taking over in these last games.
Third first for him is incredible. And now Dissoap also bringing it back with the first place.
America's looking strong. I have to say Setsuko has to be the most anticipated player coming back. The last time he was here, he broke the record for the group stage with a 72-point showing and then flamed out in the finals. So how good can he do it this time? Only his second time at TAC Round. Unbelievable.
For Summertimer, a player with a lot of expectations after the set he has had. 31st in the standings, 20 points, still very much in his hands to make it into day 2, but he has to put up a great performance in this game 6.
And shout out to Winvu, who we talked about having a very rough start of the day. Got his first place on the Tactician Crown stage.
The chains are off.
Yeah. Is there a world where
No,
he goes?
no, there isn't.
I'm sorry.
But that was cool. He did it.
I did already say it's impossible.
Well, you know, the first place is a pretty cool thing to be like, yeah, I can still do it.
I mean, there is a $1,000 difference between being in the bottom 4 of today's tournament and being in the next 4 positions.
Right.
So.
And for someone like him, who he considered himself a fan before this set, where he had been playing but hadn't really had the results, and now is maybe finding a way to make this a sustainable living, competing TFT full time. The prize was a big thing, but also I think just the mental aspect of it is going to be huge as well.
He does still have the Pro Tour to look forward to, so I don't think it's going to be too sad going forward for him. My sadness comes from the 3 Japanese players, all former Zeta players. It seems like they scrimmed together, they had the same meta read, but it didn't work out. Below that 25 to 34 slot right now, all fighting for their lives.
But that cutoff is so close. I feel like with what we just saw in that game number 5, anything is possible for our players that are fighting to stay in the Tactician's Crown Cyber City competition. And day 2 is going to look different as well. We're going to be jumping into our lobby very shortly, so we'll make sure that we tell you about those format changes that we will see on day number 2 in just a little bit. For this final game of the day, though, we will be going over to lobby 4. You can see the heavy hitters, Awation Iverson and Setsuko. And that's going to be tough competition for our players that are sitting towards the bottom of those standings.
Especially Volta. Volta's a player who many times in his career has been doubted, but when it matters most, he always finds a way to get a first place. Can he do it now? Can he stay alive in this tournament, make it to day 2 off a big performance with so much pressure on him in this game 6?
Han Xing also sitting at 19 points, and Klikornin sitting at 20. So this is going to be a very, very important lobby. We'll keep our eye specifically on those players that are right around that bottom 8 cut.
I also want to throw out Taro being there as well. So 3 players out of the bottom 4 actually being previous TAC Round finalists all in this lobby. This is a very stacked situation. It's going to be a lot of heartbreak going forward.
Absolutely. And then looking forward to day 2 of our competition, let's talk about that really quickly. So day 2, we are introducing a new system where after 2 games on day 2, we will be making a player cut. We will do it again after games 3 or after game 4. And then as we head into the final 3 games of the day, we're going to be taking out the top players and also removing the bottom players.
That'll be for the game 7, I believe it is. So really making it so that every single player playing in that final lobby has everything at stake when it comes to making day 3.
It's just less interference from the players that have already qualified mathematically and are already eliminated mathematically. You can sit it out. And also the important thing is the players in the middle, the top 4 of Game 7, actually just move on. So the point calculation at that point ceases to matter as much, and it all comes down to one last game. So there's not any mathematical certainty in the final one. You have to watch it to know who moves on.
Yeah, the tension mounting will be absolutely insane in that game number 7. It will be basically a finals game. You win, you get in, you lose, your journey here at the Tactician Crown will be over. So I'm excited for that at the end of day 2.
It's a great change for competitive.
So many cuts happening though. I mean, we're going to start the day with 32 competitors and somehow at the end of it get only 8. That's wild. So stakes are going to be very, very high tomorrow.
And this is why we mentioned even players in the middle of the pack now, they're thinking about their day 2. They're thinking about, hey, when the first 2-game cut comes through, where am I going to be at? Do I have to start off day 2 also playing for a riskier, first or 8th place, to try and stay above that line all the time? Will I feel pressure every single game from now on if I am not able to perform and buy a window of breathing room, basically, in the next few games as well?
Yeah, this is the second time that we've ran a similar format, and we do have to say the pressure gets to you. The rich typically do get richer in this type of a format where players on the top, they're able to play more lines, they're able to play with less pressure, and because there's so many frequent cuts, we see a lot more continuous, riskier play from the middle of the lobby. It's much harder to ascend your current positioning after day 1.
And a lot of these situations are because points don't reset, right? We get to a certain situation from day 1, we carry that over to day 2, and that's why we go from 32 down to 8. Right? We're able to take this whole sample size from these first 2 days of the Tactician's Crown, put them together, and then say, these are our top 8 players. And after today, people are going to see where they're at and how they need to play tomorrow.
And since we're moving into tiebreaker territory, we do need to kind of mention how they are going to work. So if you have a first place, it's going to count as 1 point, and if you have a top 4, it's going to count as an additional point for your tiebreaker. And of course, if it's a first place, then technically it's kind of like 2 points stacked together to go on there. So getting every first place does matter quite a bit, and if not, you want to stack up more on the top half and avoid those kind of 8th places.
Yeah, we have seen those tiebreakers matter for previous Tactician's Crowns, so make sure you get all the points that you can, and especially heading into that second day, not only are we looking forward to the high stakes of the competition, but even more for step 15. Let's get into the final game of day number 1, though. We've got said, so things about to get very spicy here as everybody starts out with an artifact anvil.
This is the most knowledge testing encounter out of these players. A lot of players, they like to stick to the meta lines, but how many of them have actually gone through the stats websites and looked at how the artifacts do?
I will tell you a player in this lobby, Volta, in the EMEA regional finals. Across the first 2 days of the competition, he played no EXO, he played no marksman, he only played reroll. He has a very good understanding of how artifacts interact with reroll lines and where to get the most value.
One of those units that use artifacts very well is this Graves that we have on Wei-Jin's bench. If he's able to get Golden Ox early, if he's able to get the exact artifact he's looking for, this is a composition. I know we've seen Graves let a lot of people down today, but could take this Graves to a first place.
I also want to shout out the Shaco, who's actually on his board right now. There are a lot of range +1 items that let you effectively take out the rest of the Syndicate units on your board and just place vertical Slayers.
Depending on the augment tier offered at 2-1, you have to also have a very good understanding of not just the interaction between a reroll line or a unit and an artifact, but an interaction between 2 artifacts, or interaction between a hero augment and artifact.
He's laughing. I was laughing too.
Flicker Blade being one of the best artifacts in the whole game right now. It is the rebirth of Guinsoo's Rage Blade as it was stacking attack speed with each attack.
Grenade knows he hit the jackpot here. He's so happy. And I love players that open their artifacts on 1-4. You have to claim your territory and show the world that this is my line. Get out.
It's the posturing.
Once again, silver augments to start off our game. Corrin also took rapid fire cannon. We see it giving a lot of range for the unit that you put that on. I'm curious to see along this right side when these artifacts come through as well, who gets what.
The Corrin potentially open to angling something like a Shaco, for example, which is going to be great with range extending artifacts as a whole, especially if you have early copies and the right 2-1 augment as well.
All right, so Grenade doesn't want to use the duplicators since he's playing a 1-cost reroll composition. Is just going to go for even more power on the support items.
Gunblade obviously being a great choice alongside this. The more attacks you do, the more damage you do, which is the more healing you do. Taro, though, trying to make their choice with the artifact. Light Shield Crust being a good one. A very generic one for your front line. Applies shields based on your resistances of armor and magic resistance. Han Xing, though, playing around Sniper's Focus. I'm curious if this is one of the things that enables Fiddlestick.
Ooh. Be a very spicy composition. Maybe... is it a trap from Coco, our EMEA analyst?
Might be a trap. Brand is also an option that can play around Sniper's Focus and get a lot of value for it if you have a spot for a kind of vertical Street Demon line or a Brand Ziggs kind of line. Doesn't really work out so well in the stats. It hasn't been one of the best performing comps. But from Clicornin, we are seeing potentially going to be this Shaco reroll. Key thing, of course, no hat on the Shaco. You want him to stay in the back line, and no need to build the defensive items that he is known for. No Edge of Night, no QSS, because you just want to build damage essentially with the extra range, helping you stay out of danger.
I do want to see where Volta and Weijin end up. Volta taking the Titanic Hydra, which is one of these new artifacts added to the game. Also can be on the Graves composition, but Weijin got Trench Coat. We saw the Graves on bench, and that is one of his best items.
It's a terrifying combination when you have 3 Graves. They drop aggro. They can go with your back line. For Volta, it looks like he is betting all on Exotech. It's also a pretty good item on Zeri since she gets so many additional HP. But we haven't seen his board. If it's a Graves, and maybe a Graves would also open potentially to Exo.
I love Setsuko. Trickster's Glass really fits his playstyle as a player. He doesn't want to commit to a reroll line. He wants to stay open. He wants to feel like he has complete agency and control over his game coming to stage 4, and picked up a very generic artifact to go along with it.
And this might possibly be that Slayer reroll that we talked about a little bit as a writer's room. It's a very interesting composition if you can get it online.
Oh, it didn't look good earlier today, though. We saw the Vayne reroll, and it went 7th.
It was Garvin 2 and Senate 2, though. I think he was missing a lot of the key upgrades on the board because other players were contesting in that reroll heavy lobby. But I think if everything is hits, it can be a comp that can contest the top 4 for sure.
This should be a Jin for Tech Summers right here. So you're open to mainly the Exo line, I would say. Dynamo, you usually switch them out later on. But if it's a free 3-star, maybe. Is going to take care of the board against Taro right here. Taro, of course, Light Shield Press. Technically, this item is the best on Bastion because you kind of spread your defenses, but it can go into basically any frontline comp.
No Cypher once again on this carousel, so no one being able to access that with the 3 cost that they need.
Taking a look at the situation right here, Setsuko, because he was building for the Trickster's Glass, which is, you can go in all different type of directions. It's going to go Patience. Patience is a virtue here. So more expecting a macro game, kind of lay low early.
I'm pretty sure the TFT devs try to teach us life lessons as we play. They're just like naming things patience as a virtue, because that's what TFT players might need to learn that, and I do as well.
It helps as a strong augment as well, so it really pushes the lesson forward.
Push the narrative. Yeah, I like it a lot.
Just going to play a very stable comp. Looks like he's setting up for the Anima.
Extra value with the weapons as well. I believe having the extra Seraphine on the board.
Oh, that's
with the
cool.
star levels. Yeah.
And Hanxing does finally get his fiddlesticks. 19 points, barely above the cut. He's actually exactly on the cut. He is the cut, sorry.
He is the cut.
Yeah.
It is him. Sounds
The
cool, but
gatekeeper.
not something you want to celebrate.
No. Summers, 100 HP.
Is
going to take it.
Yeah, taking the streak there for Tex is great. Staying at 100 HP, now on fire at the top of our lobby. Taro, though, the only one on that loss streak at the bottom, so both of these players looking to keep it, and no one so far contesting it.
Yeah, I think this is the round where Grenade might be rolling down a little after this fight. Oh, we're still on 2-6.
And Tex again on a spot to win streak all of stage 2. Last time we saw him on broadcast, similar exact position, playing TF reroll. So really understanding how to build a strong board, how to really lean into that win streak in stage 2, and play just an easier game off of the extra HP you have.
I like the extra stack for Focus Fire here, pulling up his Kog'Maw to align it with the Kindred.
Facing it's a very strong board, though, from Clicornin with that Shaco 2, with the extra range and the IE. Does do a lot of damage, but the board from Tech Summers is strong enough, able to take down the level 4 board from Clicornin and keep that win streak.
So we might be having 2 1-cost rerollers rolling down. It's going to depend on how much gold they have. Weijin, going for the Graves.
This Graves with Trenchcoat is very interesting. It changes positioning a lot, too, because obviously you don't want your Graves to die, but sometimes you want it to split because that means nearly 3 times the damage.
And you really want to pair it with other items that have that 60% split threshold, like the Edge of Night and also the Sterix Gauge. You get them on all the minis that the Trenchcoat creates again.
3-loss streak, really prioritizing Econ is a great thing for Weijin here in this game. Needing to get those Golden Ox stacks, as well as just needing to have a lot of gold. We will have a hacked orb here through our last creep. Weijin not picking it up. Over encumbered, also getting an extra item.
Checking on Cornin and Grenade, our 1-cost reroll. Cornin on 6 Shakos for now. Still a lot of gold to work with. Over 50, has around 20 gold that he can comfortably roll down here, trying to find his key upgrades. Both the Mundo and the Shako being rolled for. Mundo has already been hit. On the flip side, Grenade still a little bit far away from his key carries.
So many pairs for Grenade.
Yeah, it does look like Grenade's gonna take a breather right here. He did win streak the previous stage, so you know he can give up a little bit of HP in this round and just roll on 5.
Another thing that's crazy in this competition for Kog'Maw reroll specifically is actually this Skarner can do so much damage because his ability scales off the armor he has. So we see that he has Bramble Vest on there, nearly able to win that round, which is incredibly important. But the Skarner can do a lot of damage.
That's technically the best 3-star to get in that composition.
Forward thinking offered for Taro. Wonder if he goes for it. One of the strongest gold augments in the game, and for good reason.
We do not have the hack that enables Trait Tracker, so we'll see less of them in this game. A lot of the item hacks coming through on the left side.
Support item coming in for Clicornin. I believe the best would have been Aegis right there for the extra attack speed and resistances. I'm not sure what he picked in the end, but it wasn't the jackpot.
Oh man, he got the Kraken Slayer as well on this Kog'Maw. And man, this is going to be a terrifying board. But the problem is, where's the golden units? We don't have the 3 stars yet.
Should be strong enough, I think, right now. Maybe also understanding, hey, I don't have my support mining popped yet. I can't hit my spike anyway. What if I roll my gold and still lose regardless? So probably going to try and roll at the same time that he gets the support item, and then hit a really big spike and take over.
Good support item hit for Clicornin as well. He gets the additional CC immunity, additional attack speed.
Yeah, now he has to worry less about Sejuani in that late game, right? He's able to put that Shako in that first couple spots, not really worry about being stunned too much. And it's going to look like it's going to be very, very close here. That Gunblade almost had enough healing to win that round. Grenade, though, again, 1 3-star versus no 3 stars. The no 3 stars did end up losing that round. Okay, Tex. We like that. We like that here on 3-3, getting that Sejuani.
It's a lot of gold he has, a very early level 7 going into this board. There's a lot of pressure. How long can Volta actually avoid Tech Summers?
Spears will as well. A really good tempo pickup for his current board right now with both the Kindred and the Jhin and the Infinity Force. So very early cast coming out from Jhin. We'll see if he's able to start win streaking, or continue win streaking rather, the rest of this stage 3 and have a very comfortable econ lead to try and play for the most contested meta line, which is Exotech.
And Taro, seeing that many of our players are playing around AD lines, taking the Thorn-plated armor, which also will give better Light Shield crest value, is going to be quite strong. Obviously, he doesn't have a lot of upgrades right now, and Texas' board is quite disgusting here on 3-3, but setting himself up well to maybe make a run Endless late game.
Really interesting Taro with team building as his first augment pickup. One of the players with the more unique game plans. Halfway through the week of scrims, he made a tweet and he said, hey, I'm not able to make this Boombot comp work. What are other players doing? I'm going to give up on this. There's no point trying to just fast 9 every game if I don't have maybe the right idea of how to do it. And he wants to play mostly only around rerolls. So maybe not quite working out in this day 1. We'll see if this final hurrah, potentially it looks like into Braum and Lise, and the Dynamo line could save him and get him into day 2.
And 2 lesser duplicators for Taro as well enables that comp, giving really good value duplicating those 3 costs.
I liked his game plan. He actually picked the team builder before even looking at his artifact, so he knew he was going to play some form of reroll, maximize that concentration of power in one of his units, and then just looked around the board. Nobody going into this line. I'm completely solo here.
And this is going to be a very unique comp from Volta, playing around that Vayne, able to hit it there because of Caretakers. 3-star Vayne on 3-5 is quite early, and so hopefully that this Titanic Hydra, along with some really good items, can carry him through this mid-game.
He completely dodges out on Tech Summers and then hits the 3-star. The most pinnacle script would be him running into Tech Summers right now.
Sure, what it looks like will be that 9 streak now for Tech Summers. We're not quite at the end of stage 3 yet. And wait, Tech's also just high rolled a Zeri. I think he's just good at the game.
Yeah, level 7, you know, exact 4 costs you want to find.
Oh, Clement is flaming Volta for high rolling, but then Tex is okay.
He just found another one. He found another Zeri.
And
like
bias.
Sorry. I will say
I am
Tech
too alone
Summer
on this couch.
also had the greatest comeback in TAC history in set 8 as well. He had the lowest starting points and then was able to still make it in. I believe something like a 37 point day 2. So anything is possible, and Tech Summer proves it.
Are you telling me Zeri is his new Warwick?
Maybe.
Oh man, it is going to be an interesting time if they fight each other. They will not. Setsuko versus Volta, but we do see Klikornen with that 3-star Shaco now, with that Rage Blade as well, which is quite good. Probably the next best item with that range Shaco specifically. Oh man, wow, it's doing so much damage.
Yeah, of course. Shaco elevates to S tier the moment you have scope weapon. That's really the augment that really enables this comp to the highest level. The second best is going to be these range extension artifacts. I'm curious to see what he's able to do in terms of stage 5 especially, and how he caps out this comp past this to Shaco, being able to tempo and do a lot of damage in stage 3 and 4.
Usually you do have some Divinity Core units, and what?
2-star.
What?
He's just good at the game, I think. I think that's
He's just hitting these for free off the shop.
I'm learning right now.
Level 7, 60 gold.
Someone press the button.
That is not okay.
Another hacked creep in this round. See what it is. It's going to be extra HP. So for our players at the bottom of the standings, this is great news for people like Wajan and Taro, who really need some time to stabilize their board. They're getting a little bit bailed out by this extra HP.
I can feel the Latin American friends sending their energy towards Tactician's crown. This is the most ridiculous high roll we've seen the entire day. He's going to have a very good stage 4.
There's one more.
Looks like we'll wait one round to see what we get on our third augment choice and then send it down. Obviously, looking at Golden Ox stacks as well.
Taro's going to have to send it too.
He used one duplicator already, indicating that he was probably just trying to find the Elise 2 to stop rolling here and just try and stabilize most of the stage 4. We'll see if this will be enough. The Braum setup looks good. Elise has 3 items now as well. We are entering stage 4 though, and there are some high roll players like Klikornen, like Tech Summers with hit very strong boards.
I don't think this is going to be enough in such a reroll heavy lobby. Usually Elise 2 can stabilize you because a lot of the macro comps haven't found their full costs. But as I say that,
those shields were massive, and it absolutely was able to focus down that Shaco. The Elise being able to have that spread damage will be the difference there in that fight. Han Xing, though, down at 51 HP and on that 6 loss streak.
hold the door, Hanjing. The gate is crashing down on him.
Gold or 2 silvers?
Important decisions. We do have little buddies for Tech Summers. A great one to pick alongside Exotech.
We got heroic grab bag taken again by Taro.
That worries me a little bit, because you can hit all your 3 stars if 2 of your augments are econ augments and you're playing for Elise Braum reroll. I'm a little bit worried of how high your comp is going to cap coming at stage 5 especially.
Wajan Iverson finally hitting that Graves 3-star, but the problem here is these items are very interesting. Not the ones you're looking for the specifically alongside Trenchcoat, the ones that are proccing at that 60% HPs we talked about. But now having it online, still being level 6, 10 gold, where other people are level 8, it's a problem here.
Yeah, was not able to streak with the Graves. He was basically open 40 early on. And the Graves are going in the wrong direction, leaving that Elise alone.
I'm curious if Taro is going to be forced to roll down at some point in this stage 4 to try and hit a 3-star spike right away, because if not, his third augment is essentially useless right now. The duplicators are not being used for anything when you're still sitting on 5 copies of Elise and 5 copies of Braum.
Really wondering where Hanxing eventually went with his composition. He's down to 40 HP, 7 loss streak.
Oh, guess
went
what Setsuko's
Dynamo.
playing? Oh wait, that's Magic Roll. Is that Magic Roll? It is a Magic Roll. Can't confirm. It is not Trait Tracker. I did get excited there for a second though.
The magic roll was more HP as well. For the board.
His units do look a tad bit bigger.
Yeah. Been going to the gym. Can't confirm.
Not
This
this
is
bruiser buff.
another Vexo game from Setsuko. This is not the first time today. We already saw him win a game against Gobo in game 3. So angling this comp very often. We talked about this being the more realistic version of Urgot, I believe, in the boombot line when players are trying to see that, hey, lobby tempo, a lot of players re-rolling. It's not as easy as it was earlier in scrims in the first part of the week to make it to that Urgot board.
In Trickster's Blast, Sejuani is a very good artifact to play around because you can get the whole board stun, but the problem is you can't put items on that second Sejuani, and because of that, it falls down early in this fight. There is no stun, and it will make the difference, right? These units barely left alive, able to ramp up, especially with the Flicker Blade. That's the difference here. Setsuko taking another loss.
Taking a look, Hanxing does stabilize here. There is a Urgot on the board. His pings go after the 5 cost. Weijin takes up the 5 gold with going for the Sterix, judging on his open items.
Looking at our last augment choices as well, Climb the Ladder for Grenade, who's playing around Vanguard, and that Boombot line, we just saw it perform quite well. The big difference here in this lobby is the HP. You look at the right side of our screen, we see the top 4 separated from the bottom 4 by nearly 40 HP.
This is just illegal. How is Tech Summers hitting everything? Got little buddies while playing it, free Zeri. Well, there's also someone contesting his EXO units as well. Just insane game.
You know, Vomandeth can get a 15 win streak. It's Texas time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Tex also is sitting kind of in the middle of our standings as well at 14 right now. He's got 24 points, so quite a good day so far, and now setting himself up well to finish strong.
Hanxing settling into the Dynamo line. He is running an unorthodox front, just has to use the Choke Af 2. It's quite decent after the buffs, but not exactly the premier one. Is going to be able to take down Tech Summers still.
And it looks like Tech Summers will be losing that 100 streak he did have, taking a lot of that HP away. He's all right, sitting at still pretty high on the standings with that loss. But once again, Setsuko, Weijin, both players from the Americas with high expectations and high in the standings currently, staring down both of them a bottom 4.
And Emiya looking really strong, 80 HP and above for Klikornin and Volta, both playing into the Slayer line, although in very different ways. Shaco reroll, of course, for Klikornin, and for Volta, Titanic Hydra on this Vayne reroll. He's not going to have enough of a tempo and HP lead to potentially make it to that Z2, to potentially make it even to a more vertical, maybe even Divinicore, slotting in something like a Renekton or a Garen in the late game to try and make this comp pop off.
No tears so far for Setsuko. Only in his eyes can you find those blue gems right there, as his Vex is going to be very slow.
He just is lacking damage, right? He has not found that. There's 3 that he's looking for. He's not found the upgrade on the Vex either. So it's just a rough situation. We see Volta on the other side having, wow, so much damage from that Titanic Hydra as well, and able to possibly even steal a win as the Vayne works through the backline here.
It's going to be a 7 loss streak for Setsuko. He is still very safe from the cut, of course, at 31 points, but he's looking ahead. And getting an 8th place makes it very difficult.
I mean, that's on trend, right? He started the day with an 8th place. He's had 3 first places and a 3rd.
He's got to bookend it somehow.
Yeah, just a good end to the story of day 1.
Really tough for Taro here. 2 duplicator augments, only able to find the Elise 3, has 1 duplicator left and still missing 2 copies of Braum, sitting on level 7 as we go into stage 5. This is looking like a very low cap angle, especially considering so much econ has been used up in terms of his augments.
He needs the MF items. Where
oh
are
no,
they?
at least from Orb. This feels so bad after duplicating to find the Elise 3 in the first place.
Only 1 component is also pretty bad news for him with that open MF.
Oh, okay. Things turn around with 2 Braums in the shop there. The frontline upgrade comes through. Taro, at the very least, is sitting on 2 lives at the very least, so has a chance to maybe come back into this game.
Tech Summers using that HP lead and the extra econ from that to go to level 9, playing around little buddies, getting a lot of those high-powered units in. Does have a Zac pair on bench, which Aurora will be pulling in one of them right now. And so Tech setting himself up with that Jin 3 as well to not only get a top 4, but possibly win this game.
Goes up against Taro, who finally had upgraded that board, so Taro gets a chance to put this board to the test with this.
Does find some usable items there for Taro. Sterix Gauge is pretty decent on MF. Gives her a little bit of survival time, but not enough in front of the 3-star Jin.
We mentioned our concerns through Econ Augments and just not really able to make it work. We've seen elimination here from Quick Hornin onto Setsuko.
The bookend has been complete.
Yeah, I don't think he found any tears in that game. That was just a item low roll. It happens sometimes.
Items for Weijin are looking better. Eyeing down that 48th mark for the Golden Ox Executioner onto that backliner with the Aphelios. Is a strong board, but again, this really does matter about positioning. Can that Graves get to the backline?
Single 3-star at stage 5 in the game is not really where you want to be. It does tell the story of missing out on a lot of those rolls. And not being able to hold the tempo in stage 3 really hurt this competition.
Oh no.
This is not a good matchup.
Positioning is very, very bad. Onto the Elise already is that Graves taking it down, and so Taro's damage is gone. We see that the Braum is on the other side. The split does come through, but that just means more damage while they're still alive.
Tragedy strikes. The 50-50 there completely goes in favor of Graves, and Taro was left wide open on the right flank. Elise taken down so quickly. Light Shield Crest could not give any value to the rest of the board, and Braum left alone in the end. Taro, unfortunately, I think not going to be making the day 2, considering he needed a big point, you know, explosion really in this last game.
Yeah, he'll be right on the bubble at 23 points.
Yeah.
It's going to have to depend on the other lobbies to see if the Japanese can sneak another representative in further. Volta, this is a item combo I haven't seen that often. Very surprised how well it's doing. You typically don't think of the Vayne as having a lot of extra HP, but it's a great tempo play in his spot.
When this artifact was introduced, Mortog did mention the power of just 3-star and the HP scaling, making it pretty useful on something like a center reroll. Similar case here with the Vayne reroll, for example. And has a lot of HP and gold to work with. Both is going to very comfortably go 9. He can really start trying to think about how he can cap this board to a max level. Garen is a big one, obviously throwing back all the way to the first patch of the set where Vayne reroll was very, very strong. Garen was an easy way to cap this out.
For Tech Summers here, this could be a Zac 2 if he's able to get it, but he is last pick. Weijin and Hanxing here, both looking to hold on. Hanxing finally taking a loss after win streaking a lot of the last few rounds. Also, Weijin deciding not to go with the Golden Ox +1.
I think that the tank item is a little more useful. He doesn't have Shred yet for his AD.
Which would be pretty relevant with both the Aphelios and the Graves carry. I'm really curious for the match up between Weijin and Quick Hornin, because Sheko is second Hex, and the moment Graves dashes, Sheko could be taken down. He's not as safe as he would be when he has Edge of Night, for example, and he's not exactly scope weapons 4th row, so I really want to see what that matchup looks like. Quick Hornin might be in for a bit of a surprise if the Graves is able to cash the right side on Sheko.
Was a huge spike for him here. Z2 as the secondary carry is going to be a massive advantage for him, and putting a little bit better items to do more damage on that Shenko. Hanxing, though, with the Koboko 2 being level 9.
It's going to be a big stun, except we do have the Banshee's Veil, which will protect those units for just a little bit at the start of the combat, but now that that shield is starting to expire, Koboko does get a big stun. But with a lot of this damage from the Zed onto the back line, oh, Misfortune actually not able to hang on through that. I really thought maybe the Misfortune could push that damage through.
It's really hard to win this matchup when you don't get the kill on the first shot because they just start to heal up with the Slayer's innate healing right there. So, you know, Sheko was low, but he ended up completely fine.
And there's a silver lining of you're getting more snipers value, but also when it's the normal version of Sheko, he can just dive into the MF, and MF is so close that she just obliterates the Sheko in one pump.
Weijin Iverson also taking a big loss there, so both of our players that we've seen recently down at 1 life. They need to see if they can make these comebacks. Weijin sitting on 23 gold still, hoping to push for more Golden Ox stacks, but needs to have a good fight here.
It's really fun positioning. He's actually going to pull the entire left side towards his own board and allow Graves to kind of sneak in. This is the matchup that David was talking about. They actually just cross paths.
Oh man, that's
never mind. That was the Zed. Sorry. He got ran over. He wasn't crossing paths. Huh?
I was not surprised. I think this is the outcome I expected. Cornin has to hope someone else is able to knock out Weijin before he fights him again. On the left side, Hanqing fighting for his life against Volta's
so
Titanic Vein. The MF gets one great cast at the end there, and a big win for the CN player.
This is starting to get quite spicy. If Weijin Iverson can hang on, everybody else that's going to be sitting in this top 6 needs a fantastic finish. Hanqing at 19 points, Cornin at 20, Volta at 18. Those are the players that are on the bubble. You could even consider Grenade at 22 points in that danger zone.
Tex hasn't really been able to translate his early tempo success into too much more. We're seeing still it's a Zac pair, hasn't found the Zac 2 yet. The HP is starting to go down from 100, we're down to 65.
It's getting there, it's getting there.
And Volta has gone 9 now. I'm curious to see what this roll down looks like and what he tries to go for as his max cap. Renekton, Garen, and Zac are all options.
Ooh, wow, Grenade has made it to level 9, has rolled down a hit Urgot 2 already. I'm curious to see how many items we move onto Urgot 2. His Flicker Blade is very good on him as well.
Here comes the matchup here. Weijin sailing on very low HP. Hanqing on 1 life. The positioning game is so difficult to play for these backline carries.
Hanqing versus Weijin.
Someone will most likely die here unless it's maybe by 1 unit. Hanqing could stay alive. Wrapping onto the backline is this Graves, but does proc the trench coat here a little bit early, but the damage coming through now is huge, but this Misfortune, when it casts again, will wipe the rest of the board.
This was so cool from Hanqing. So his Aurora actually jumped off the board, which destroyed Weijin's positioning. Weijin wanted to use the bridge to reach the backline. Aurora says, I'm out of here, and then Graves walks back towards the Cho'Gath.
And the Garen was close enough on the top right that the closest clump was still his own backline, basically going backwards to where the Graves started off. So there was no angle really to access the MF on the opposite side of the board.
And Weijin obviously not wanting to fall out there, but will be safe for day number 2, but will fall out of the top 8 with that finish.
30 total points on the day with that one. I want to call it something really cool we saw there too. Tex, even though the Zac is actually on the bench, I love that he slots it in for the roll down to get the Bloblets active and then just puts it back. Yeah.
Eventually, we'll make it.
I like it. It's just cool tech.
Optimization is my name. That's what a lot of these players are thinking about.
Oh, but Tex going up against Hanqing here.
The anti-Sejuani positioning working very well for Hanqing. That Misfortune is remaining untouched. Tech Summers, though, in this Gen 3 do an incredible amount of damage, but can't take down a Koboko 2 until now. Now that Jin is onto the back line, bouncing those bombs around and taking down the Misfortune is crazy. Hanqing falling out in 5th place after having a great victory over Weijin. Disappointing finish for him.
Yeah, and ending up on the bottom 4, he still has a mathematical chance, but if we average it out, it's going to be very difficult. We're going to have to depend on the end of the day to see what the other lobbies end up like.
I mean, Cornin and Volta both making it into the top 4, and on that bubble is going to make that even harder.
Volta needs a big game, though. I think a top 4 is not going to be enough, considering he came into it around
18 points.
Yeah, 18 points. So I think at the very least a second probably to stay safe. Maybe a third is enough. Right now on a 5 loss streak, hasn't really been able to translate a bigger spike, going 9 and fitting in the legendary.
Volta using special creative positioning here to try and dodge possibly this Zed, but instead the Zed goes straight onto that Vayne.
Kind of unfortunate for Volta, but actually Vayne takes out
and
is now focusing on the Shaco. I was misreading
by
this.
himself. He has to kill off some more units for Volta to stay alive. I think he's going to do enough here to stay alive. We're stage 6, 16 HP. One more kill I think is needed here. Okay, that's enough. The corner taken down to 14. So both players potentially still on 2 lives now from Emiya.
Tech Summers also taking a big loss, down to finally below 50 HP for him after streaking through much of the game. These are very important full items to complete out some front lines, maybe even add a new carry for Klikornen, able to get that Thieves Gloves to put on to one of our other carries.
TG probably the most coveted item out of the carousel right here. I do feel like there's a very strong chance for Grenade just with that Urgot too. There's a chance for item printing on that board. But as we said, because there's so much about positioning, like really anything can happen. You have to dodge out on the Shaco and Tech Summers Sejuani at the same time. And those two players are opposite positioning, so you really have no good options here.
Crazy thing is Grenade is now eyeing level 10. He has 26 gold on level 9 with that Urgot 2, with 6 Vanguard, and now is hoping to level to put 4 Boombot in and hopefully take this game.
Gets the opposite side from Klikornen's Shaco on Grenade side. That's the positioning he wants. More time to kind of charge up those Winsus.
Volta against Tex, Vayne against Zeri. Vayne walks up, kills a Jin. Zeri's next in line. Great targeting from the Vayne here. She takes down the Zeri. That should be a clean swipe there. Just needs to kill off the Aurora.
Oh, does
that
not
glove come through? Volta buys enough time, stays alive for one more round at the very least. We mentioned it, maybe a second, maybe a third is enough. Volta has to play for as many placements as possible.
Leona versus Zed. Leona wins with the Sunfire. Actually burns the Zed to a crisp. Gets the 1v1.
Garen mod?
I didn't see what it was.
It'll be a Slayer mod.
Yeah, I believe
to
it's
the Garen
Slayer
himself.
on Garen, making him much more powerful. Garen is somebody in the late game that can another way to cap out your board, adding some more of these trait values to our units, and this Garen is going to be quite scary.
Yeah, Slayer mod there. The Shaco is at least 75 kills, so 115% AD.
Wow. Not on the right side to find the Jin early on. Oh, actually, yes, he actually moved his Zed at the last second, but it went the wrong way.
And gets stunned by Sejuani because of that.
Zeri's in trouble though. The Shaco takes out the Zeri, the 2-hit, and she is taken down. That should be a clean win for Klikornen now. So fortunate and so unfortunate for Tex. The Zeri dash from the opposite side, 2 dashes right into Shaco's targeting.
In this Vayne absolutely deletes the backline. That Urgot falls down. Taking down this Skarner is very difficult with the amount of armor it has, but it will fall down.
This is really cool from Volta. He's always been wrapping his front line towards the top right and letting his Vayne just fire off onto the back.
4 people alive going into stage 7 is a very rare sight, and we do see it here in this game where everyone is in danger of dropping out if they lose this next one.
Yeah. 1 life remaining. I mean, this is so close.
Yeah, 1 life and 3 players that mathematically do have a chance to drop out of the bubble.
Who has the most impactful item slot open still is my question coming into stage 7.
Klikornen has 1.5 items on that Senna in the backline with 6 Slayer, so could be a big upgrade there. You can also put those items onto that Garen, which has Slayer mod, instead of having the TG on there. We see roll downs come through.
Renekton pair for Volta, he's thinking about it. Nope, just skips over.
All right, here comes the level 10. Does he have, oh yeah, he has the Fiddle. So already like CLE was talking about for Boombot in. This is the real spike.
Very, very hard board to beat. 4 Boombot giving so much damage just from the trait alone. Whoever fights Grenade here will have a hard time. It is Tex Summers.
And the EMEA Showdown, one of these players is going to be going out. Shaco versus Vayne, Slayer versus Slayers.
Volta does need the points more than Klikornen does.
One of these Slayer competitions has been stacking the whole game. This Shaco has an incredible amount of AD there, but the Zed says no, shuts the door. The Zed able to take down the Shaco, and it looks like from the other side, Grenade is able to beat Tex Summers as well. Is it going to be enough to kill him? It will. Tex in 3rd place there. A great showing from him here on day number 1.
Double elimination, Volta versus Grenade. Both regional champions now fighting for a big win in this game number 6, the final game of day number 1. Grenade started off so hot, leading the pack after 2 games, then fell down a little bit in the standings. Now trying to end strong. And Volta, he needs this first. I already said, When he feels the pressure is when he really performs to the highest level. We'll see what he can do here.
Last time Volta did win because his Vayne was able to directly fight the Kog'Maw on the same side. This time around, I think the positioning is going to change a little bit. He's aligning his main tank and his main carry on the same side, so no wrap to happen.
Keep our eye on this Zed to see if he can get onto that backline, onto that Urgot specifically. It does get stunned up here early, which is a big difference, but now onto that Urgot. If that Urgot falls down, so does a lot of the damage for Grenade. It will not quite die there, but stay alive, and that may be the difference in this fight. The Slayers, though, continue to heal up and takes down that Urgot finally. But the Kraken, the Flicker Blade is going insane. The Kraken's Fury is scaling, and with it, Grenade able to take the final game of day number 1.
Grenade started the game with a smile, looking at his board. I'm trying to play Kog'Maw, opens up his artifact. Oh, Flicker Blade. Smiles a little bit more and goes on to a very beautiful high cap level 10 board to win it all.
Wow, so cool to be able to see that Titanic Hydra in action though as well. I think these new artifacts have really breathed some life into this set, and so very exciting that we got a chance to finish off our 6th and final game of day number 1 with this set encounter.
Open up a lot of rerolls that we don't see as often. Things like Shaco, things like Vayne, for example. We're seeing the power both in that top 4 in the end with other players who I think had a more fortunate game. Players like Tex just hitting natural upgrades on level 7 in stage 3. Had a much cleaner transition to this capped out board he reached at the end, especially with the fact that he hits little buddies on 4-2. Just a huge spike.
I'm so sorry I doubted you on the Slayers.
I mean, with Artifact, it's a whole nother story, especially in the hands of someone like the Cornin and Volta, who put a lot of time into these lines across this entire set.
We did talk about those conditional lines being opened up with those artifacts, so I'm glad we really got a chance to see that play out.
Yeah, very much on display. Tex Summers, though, taking that 100 streak, streaking through a lot of the game, translating that into a 3rd place, which is often what happens when you do that. You don't have you do tempo instead of that high cap, and because of that, able to take a top 3 to finish out his day. But there is somebody who really needed this finish, and that's Volta.
Yeah, Volta is going to really use those points with 7, brings him up to a total of 25. And as a reminder, heading into this final game, that 32nd place, which is going to be the cutoff of our standings, was 19 points. So I think with all of our players in that top 4 really needing those good finishes, things are going to be really interesting looking at the bottom 8 players getting eliminated. I think that cutoff will be quite close.
And one of our players that needed a good finish but did not have one is Taro, who did take the 7th here we see on our screen, and now he's in the danger zone.
Historically, I think 24 is safe for being in the top 32 going into day 2. And that's usually around the same territory where a comeback is possible into making into day 3 as well. It's what we saw actually from Tex Summers himself in set 8 Monsters Attack.
Well, Hanxing might be able to rewrite history with 23, maybe. It's a pretty low chance, to be honest.
Yeah, hey, you never know, though, because whatever happens in the other lobbies, that's also going to be something that impacts the overall standings, and maybe we saw some similar stories where these lobbies flipped around.
Taking a look at the full board right there, we had Setsu and Weijin, 2 of America's best. They're in the bottom 3. Setsuko just didn't find any tears the entire game. It was a bit of a heartbreaker. Happens sometimes in TFT. And then Weijin Iverson also kind of having a single 3-star on that composition, not really pulling through.
I think it's a danger and maybe a bit with Setsuko of just playing for a comfort comp, not having the right components, and then just not panning out.
Sometimes it happens, though, and sometimes the lobbies are really close, like what we saw at the end of the 6th and final game. But I'm hearing that we also had a very close fight happening in a lobby off-stream, and so that's why we've got this tactical breakdown presented by HyperX. So, Gangly, Hupe, what did we have happen over there?
Yeah, thank you very much, Nekra. We're actually going to take us a little bit back in time to a fight that happened on one of our co-streams. If you didn't get a chance to watch them today, you should definitely check them out tomorrow. We've got regional co-streams going on all over. You can find them on Twitch and YouTube. But in this fight in particular, we're going to be going back to a fight between GD Royal and Weijin Iverson. In this lobby right now, Bopster is on a massive win streak. He is certainly going to be winning out the entire lobby. And this fight between Royal and Weijin Iverson is basically going to determine who's taking 2nd place. We talked all day about how sometimes the smallest of changes to your board can have a huge impact. And that's really what we're going to unpack.
Yeah, to see a little the state of the game, on the top we have the typical Dynamo, a little flex, and obviously we have possibilities here to ramp up with the Archangels. We have the Misfortune that has more of a possibility of going like this side. So as we can see, it's actually the opposite side from the 2 carries. So in starters, this is bad news obviously for Wei and Iverson and having that possibility of capping it out. Also, these are interesting position here. From the Saya and the Aphelios, they are very close, so they can focus the damage, and obviously the Saya is a little closer to that misfortune, and that could for sure affect the game. Finally, and now Gangly will explain a little more about the game, we have this Zac that is opposite side, so he can only go against the Aurora, but doesn't have a chance to go against the two primary carries of the enemy.
I loved your artwork there. Fantastic work, Coupe. All right, so we can see as the fight is starting that our Aphelios and our Zaya are both hitting this, essentially the weak side, right? They're both focus firing on the Leona, and like Coupe called out, I want to reference this again. This Misfortune unit is going to be so important because she has the ability to maybe swing the fight, right? If you have your Zaya and Aphelios in that line of danger, the fight is instantly lost. But Royal gambles. He puts all of his power on one side of the board and says, your Zac is not going to be there, your Misfortune will not hit me. And because of that, we see the Misfortune ult goes entirely on the front line. The Vanguards are still entirely alive on the side of the Wei and Iverson. And you can see here, as long as this fight has been going on, the Zac has been ulting. It has not once ulted on the Aphelios or the Zaya, which we've seen so many fights be turned around by the CC that a Zac can produce. But this is where the fight really gets wonky, because as the front line starts to fall for both sides, take a look at this Zaya right here, right? She's going to ult. The Kabuko has just fallen from the side of Wei and Iverson on the other. And because she is out of range of the Zac, do you know who she targets? The Misfortune, who instantly explodes. The fight continues. The Zac finally gets onto the Zaya and the Aphelios, and with 1 HP, the Zaya holds on, is able to take the fight for GD Royal, and in the end, that fight is the difference between GD Royal getting second and Wei and Iverson going third.
Masterclass of positioning in the end, showing us the importance of this capability in the late end, and of course, this was the tactical breakdown presented by HyperX, Gangly, myself, and Whisker.
Thank you so much, you three, and for Whiskers causing all of the chaos we've seen here with all the hacks and all the amazing action we will see ahead of us in set 15 KO Coliseum. But I love that display of positioning, because I feel like that's still going to be even more important as we look towards day 2 of our competition. Our standings are ready, so let's take a look and see which of our players will be able to move on and continue their run through the Tactician's Crown for Cyber City. You don't want to be in those bottom 8 spots.
Here we go, starting at the top here. Xiaoju from China able to take that top spot.
Really didn't expect it. 4th place out of the JOC. Not a lot of competitive performances, but he's shown he's here to play.
Players like Dish Soap, Tech Summers, Weijin, Solo, really strong performances to top things off at the end here and make into the 2nd page on the standings.
As we move forward, a lot of APAC is going to fill up this screen, but still moving forward to day 2 of our competition. But this is where we get a chance to see the cutoff. Gobo in 32nd place will be able to make it, and 23 points was enough.
Was enough for Hanqing as well. He does make it through on 23, and this are the 8 players that will not be moving on. Taro, we expected after seeing the 7th place result in this last game, but a fan favorite from Siena, past champion Shunga, not making it to day 2.
Shundu, also the most hype player, dropping out in the bottom 8 as well. It's going to feel very chilly in Chengdu as a lot of the players leave the venue.
Vapakasa as well, the only hope of Brazilian TFT. The Brazilian magic we were used to, especially last set with 2 players from Brazil making to that final lobby with Sobio and Lucas. Not the case, unfortunately, here.
I do want to say on this page before the cutoff, EMEA clutched up. They absolutely clutched up in this last game and were able to move themselves out of that bot 8. And hey, Dehua, who said that all of the EMEA players were going to get eliminated in day 1, none of them did. So here we are.
Thank you, Dehua, for the blessing. Hopefully he says some more trash talk coming into day 2, and we get an 8-player EMEA lobby for day 3.
That's messed up. Oh, well, congratulations to our players that are in the top 8. I think being able to have anything above 30 points is going to give you a really good head start, at least to be able to make it through that first round of cutoffs.
Yeah, something to note, though, is we have 2 players that are ahead above the rest. Xiaoju having 38 points and AQ1H having 36, and in 3rd place at 32. So a huge advantage going into day number 2 for them, setting themselves up well to make that final lobby.
And I'm so proud of AQ1H. I actually called him back to TFT to be a coach for Flash Wolves, and he said, you know what? I can't be worse than my players. He's the only one to make it to TAC round, and now second place on day 1. You made the right decision. You know, you can go back to your day job later.
I'm really happy also for Coco and YBY1. They were in a dire spot going into the last 2 games. The last 2 games, they both clutched up. They had, I believe, a third on average, going into a more manageable position coming into day 2, around 28, 29 points. So these are fan favorites. These are players who a lot is expected from them, both from EMEA and from APAC.
It looks like a bad day for CN. 4 players going out into the bottom 4. The 2 most high-profile players historically in Chengdu and Chunga also dropping out. So, you know, the drought kind of continues for CN. I can't imagine the sort of pressure that they're feeling and the sort of hope that they're throwing into their newer players in like Zhenbai and Xiaoju. Lesser-known players, but now they have to carry the region.
Yeah, but very much bookending the standings, right? We have 2 players in the top 8 and then 4 in the bottom 8. So, including the top winner from today. And so there is absolutely some hope for CN, and they have a great shot to still win the Tactician's crown.
We had a piece of content that was filmed with some of our players playing at the Americas Hub over in Dallas, and they were asked what they believed would be the strongest region outside of North America, and a lot of the responses did point to CN. So I think I'm with you, CLE. I think CN still has a very good shot with the players that are left in this day 2 race.
I want to give a shout out as well to the rest of the Japanese players, both Summertimer and Yatsuhashi. When they needed to perform, they did. Yatsuhashi got a first place in this last game. Summertimer got a second place, and both bounced back and stayed alive in the tournament.
Yeah, they have a very close-knit community in Japan. They had a very unique meta read as well, going in a lot of 3-cost rerolls. We heard Taro going into that one. So I want to see them just be able to preserve a different line of play for the rest of our players and, you know, just keep things away. I don't think we saw any forward thinking today, which was kind of interesting. Maybe that's why no Boombot.
Broadcast for sure, yeah.
And I do want to say, because I am very biased towards the Americas, that 6 of our top 13 players are from the Americas still. Not as many in the top 8, but almost half of the top 13, I'm sorry, are Americas.
I just want to high-five you because I'm American. Yay!
We take those. We take those.
I want to remind you, CLE, not sure what said exactly, the same exact thing happened. The tournament ended with Americas having the lowest AVP of all regions after day 2.
I'm pretty sure what you're talking about is when Dishop won. So
it might be. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's a good sign.
So Dishop wins it again 3 times?
I'm down.
Confirmed.
That's crazy.
CLE leaks the script on day 1.
We're not going to have the go truce and wait for Taito to come back? No? Okay.
But as we look forward to day 2 of our competition, let's remind everybody about what that format is going to look like. We did make a slight change to the way that day 2 will operate. 32 players will enter into the day, and only 8 will come out on the other side to play on Championship Sunday. We're going to have cuts after the first 2 games of the day. We'll have another cut of players after game number 4, and then we look towards the final 3 games of the day. We will continue to make cuts until we get to that 7th and final game, where we'll shave off the top 4, which will move on, and we will still have that fight for those final 4 spots.
And I think it's going to be great for a viewer experience. Only one lobby, everything at stake. It's going to be really, really exciting to tune in and see what players are able to do on that final game of day 2.
But we're very excited to have Experian on the line with us after finding yourself in the top 8 today. How are you feeling?
Hello, I'm feeling very well, of course, after this top 1.
We got a chance to see you play out on the first 2 games of the day. What were the nerves like, not only playing from the hub, but also with our 2 returning Tactician's Crown winners in your lobby?
Yes, honestly, Xungje is not in best form, so it was okay.
Experian, you were able to top 4 all but one of your games today. What was the secret sauce to help you get to that spot?
For which game? Sorry?
Every game except for one, you top 4'd today.
Yes.
What got you to that position?
Sorry, I don't understand the question.
What was your game plan, Experian, coming into today to have a consistent success?
Honestly, no game plan. We have a good preparation with my study group, and we know a lot of line, and I think I'll take the good one. I play a lot Cypher because best point for me is patch. Like, nothing specific.
One follow-up question. You were here last set in the TAC Crown. All 4 of the players in the French prep group finished in the top 16. You finished 12th, I believe. How do you feel coming into this day 2? How do you feel coming into a potential day 3? Do you think finally you'll beat that curse and make top 8? What is your realistic goal coming into this weekend?
I want to do the final, of course. I want to do more than the last time, so we're gonna try to do the pay, and after we'll see.
Experian wanted to give you a chance to give words of support to who is supporting you. So is there anything that you'd like to say for your fans and also to your study group that helped you prep?
Yeah, sure. I want to thank a lot my girlfriend and my study group, also my team. They support me a lot. And if I'm here today, thanks to her.
Well, thank you so much, Experian, for joining us, and we're rooting for you for tomorrow. Good luck.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Especially me.
Especially Panda, that's true. Well, you got to represent for EMEA right now.
Listen, Game 6 loaded up, and I messaged every EMEA player, clutch up, guys, come on. And they did. And they did.
Experian especially did. He went first in his last game to move him all the way up into 8th place to set him up, just like we're saying, for that day number 3. And so day number 2 is not too far away, and I'm very excited to see where we will end up and who will be in that final lobby.
Yes.
Especially for EMEA. The drought has been so long. I know CN Makes was having an issue with them throwing shade, picking all their players early on into the draft.
Well,
I want to see parity between the regions.
Tables have turned coming into this day 2. That's all I will say.
Well, you can tune in for day number 2 tomorrow at 4 a.m. Pacific, or that is 1 p.m. CEST. I had to look at the cheat sheet really quick. So make sure that you stay tuned to follow the action for day number 2, as well as to see even more of those exclusive Set 15 KO Coliseum reveals throughout our day. Of course, leading up to the dev drop that will happen on the final day of competition. And make sure you check us out on socials to get exclusive content from our players, maybe clips that you missed from some of our lobbies that happened off stream, and of course to check out all of the amazing TFT action that will be coming up for our next set. Thank you all so much for watching us, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow to cheer on our players and to keep enjoying TFT. Good night.
Finished up
Okay.
what was left from the summertime here, and yeah, Clement, a bad start for APAC.
Can I actually?
Clutch it up again.
Takes out 2 of the backliners.
Oh my
one
God.
again.
Varus.
Wow!
And the execution goes through. Lisa wins game 1. It seemed like that, Nico.
Right? Really important fight Experian, earning himself one more round. And now the HP total starts to get a little bit scary for Experian.
On the Cho'Gath is incredible.
The MF misses all of the key backline. Setsuko does catch a second time, but only half of that capture. Through Vex and Varus still incredibly helped.
And the Aurora.
Huge win by Setsuko to win it all.
Wow, so cool to be able to see that Titanic Hydra in action though as well.
It's not going to be enough. He does die out. Wow.
Too little, too late is going to be all I have to say about that. Will Steffi trying to
Stay alive, and that may be the difference in this fight. The Slayers, though, continue to heal up and takes down that Urgot finally. And the Kraken, the Flicker Blade is going insane. The Kraken's Fury is
scaling and with it. Grenade able to take the final game. Really very